I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 4:18 p.m. here on Monday, the 26th of May, 2025. We are tracking a thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado now near the town of Menard. This is going to be out here in portions of Menard County, in portions of the eastern Concho Valley. Storm chasers reported a tornado with this thunderstorm a couple miles west of town a few minutes ago. The latest circulation on here shows if we have a tornado, it is likely now a little near or just south of town. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see using this, we do have, well, 1, there we go, 2, happy birthday, 3. Circulation is in the south sides of Menard, hopefully going just south of town. But again, this has been reported as a confirmed tornado now. This is a thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado and baseball-sized hail. So again, those of you near the community of Menard, out here in Menard County, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That'll be hard sole shoes, helmets, and no mobile homes, no travel trailers, sturdy site-built structure. So again, back over to the how hard at training mode. We do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and this is going to be from near Menard with this thunderstorm. This storm is moving off to the southeast now, hopefully meaning this tornado will stay outside of town itself, but can't completely rule that out. So, with that being said, again, this thunderstorm has produced at least a brief tornado here near the community of Menard out here in the eastern Concho Valley. We'll zoom out. I'll clean up some of these storm tracks. No, I won't. But you can see, if I switch us back over to a radar loop, I'm going to switch us to a slightly different product. I'll loop this for you. You're going to see the storm over Menard's actually moving southeast, while the storms just south are moving off to the northeast. Meaning we're about to have a storm collision here near town. The storm near Menard, which has a tornado near, hopefully staying just west and south of town. This storm is moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour, while we have a couple of storms south of town, well south of town, that are moving off to the northeast. As all those storms interact, we may see the potential of a tornado spin up south of Menard, near Highway 83 in proximity to Highway 29, hopefully keeping that out over very rural areas south of town. But until we get the all clear on that, we are going to have to be mindful that, again, those of you near Menard need to be in a safe place. That's well southeast of San Angelo, southwest of Brady, south of Eden, west of Mason, east of El Dorado. Now, up here in San Angelo, we have a storm coming in from the southwest. This storm has the potential to bring large hail, perhaps up to the size of quarters to ping pong balls, along with localized damaging wind gust and heavy rain. It's just east of Tankersley right now on Highway 67, moving up towards the San Angelo Airport, and then it's going to be crossing over Highway 277 over the south side of San Angelo, where it enters 277 interacts Highway 87. Outside of that, we have other thunderstorms. We've got a couple of severe storms. We've got a nasty-looking storm well south of Sterling City. That's going to be southwest of Water Valley. Both sides of Highway 163. We've got a storm west of 163. We've got a storm east of 163. Both these storms are capable of producing at least golf ball-sized hail. They're generally moving very slowly to the east right now. So eventually they may approach Highway 87 near Water Valley, southeast of Sterling City, northwest of San Angelo. So let's take a look at what else we have going on. We do have a couple of storms producing hail up here in portions of western North Texas. We'll switch over to the Dias radar. And this is going to be a thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. This is going to be moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is near South Bend right now. That hail core just south of Graham. That hail core hopefully will stay south of Graham. It's on Highway 67 right now near South Bend. It'll be crossing over Highway 16 southeast of Graham. and then eventually move northeast towards western Jack County near German, Bryson, and Jacksboro. Got a report of hail larger than the size of baseballs out here near Menard. So this storm's produced a brief tornado and now baseball to softball size hail. Just like yesterday, I don't expect we're going to have a long-lived tornado threat here. I do suspect that any tornado issues we have today will be relatively short-lived and caused by storm interactions, kind of like we just had with this storm near Menard. Interacted with a boundary, was able to spin up a quick tornado, and now we have additional storms coming in that will likely disrupt the low-level circulation. But nevertheless, even if we don't have tornado threat long-term with this, we are going to have a very large damaging hail threat. Back over to the high-res radar, you can see all sorts of hail falling around Menard out here. Highway 29, Highway 190, Highway 87, or excuse me, Highway 83. All sorts of hail reports with this activity, and this is going to continue to bring large hail to the Menard area. Otherwise, back northwest of San Angelo, this stuff, first off, storm coming in from the southwest of San Angelo is moving northeast towards San Angelo, could have ping pong ball size hail. That'll be up in town in the next 20 minutes. It's moving northeast at about, they've got it moving at 25 miles an hour. This nasty little complex of storms south of Sterling City is slowly moving east-southeast. That has at least 2-inch hail, if not larger. Radar indicates the hail with that storm east of Highway 183 could be producing baseball plus size hail now. All right, so now that we have some folks here, let's take a statewide view. And we're going to take a look at what's going on across the state right now. And then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. I just want to see what we can expect going into tonight. We'll take a look at the severe weather outlook. Since I didn't put a video out this morning, I was traveling. And then we'll take a look at what the overall expectations are going into tonight. All right. So, you can see we've got some storms in North Texas. We got rain and storms in DFW. It's raining, it's pouring. Storms in DFW are not severe at this point. Maybe some small hail, lightning, but nothing crazy. Storm south of Graham has some hail with it. Storm north of Grayford on the Jack-Palapeno County line probably has some hail with it. A lot of lightning with these storms here in DFW, but again, no risk of significant severe weather, tornadoes, etc. All right, so back in the Panhandle, couple showers in the eastern Panhandle. Those were severe a little earlier. Those have moved into western Oklahoma, starting to clear out in the cloud department in the Panhandle. Looks like we've got a new tornado warning being issued. Stand by. It's going to be for parts of Menard and Junction, or excuse me, Kimball and Menard counties. All right, so we got a tornado warning for northern Kimball, southern Menard counties until 5:15 p.m. At 4:25 p.m., a storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Highway 83 and Ranch Road 1773, or southwest of Menard, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. In addition to producing a tornado, this storm is capable and has a history of producing softball-sized hail that's up to 4 inches in diameter, so extremely destructive hail, damaging winds, and the potential of producing a tornado. So, and again, you can see this has really become less organized in terms of that low-level velocity structure. What we do have here are several storms interacting with each other, which could, we had a tornado here earlier in this area, just southwest and west of Menard. I do believe these storms, as they continue to organize, that will be circulation is dissipating. We have a new one trying to develop here in southeastern Menard County. Looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see that there on the velocity, a little bit of red against the green. This activity is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. This tornado warning includes the community of London on Highway 377 in northern Kimball County, Clio in northern Kimball County. This does not include any part of the city of Junction at this point. These storms are well north of Junction, and they're not getting there anytime soon. So those of you in Junction, yeah, keep an eye on it. They're kind of heading your way, but at this point, they are very far away. They're, 15, 18 miles away, moving at 20 miles an hour, and that may be a little generous. I think they're slower than that right now. So, Menard, you're getting baseball to softball size hail. We did have a tornado pass very near the south and west sides of town in the last 15 minutes. Those storms are now moving off to the southeast at, 10 to 20 miles per hour. So a lot of y'all asking what we are expecting tonight, and I am going to show you. We're going to clear off the radar here, zoom out to the statewide view. We need to take a look at the upper third, so give me just a second. So it's going to be the HER model. I'm going to pop it back to 5 p.m. because 5 p.m. gives us a good idea of what this thinks is going on. And, we don't have storms, as far as I know, ongoing in Austin right now. We do not. We have no storms in Austin. We have storms in DFW. We've had some storms along the upper Texas Gulf Coast. And yeah, we've got that stuff in the Concho Valley. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But again, the most pressing concern are going to be those storms in the Concho Valley. So with that being said, yeah, it's overdoing storms a little here in central Texas, but at least we can get an estimate of what's going to happen as these storms in the Concho Valley move southeast. We're going to let this animation load. As you can see, we're going to have some storms impacting a lot of areas tonight. Edwards Plateau, the Hill Country, Central Texas, South Central Texas, the Coastal Plains, the Coastal Bend, Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley. This model has a line of storms essentially from Del Rio to Shreveport, Louisiana this evening, moving southeast at 20 to 30 miles an hour, meaning those of you in Austin, San Antonio. It's going to storm this evening and tonight. There is a risk for damaging winds, very large hail, maybe a spin-up tornado. Storms will also move through places like Bryan College Station. Houston, we could have storms by 4 a.m. Now, the question here is, with those storms on the upper Texas Gulf Coast this afternoon, is that going to result in any changes or alterations to this forecast? And it may. We may see those areas have stabilized a little bit, but they're also in close proximity to the Gulf of Mexico, allowing for a rapid destabilization to occur. So, yeah, guess what? We're going to have a lot of storms this evening and tonight, I think. Concho Valley, Edwards Plateau, the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, Coastal Bend, the Coastal Plains, South Central Texas into South Texas, with places like Del Rio, Austin, San Antonio, Bryan, College Station, Houston, Beaumont, Waco, Temple, Belton, Lufkin, Nacogdoches. Yeah, y'all all have the risk for storms this evening and tonight, and yes, some of those storms will be severe. We'll switch over now to the severe weather outlook. And to do that, I will actually press some buttons here. Not that. So here's the severe weather outlook for this afternoon tonight. You can see we've actually got a pretty large section of Texas under threat here for at least scattered severe storms. The Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, that's one corridor, into western Oklahoma, the eastern part of New Mexico. Larger area includes the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Edwards Plateau, South Central Texas, North Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas, and we do note an enhancement to those probabilities include the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Concho Valley. That's where we have a level 3 out of 5 risk for severe storms, about a 1 in 3 chance of severe storms within 25 miles of your location. And that does include the risk of extremely large hail, softball size, damaging winds of 60 to 90 miles per hour. And yeah, a few tornadoes. We'll take a look at the tornado threat graphic here. And you'll see we have a very low to low threat of tornadoes going into this evening. The highest relative threat is underway now through the next several hours across the Concho Valley into the western hill country, but there is a very low threat of a tornado continuing into the overnight hours with that line of storms as it moves off to the southeast. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But back to the current radar we go. And we'll show you, yeah, we've got storms in several parts of the state this afternoon. We had some storms in the Panhandle. We are definitely going to see more storms in eastern New Mexico this afternoon. Those will try to make their way into the Panhandle and West Texas. We have severe thunderstorms underway from the Concho Valley, moving towards the western hill country with a tornado warning near Menard. With that thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado south of town. Looks like we've got a storm developing now near Alvarado, Highway 67, Interstate 35W. That could have nickel to perhaps quarter-size hail as it moves off to the northeast. We have plenty of storms moving across the DFW Metroplex right now from southwest to northeast and west to east. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, pea to dime-size hail, very heavy rain that could cause flash flooding. Aviation interests are not going to be happy about that. That's just going to make a mockery of the schedules at both DFW and Love Field. And then, yeah, we could see a few severe storm warnings up here in North Texas, too, for the risk of large hail, $quarter to $half. We may see a warning for that storm popping up near Alvarado. So don't be shocked if we get a warning for Johnson, Ellis, Tarrant counties for the threat of large hail. Otherwise, these storms out here in the Concho Valley are making a mess of the afternoon with hail up to the size of softballs. Damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and yeah, even a tornado warning. We've got a tornado warning right now for southern Menard and far northern portions of Kimball counties. This does not include the city of Junction. I want to point that out. Junction, you're fine for now. You may have to deal with storm issues in the next hour, but for now, these storms are well to your north and staying to your north. We had a cell merger occur, as you can see here. We had a southeastward moving supercell near Menard. That collided with other storms that were moving northeast, and now, for all intents and purposes, we've just got a big hail fest around Menard County. Those of you in Menard are getting extremely heavy rain, very large hail, damaging winds. We have no recent reports of a tornado. The velocity data is not really showing any indications that we have a tornado in progress. We'll switch over to the high-res, which way the wind is blowing mode. And if there was any indications I'd be most concerned about right now, it would be this down here in southeastern Menard County. This would be about 5 miles southwest of Hext there on Highway 29, or about 8 miles northwest of London, about 10 miles southeast of Menard, and that's going to be moving off to the northeast slowly. This is all a relatively complex situation with a bunch of storms all hitting each other, resulting in very chaotic storm motions. But the good news is, if I'm not talking about you, you're in better shape because, well, I'm talking about a tornado warning right now. Yes, guess what? We have storms galore across the state today. And the most intense storms could produce softball-size hail, winds up to 90 miles an hour, and yeah, a couple tornadoes, especially these storms down here in the Concho Valley. We've got a storm moving into the city of San Angelo right now. That could have a bit of hail with it. It's not the strongest storm we've seen today. Hopefully it's weakening. And then we've got this monster supercell northwest of San Angelo, southwest of Water Valley. That's beginning to move southeast towards Tankersley and Highway 67. It's still 17, 18 miles northwest of there. That storm could have baseball-size hail with it as it moves southeast. And we also have storms ongoing up here in the DFW Metroplex. And these storms are capable of producing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, very heavy rain, pea to dime size hail. We may see some hailstones up to the size of quarters up here, but again, as you can see, these storms are moving off to the east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, and that's going to continue to be the relative motion of this activity over the next several hours. So again, some risk for hail up here with storms in DFW, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain galore. So that is what we're going to be watching for. What I'm going to do, let's take a look. And we already talked about how this evening we expect a big old cluster of storms to materialize across parts of the hill country, the Concho Valley, into central Texas. We expect storms to continue, but developing farther east towards Corsicana, Tyler, Marshall. And then this evening, we're probably going to have a line of storms all the way into the Edwards Plateau around Del Rio, Uvalde, San Antonio, Austin, towards Bryan College Station, Nacogdoches, up towards Shreveport, Louisiana, and western Louisiana. And that activity is going to be moving southeast tonight, with the risk of the most intense storms producing hurricane-force winds over 85 miles per hour, large hail, and maybe a couple of tornadoes, along with very heavy rain and damaging wind gusts. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to be back here with your next Texas severe weather update in about 5 minutes here. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on things throughout the afternoon, just like we did the other day. We're going to be here with updates quite frequently, but again, our next update here will be in just 5 minutes. So hope you'll stick around. We'll get the radar going, have a little music, and we'll continue with live severe weather coverage shortly here on the Texas Storm Chasers. All right, welcome back. It's 4:45 here on the 26th of May, 2025. We do have a new supercell producing a new circulation in far southeastern portions of Menard County. That's moving towards far northeastern portions of Kimball County. This is not going to be a threat to the city of Junction. We'll go ahead and take a look at this. We also have hailers. One storm in San Angelo, and a couple of storms northwest of San Angelo. The storm in San Angelo, I think, is weakening quickly, while we have an intensifying cluster of severe storms west-northwest of the city of San Angelo, moving southeast towards the city of San Angelo. And we also have several to numerous thunderstorms now underway across portions of western North Texas into central North Texas, including the DFW Metroplex. Those thunderstorms are moving from west to east at about 30 miles an hour, with storms in North Texas producing pea to dime-sized hail, very heavy rainfall capable of producing flooding, and we also note maybe some gusty winds and lightning. Otherwise, activity moving off in the Concho Valley is more intense comparatively. We have a severe storm capable of producing a tornado. I'm going to say that storm is now probably about 4 miles north of London. That's going to be on Highway 377. Rain wrap circulation 100%. That's north-northeast of London by 4 to 5 miles. That does place it about 17 miles west of the city of Mason, or 16 miles southeast of Menard. We've had a cluster of storms kind of organized out of this mess near Menard, so that circulation that was near the city of Menard has mostly dissipated, with a new storm developing a new circulation way farther southeast. And then out here in portions of the San Angelo region, this activity in iron into western Tom Green County, or the Panhandle of Tom Green County, moving southeast towards city of San Angelo with quarter to ping pong ball size hail and localized damage and wind gusts over 65 miles per hour. Looks like we've got a new tornado warning coming out for portions of Kimball, Mason, and Menard counties, so stand by. We'll look at that. All right, so we're going to have a tornado warning now. It's going to be for portions of Kimball, Mason, and Menard counties down here in the eastern Concho Valley. This is going to include the city of Mason. So those of you in Mason, you're now under a tornado warning, which means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a sturdy site-built structure is what we would recommend. So again, those of you in Mason, you're now under a tornado warning. That means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This tornado warning also includes Cape Macy, Britt, Streeter, London, and Hext. This includes Highway 29, Highway 377, Highway 29, and Highway 87. So 377, 87, and 29 are all in a tornado warning now around Mason. Let's talk about what we're seeing. This is going to be the circulation. This is about 5 miles northeast. About 5 miles northeast of London. About 20, well, we'll say about 16, 18 miles southeast of Menard. About 6 miles south of Hext, or 16 miles west of Mason. This is going to generally be moving off right now towards the east at about, we're going to say 20 miles an hour. Now, these were moving south, then they were moving southeast, now they're moving east. What we're seeing here is really a very complex storm evolution. I'll switch back over to the radar we can loop with, and this is just going to show you that we had a bunch of cells in this area kind of collide with each other, and now they're just meandering around, sort of like Angry Birds that have no idea what they're doing. And again, here's that loop. You can see we've got a big old blob with this activity that is starting to propagate a bit to the east-southeast. This storm is also capable of producing baseball-size hail, damaging winds over 75 miles an hour, and yes, perhaps a rain-wrapped tornado. All right, sounds like we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued up in the northern Texas Panhandle. That includes some of our friends up here. So we'll take a look at this and see what we have popping up. And yeah, we're going to have a severe storm here southwest of Groover, moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. That'll cross over Highway 136 south of Groover, passing southwest of Spearman. That storm has the potential of producing quarter to maybe $half size hails and move southeast. You'll see that warning polygon pop up there eventually, and there you go. So we'll keep an eye out here in the Panhandle for some more storms this evening. North Texas, let's take a look at y'all. There are no severe weather warnings in effect in North Texas currently. That warning that we had for parts of Jack County has been allowed to expire. Jack and Young counties, that warning was actually canceled. Otherwise, you can see we've got storms here across North Texas. Jack, Wise, Denton, Tarrant, Dallas, Ellis, Johnson, Hood, Somerville, out towards Kaufman and Henderson counties. Those storms generally are moving off to the east, a little bit east-northeast trajectory here, maybe 20 to 30 miles an hour. These could have pea to dime size hail. That is 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch of diameter. Localized wind gusts of 50 miles per hour, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and very heavy rain with all of that activity. So that's what's going on around DFW. There's nothing severe, no tornadoes, no big hail, no crazy winds, just a lot of heavy rain and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with some small hail. And yeah, the storms have shot out what we call a, looks like a roll cloud or a shelf cloud. That's going to look pretty cool on the horizon, but is not otherwise indicative of a significant severe weather threat. It's just one of those SLCs. Scary looking clouds. Back into the Concho Valley we go. Where we'll end up, only Mother Nature knows. You can see outflow boundaries been produced by storms earlier. That's made it down to El Dorado, Autorado, whatever you want to be, just north of Big Lake. Otherwise, we have storms south of Sterling City, north of Mertzen. Those are moving southeast towards the city of San Angelo at about 20 miles an hour. Those storms have the potential of quarter to golf ball size hail. We have storms around parts of Mason, northern Kimball, and Menard counties. We had softball-sized hail, winds over 75, and a couple of brief tornadoes around Menard earlier. Now, earlier I mentioned there was no threat to the city of Junction with these severe storms, and that remains true, but we do have a supercell now, only about 8 to 10 miles north of town here in northern Kimball County that's developed. This storm, as it continues developing, may become our next candidate for going tornadic as it's entering an environment of enhanced low-level wind shear. And as it interacts with outflow from these storms farther north, we may see a circulation spin up with that. Otherwise, back into southern Sutton County, northeastern Val Verde County, these storms out here developing quickly in proximity of Highway 277. We're probably going to see hail with these, and a severe thunderstorm warning will be required shortly. That activity moving off to the east-northeast. So those of you wondering, well, Mr. Baldy Man, what are we expecting tonight? Let's take a magical look at the thing we like to call the high-resolution rapid refresh. We're going to take a look at that. I'm going to just change some upper third settings, and we're going to get you that graphic here shortly. And this will let you see what we expect going into tonight and tomorrow. So let's take a look. We're going to load at 6 p.m. We're going to run it through 6 a.m. I'll change some settings. And here you go. You'll be able to see, well, Actually, if I press the correct button, you'll be able to see it'll play in sequential order in a second. That, guess what? We're going to have a pretty gnarly little cluster of storms make its way across central Texas, the Brazos Valley, the Hill Country, the Edwards Plateau, South Texas, South Central Texas, the Coastal Bend, the Coastal Plains, Southeast Texas, this evening, tonight, into the morning hours on Tuesday. You can see we expect heavy storms in places like Austin, Kerrville, Del Rio, San Antonio, Victoria, Bryan, College Station, Waco, Temple Bell, Houston, all the way down to Victoria and Corpus Christi, Galveston, Beaumont. This evening, tonight, into the early morning hours on Tuesday. The most intense of those storms will be capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Some of the storms this evening may produce winds over 80 miles an hour. Hail. Well, the worst of the hail threat right now is going to be with these discrete cells ongoing in the Concho Valley, Western Hill Country. Any discrete or semi-discrete supercell storms kind of out by their lonesome, those could produce softball-size hail, 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail, some really big hail. That's just a factor of all the moisture and instability we have in place today. Once storms grow upscale into a line or clusters, the big hail threat will come down to maybe golf balls, but the wind threat will increase, and some of those wind gusts could be in excess of 80 miles an hour, hurricane force. Early tomorrow morning, you see storms, the outflow starts to outrun that line of storms. That's that little green line just southeast of the storms. As that occurs, the threat of severe weather will begin coming down, but still a lot of heavy rain, heavy wind, cloud-to-ground lightning, and maybe some pocket change size hail and, localized damaging winds. But again, we're going to have a pretty active evening with the threat of damaging winds, hail, maybe a tornado or two. The tornado threat is very low to low this evening and tonight. It's not a big tornado day. But again, if we only have one more tornado day, it comes strolling down your street. Well, it's a big deal to you. So that's why we're here chit-chatting about it. And we're going to have a lot of severe storms going into tonight. We're going to have one heck of a lightning show across the state of Texas as that gnarly line of storms gets its happy self going. So we will keep an eye on it. We'll switch back over now to the real-time radar, just to show you what we have going on. And again, we do have several storms ongoing. We have a couple in the Panhandle with hail. We have a couple in the Concho Valley with really big hail, damaging winds, and a couple tornado warnings, heavy rain. We have storms in North Texas with no severe weather warnings, capable of producing large hail, not large hail, lightning, heavy rain, localized flooding, small hail as well. And then tonight we're going to see a whole big old line of storms fire up from Del Rio through central Texas. Well, let's just do it this way. Del Rio, Kerrville, Temple Bell, Tyler, Shreveport, moving south into tomorrow morning, meaning everybody and their mama. This whole area here is going to be dealing with storms this evening and tonight, it looks like. But for now, we're not doing too bad outside of the Concho Valley, where we do have quite a bit of a ruckus ongoing. With, again, a tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. This is going to be for Mason County, northeastern Kimball County, and southeastern Menard County. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar, and you can see we're starting to see some individualistic storm structures come out of this mess of a storm merger here in far southeastern Menard County, western Mason County, northern parts of Kimball County. We definitely have a supercell structure here now west of Mason. We have a supercell structure about 10 miles north of Junction. This activity is moving off to the east or east-southeast at 20 miles an hour. We're definitely seeing a new circulation develop now capable of producing a tornado on the Kimball, Mason, Menard County line. This is going to be, very near Highway 377, probably about, 4 to 5 miles northeast of London, about 13 miles west of Mason. And this activity, again, is moving off to the east, east-southeast at about 15 miles an hour. So those of you in Streeter, Mason, heads up. We'll keep an eye on this storm, though, as Well, we also have a flash flood warning because of all the heavy rain from this cluster of nasty storms. This activity is going to be moving off to the east, but I suspect it's going to be moving more southeast soon. You can see we're actually starting to see that southeastern storm track continue with this storm west of Mason, so that's actually pretty impressive. That has continued almost uninterrupted. So again, the possibility of damaging winds and a spin-up tornado now near Highway 377 from London to Streeter, well west of Mason. A very high precipitation supercell producing up to softball-sized hail west of Mason on 377 near Streeter to London. The worst of the hail is south of Highway 29, still a couple miles north of 377, so I wouldn't recommend going up Highway 377 right now, northeast of Junction and west of Mason, unless you like taking baseball-sized chunks of ice to your vehicle. So what we're going to do here is we'll keep a quick eye on this. Whoops-a-daisy. We do have a cluster of severe storms out here west of San Angelo, moving southeast towards Murchison. This cluster moving southeast to 20 miles an hour with half-dollar-sized hail and wind gust over 60 miles per hour. Otherwise, again, those of you in North Texas, it's storming, but there's nothing severe with that. Those of you in the northern Panhandle, we do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail. That storm is going to be well southwest of Spearman, south of Groover. That storm could have some quarter-size hail with it. Otherwise, the worst of the severe weather ongoing for the next hour is going to be here in the eastern Concho Valley, beginning to move into the western hill country. We're going to keep an eye on the sky here, and we'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage here in about 8 minutes, so 5:10 p.m. We'll be back sooner than that if something breaks. But again, a tornado warning for Mason, Kimball, and Menard counties, southeast Menard, Mason, and northeastern Kimball counties. That tornado warning continues until 5:30 p.m. We'll be right back with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers. ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello. It's a brand new day. We've got some problems to discuss, so let's get to it. Hey, hey, hey. Let's take a look at this storm, the Menard County storm, because guess what? It has managed to do something special. Nope. Yep. For those of you who can read that, that is a storm report out of the city of Menard. 1 west-northwest of Menard. A research team out doing hail studies has managed to find, document, record a hailstone 5.9 inches in diameter. For reference, a DVD is 5 inches in diameter. So we have a hailstone that is about 6 inches. Ouch. Like I said, we have some very big hail with this activity this afternoon with the most intense storms. Not baseball. Baseball's 2.75 inches in diameter. Softball is 4 inches in diameter. Grapefruit, 4.5 inches. DVD, it's 5 inches. CD or DVD is 5 inches. 6 inches. Most of our smartphones, something like that. So this storm is moving east-southeast. Could be producing softball to DVD size hail, in addition to the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. We're going to switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, because this thing's actually doing a pretty concerning signature now. We've ramped up inflow incredibly much here west of the city of Mason. We're seeing winds inbound to this thunderstorm at about 90 to 100 miles per hour. On the flip side, we're now seeing a strong outbound surge here. We're seeing winds probably, 60, 70? So we have 70 outbound, about 80 inbound, so we have 140 mile per hour shear here. And as this storm organizes, it's possible we may see a relatively large rain-wrapped tornado develop out here in southwestern Mason County. Now, the good news is for the city of Mason, this thing is headed southeast. It looks like it's going to stay west of Mason. Unfortunately, based on the current track of this thing may end up making a beeline for the city of Fredericksburg. Probably because I literally just made vacation plans for Fredericksburg an hour ago. I'm not kidding you, an hour ago. So, this thing right now is about 40 miles northwest of Fredericksburg. And on the present trek, it is moving southeast towards the city of Fredericksburg at about 25 miles an hour. So those of you in Fredericksburg, this would be rolling in around 6:30 p.m. Now, is that a guarantee the storm's going to make it in its current form down there? No. I think it has a chance. And again, this storm has a history of producing 6-inch diameter hail, nearly 5.9 inches, which is larger than a DVD and CD. Just go find something 6 inches, measure it with a ruler. I know many people don't know how to use a ruler, but now you get to. And voila, that's how big the hailstone is. With this storm back near Menard, this storm has produced tornadoes. This storm's producing hurricane-force winds. So the potential for this thing to bring problems into Fredericksburg, northern Gillespie County, by 5:45. Fredericksburg itself to Morris Ranch by 6:30 p.m. Sorry, Morris. Heads up with that. So again, Mason, the good news is the worst should stay to your southwest. This is a pretty big hail core, though. So keep in mind, Highway 377 around Streeter to London is probably getting absolutely obliterated with huge hail right now, and it's probably wind-driven hail. That is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour and could be arriving in the city of Fredericksburg by 6:30 p.m. We had the potential for a tornado out here as well. Best/highest threat of a tornado right now is 11 miles west-southwest of Mason, southeast of Highway 377. It's about 8 miles east of London, 6 miles south of Streeter. And again, this is over pretty rural areas. In fact, if we had a tornado right now, it's crossing or about to cross the Llano River. So if we have a tornado, it is probably very near the Llano River. This is east of Yates, east of London, south of Streator. So in that rural area around the Llano River right now. We want folks near the Alamo Wedding Venue and Event Center to be in a very safe place. This thing's going to be passing near there. FM 1871, if we have anyone out there, this is an incredibly rural area, but you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is going to be moving down towards the James River after the Llano River, well southwest of Mason. We'll switch back over and I'll show you the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you're going to be able to see we've got quite a nasty, nasty circulation here. We have winds moving away towards the radar in San Angelo now at about 65 miles an hour. We have winds moving away at nearly 90, so we're up to 170 mile per hour shear with this incredibly intense supercell capable of producing a large rain-wrapped tornado over rural portions of southwestern Mason County. Again, we don't have a lot of folks out here, but if we have folks near FM 1871, near the Pecan Ridge Road, Alamo Wedding Venue and Event Center, the White Ranch, heads up, we got problems. After that, this is probably going to be moving towards the Eckerd James River Bat Cave Preserve. Here, the Llano River, then the James River, here in the hill country. And then eventually, it is worth noting, I do believe this storm may threaten the city of Fredericksburg by 6:30 p.m. And I'm mentioning 6:30 p.m. for Fredericksburg because, well, guess what? Fredericksburg, one of the wine capitals of Texas, if not the wine capital of Texas. So this thing's got attitude, and it's heading southeast. You could see additional thunderstorms developing with this activity. We're going to have a line of storms fire up back into southern North Texas and probably into the Brazos Valley, East Texas. Now, let's take a look at what else we have going on. Let's take a look at North Texas. We have a cluster of storms. I broke the radar, so we're going to reset that real quick. Y'all get to see my awesome background because I'm a weather weenie. Yes, I am. Yippee-doo-doo. Jam, jam, jam. I don't know. It's a Monday. But you can see using this super-duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing idioms too. David Weather Radar. The Baldy Weather Radar, whatever you want to call it. If I start calling it the Baldy Weather Radar, I might as well just go jump in the pool. We do have thunderstorms. We have storms, we have rain, we've got hail, and we've got wind. Yay. These storms, we've got some in North Texas moving off to the northeast, east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. We have no severe warnings right now. This activity is producing heavy rain, small hail, maybe pea to dime size. That's up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. We have some 40-mile-an-hour winds. We got cloud-to-ground lightning out the wazoo. Great things if you're trying to fly in and out of the two major hubs in DFW and Love Field. It's really not. I'm being satirical and sarcastic. I did it yesterday. Trust me. I'm glad I got out when I did. So, with that activity not severe at the moment. We're doing okay. Can't rule out some severe storms with this activity developing on Highway 67 down to Highway 287, though, from Cleburne to Kemp, here on the southern edge of that instability gradient. We'll keep an eye on it. Up here in the Panhandle, we have a stormy southwest of Groover that has at times produced nickel to quarter size hail. That'll be crossing over Highway 136 south of Groover, north of Stinnett, passing southwest of Spearman. Not an issue for y'all. Back into the Concho Valley we go, where the hill country's like, oh no, oh no, oh no, and as you should be. We have thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm with a history of producing nearly 6-inch diameter size hail in Menard is now southwest of Mason, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour towards western parts of Gillespie County and eastern parts of Kimball County. This storm, Harper, Cherry Spring, Morris Ranch, Fredericksburg, in the next hour to hour 10 minutes y'all are at risk of a destructive storm capable of producing 3 to 5 inch diameter size hail. That's up to the size of a DVD. The potential for hurricane force winds, and the potential, currently, this storm could be producing a rain-wrapped tornado. That rain-wrapped tornado would likely be about 10 to 11 miles southwest of Mason, probably near the Alamo Wedding Venue and Event Center. Crossed over the Llano River now, likely moving southeast towards the Eckert James River Bat Cave Preserve there on the James River. Just, north of Knoxville. Well north of Knoxville, I might add. This storm also moving towards Doss and Hilda. So that's with that. Menard, y'all got extremely lucky with a tornado passing west and south of town. Then you got attacked by really big hail, which may have done more damage than the tornado would have, depending on how big the hail in town was. And now you're flooding because it poured rain. We have a new storm south of Sonora on Highway 277. That storm's producing large hail. Moving off to the east, about 15 miles an hour. And then we've got severe storms approaching San Angelo from the northwest. Let's take a closer look at these. Nasty hail core on Highway 87 moving southeast right towards the city of San Angelo. That storm has the potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. But this thing probably is dropping golf ball size hail now, if not larger, just southwest of Grape Creek. That's going to place it about 8 miles northwest of Highway 87 and Highway 208, and this is moving southeast right towards the city of San Angelo. So those of you in San Angelo, heads up. Nasty, angry, unhappy, mean, bad, very mad hail core coming down Highway 87, about 7 miles northwest of town. Could be golf ball to larger size hail, and it's about to say, hi there, I want to break stuff. So you got a couple minutes to get your cars to shelter. You don't have long, but heads up, it about to hail in the city of San Angelo. Oh, and you might get microbursted and wind and all that too, because yay, woohoo. All right, again, North Texas, here you go. We got storms. These are moving northeast. They are not severe at this time. They have quite a bit of heavy rain, small hail, and damaging winds. All right, let's do this. Let's switch over. We're going to take a look at the HER model. This is just to give everybody an idea of what we expect going into the overnight hours. We'll switch back out to the statewide view. We'll press some buttons. Whoop-de-doo. Here we go, and here we say it's all right and it's okay. Let us see what Model Land holds. Here we go. So we're going to start this here at 7 p.m. We're going to run it through 8 a.m. We're going to let the animation load. It'll play in sequential order in just a moment. But again, I do believe we have a likely tornado now about 10 miles southwest of Mason, approaching the James River, likely now south of the Mason River, barely moving towards where those two rivers diverge, west-southwest of Mason, west of Hedwig's Hill. So once that makes it south of the James River, it's going to be moving down towards northwestern portions of Fredericksburg, northwestern portions of Gillespie County, and eventually may threaten the city of Fredericksburg by 6:30 p.m. And again, that storm likely has a rain-wrapped tornado, has a history of producing 5 to nearly 6-inch diameter size hail, and also has a history of producing a few spin-up tornadoes. Tornado threat's not high tonight. We're not talking about big, bad, very mad, tornado threat with most storms. You can see we expect a line of storms fire up in eastern New Mexico this evening. Those will move east into the Panhandle of West Texas tonight. Could see some strong to damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, maybe some flooding. We also are seeing thunderstorms continuing to develop across central Texas, the Hill Country, the Edwards Plateau, those moving southeast across the Edwards Plateau, south central Texas, the Coastal Bend, the Coastal Plains, Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, on the Golden Triangle this evening, overnight, into the morning hours Tuesday, with a threat of damaging winds, hail, heavy rain, flash flooding, lightning, and a non-zero chance of a spin-up tornado. So, again, most dangerous issue we have right now, besides a hail threat moving into the city of San Angelo from the west over the next few minutes, is going to be a thunderstorm capable of and with a history of producing 5 to 6 inch diameter size hail, tornadoes, damaging winds. That storm again. Tornado about 10 to 11 miles southwest of Mason. You can see looking at the which way. All right, so I don't know if that played, but let me check. Do I have that set up to play audio alerts on here? I don't think so. Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for Mason County, what they're calling a large and extremely dangerous tornado, 7 to 10 miles southwest of Mason, moving southeast now at 20 miles per hour. So what they're calling a large and extremely dangerous tornado will be near Hilda at 5:50 p.m. This does include places like Erna, Knoxville, Highway 87 near the Mason-Gillespie County line, Highway 29 and Ranch Road 1222. So again, at 5:24 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 7 miles south of Streeter. Move it southeast to 20. It's about 10 miles southwest of Mason. So that's not a good situation. And that's definitely cause for concern. All right, we're going to press this. All right, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, the audio stuff didn't play through. It will next time. So again, this is now a thunderstorm, which the Weather Service believes is producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado about 8 miles south of Streeter, or about 11 to 10 miles southwest of Mason, about 10 miles west of Hedwigs Hill and Highway 87, moving southeast towards Loyal Valley, Cherry Spring, and even Hedwigs Hill. As this storm and its circulation, as the circulation begins to what we call occlude or weaken, it may take an east track, which could place it closer to Highway 87 quickly. So those of you from Hedwigs Hill, south of Highway 29, all the way down to Cherry Spring there on the Mason-Gillespie County line, northwest of Fredericksburg. We need you to be in a safe place. If we have anyone by chance out here traveling, would recommend you don't go south of Highway 29 on Highway 87, and I would not go north of Cherry Spring on Highway 87 in northern Gillespie County. That's where 87 curves from the northwest to the north. It takes a curve right if you're heading north. Another way to describe it is that is about 15 miles north of Fredericksburg there on Highway 87. So no travel on 87 between Mason and Cherry Spring, or south of Highway 29 and north of about the 15-mile mark on Highway 87, 15 miles north of Fredericksburg. And again, this thing has all the hallmarks of having a big, bad, very mad rain-wrapped tornado. We'll take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, this thing's got that velocity signature. It just looks very unhappy with itself. It's trying to do spinny things. You can see right here we've got a pretty strong indication of a circulation. And again, this technically does include the city of Mason. So this circulation right now still about 10 miles southwest of Mason. But those of you in Mason, you're still getting heavy rain and all sorts of nonsense.
Warning has been issued for Kimball and Menard County in Texas,
as this thunderstorm moves southeast generally at about 20 miles an hour. But those of you in Mason, if this thing takes an east jog at all, y'all are going to have a world of problems. Worst of the hail, worst of the wind is going to be west of Mason, which is the good news. Otherwise, San Angelo, we note hail about to move into the city of San Angelo. So those of you in San Angelo, heads up, hail, even a bit of damaging wind potential with this thunderstorm activity, moving southeast towards the city of San Angelo. So San Angelo, hail, wind, the next several minutes with storms coming in from the west. We have multiple storms developing now with hail, all the way from north of Junction, back west of Sonora, south of Sonora on Highway 277, All this activity is going to be moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour, with the threat of the most intense storms producing extremely large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rainfall. All right, we're going to loop this. So again, here's the storm southwest of Mason, moving off to the southeast. And then we've got this nasty storm as a whole moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. We have storms back to the west now over London, north of Junction for now, all the way back into Sutton County and northern portions of Edwards and Valverde counties. All that's going to be moving, generally starting to move east, southeast at 20 miles an hour. We have storms in the city of San Angelo approaching from the northwest. Those have very large hail as well. So, all right, Fredericksburg, again, you could be having issues with this by 6:30 p.m. if it keeps up. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with continuing severe weather coverage here in about 9 minutes as we continue to track severe storms with large hail, damaging winds, and even a rain-wrapped tornado now southwest of Mason, Texas, over rural portions of Mason County. We'll be back here at 5:40 p.m., sooner if necessary, with continuing severe weather coverage.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles west of San Angelo in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, order, 1 inch. Texas local storm report from 2NW San Angelo in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping pong ball, 1.50 inches. Texas local storm report from 2 miles north-northeast of San Angelo in
it's
Tom
still
Green
Monday.
County,
I'm David
Texas.
Reimer, and I'm here to say
Hail
we've got some
magnitude
problems
estimated
with Mason
1.00
County. Y'all
inch.
made Mother Nature
Reported by
angry, and now
amateur
there's
radio.
a raindrop toggy. We have what could be a pretty nasty tornado developing or ongoing in southwestern parts of Mason County down here in the western hill country, eastern Concho Valley. We've got storms moving across San Angelo now, producing ping pong ball to golf ball size hail as it enters the city of San Angelo. So heads up, we gave you that warning a bit earlier. One tornado warning for a storm producing softball to DVD size hail near Mason. The tornado itself is well southwest of Mason. I bet on the tornado being probably about 8 to 9 miles southwest of Hedwig's Hill, south-southwest of Mason by about 9 miles. That's going to be moving southeast
Texas local storm
towards Highway
report from 3 miles
87,
west of
Cherry
Tankersley in
Spring,
Tom
Royal
Green
Valley,
County, Texas.
into Hedwig's
Hail
Hill.
magnitude
And all
estimated
that activity,
1.25
again, moving
inches.
southeast.
Reported by amateur radio.
At about 20 miles an hour. Eventually, this storm does have the potential to directly impact the city of Fredericksburg by 6:30 p.m. this evening. And if it continues on its current state, that would include the potential for a tornado, extremely destructive hail, and hurricane-force wind gusts with that thunderstorm as it moves off southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Otherwise, back up toward Brady, Melvin, y'all have got rain. Again, San Angelo, y'all have got issues with a hailer coming in from the west-northwest. Those storms moving southeast. They'll be out of San Angelo by 5:50 p.m., but will continue moving to places like Wall and Cristoval. Back up into DFW we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? We've got thunderstorms producing heavy rain, small hail, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning across the DFW Metroplex. Up towards Boyd. Decatur, Jacksboro. This activity is moving off to the southeast, off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour with small hail, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. It's not severe, but, again, it's still producing plenty of lightning. Up in the Panhandle, we've got a couple of showers and storms. We actually had a quick spin-up tornado near Pampa, west of Pampa, a few minutes ago. We saw a picture on X. That was a weird landspout type situation it looked like, but this storm again produced a quick, brief, very weak tornado north of White Deer, west of Pampa. We'll keep an eye on that. You can actually see it's a splitting storm now. Northern storm's going to move northeast up towards Highway 70. Southern storm's going to take a jog southeast across 60 near White Deer. We have other storms extending northeast across Roberts and Lipscomb counties, and we can't rule out brief, very weak tornadoes with those storms, given the environment they are currently located in. So don't be surprised if you see
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Concho
again, nasty
and
hail
Tom
near
Green
San
County
Angelo.
in Texas.
Ongoing at this point. We have one tornado warning, and it's going to be for this nasty storm. In Mason County. We'll take a look
new
at this
severe
actually on the
thunderstorm warning
high-res
has been
radar.
issued for Carson, Gray, Hutchinson, and Roberts County in
You can see a
Texas.
pretty classic looking storm here. High precipitation. You can see your rear flank downdraft, your hook. It's going to be your inflow notch right there, south of Mason, west of Hedwig's Hill.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles east of
And if we
Tankersley in
switch
Tom
over to
Green
the which way
County,
the wind's blowing
Texas.
mode,
Hail
you
magnitude
can see very
estimated
strong
1.00
circulation.
inch. Reported by
I'll switch
public.
to a different mode just to show what it looks like with actual, probably true winds. Winds moving into the storm at about 60. We have winds being pushed out and a rear flank downdraft at least 80. So again, still probably 130 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this nasty storm as it moves off to the southeast. This is moving towards Gillespie County and could pose a direct threat to the city of Fredericksburg by 6:30 p.m. west on Highway 290 to Hoppa. So those of you on Harper to Fredericksburg on 290, a nasty severe storm coming in from the west. Northwest, heading southeast. If there is a tornado here, by the way, you're not going to see it. It is wrapped in so much rain and hail. It's like its own little special mini hurricane out here, doing all sorts of nasty, nasty stuff. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, and we'll take a look at what we expect going into the evening hours. Zoom back out. Play this loop in just a second. Again, we're expecting storms to develop in eastern New Mexico / the Panhandle. Those will make their way east overnight across West Texas, the Panhandle, so more storms this evening for Amarillo, Lubbock, everybody in between on I-27. Some of those could have damaging winds, some pocket change size hail. Storms across central Texas, or the eastern Concho Valley and Hill Country right now, will develop into a line. That line's going to move southeast tonight into tomorrow morning. Bryan College Station, southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, Brazos Valley, Coastal Bend, Coastal Plains, Central Texas, South Central Texas, the Edwards Plateau. Y'all are all going to deal with storms tonight. The potential for the most intense storms, once we see this line develop, could be hurricane-force winds over 80 miles per hour, spin-up tornadoes, large hail, heavy rain with a flooding threat, cloud-to-ground lightning. You could see most of those storms move off the coast between 5 to 7 a.m. Tuesday, but before then, places like Bryan, College Station, Nacogdoches, Livingston, Houston, Beaumont, Port Arthur, Austin, Temple, Belton, maybe even Waco, Llano, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, San Antonio, Eagle Pass, Corpus Christi. Y'all all are probably going to be dealing with some threat of severe weather going into the morning hours, or late tonight into the morning hours on Tuesday, with the most intense storms capable of producing hurricane-force wind gusts over 80 miles an hour, very low to low threat of spin-up tornadoes, and large hail, with the discrete ongoing storms right now producing very large hail in the eastern Concho Valley entering the Hill Country. So, we'll keep an eye on these storms, we'll get the radar back on, and we'll bring your next severe weather update here at 5:55 p.m., sooner if necessary, here on the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll see you then.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas, Johnson, and Tarrant County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 4 miles west of Burleson in Johnson County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping. Flash flood warning has been issued for Kimball and Mason County in Texas.
Ho, 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 and a bottle of yo. I don't know why, but it's okay because it's Monday, the 26th of May. It's Monday, and we do have stormies creating a ruckus now in several areas. And yes, y'all in the Metroplex have earned yourself a severe thunderstorm warning.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles east of Crowley in Tarrant County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ochiltree and Roberts County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, say hey hey. we have some stormies now. So let's get to talking about it. Powwow. All right, so we do have a couple storms. We have a severe storm now in northern Johnson County there in DFW. That was a severe thunderstorm warning issued while we were on break. That's for quarter-sized hail reported in Godley by the Johnson County Emergency Management Agency. They're very good there in Johnson County. That storm's moving northeast towards Crowley, Burleson, Forest Hill, Arlington, Kennedale, down Worthington Gardens, Pantego, Port John, Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Euless, Colleyville, DFW, Grand Prairie, Six Flags, the ballpark in Arlington, Globe Life Field, and the magical land of Jerry World. Guess what? You have a storm moving your way from the southwest that could have quarter-size hail. In the Concho Valley and Hill Country we go. Where we'll end up, probably somewhere up in the Panhandle, but who knows. We have a severe thunderstorm. San Angelo, y'all got pounded by up to golf ball size hail, but guess what? You've got a new stormy as we take a look at our super duper high resolution radar. Worst of it's now south of San Angelo from near the airport all the way down 277 to near Cristobal. Extremely large hail likely falling there now. We could be easily seeing golf ball size hail with that activity, if not larger. Cristobal at the apex of this fake wannabe hook. And again, we'll look at the which way the wind's blowing mode again. Look, there's no crazy spaghetti-o, I'm going to hit you with a tornado moment. There is probably some straight line winds here in excess of 50 to 60 miles an hour, but that's just because you've also got golf ball size hail. So enjoy the wind-driven golf ball size hail. I'm very sorry. It's not my fault. I'm just the messenger. Please don't be angry at me. All right, let's take a look at what else is going on here in the how hard it's raining mode. We got a couple severe storms up here in the Panhandle we'll look at shortly. We have a tornado warning for southeastern Mason County. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This possible tornado is now about 8 miles west-northwest of Cherry Spring. More importantly, at least in terms of a larger population center, this is now 21 miles northwest of Fredericksburg. This is generally trying to move southeast at 20 miles an hour. We could keep saying 6:30 p.m. for Fredericksburg. It may be a little later, but still, the potential for that storm to move and impact parts of Llano and Gillespie counties over the next 30 minutes. Junction, your time is near. You finally have a storm upwind of you, heading your way. This storm northwest of the city of Junction, showing the possibility of producing up to golf ball size hail about 5 miles northwest of Junction. And we do note on the which way the wind is blowing mode, there is a bit of rotation with this storm we're going to have to watch for. Northwest of Junction, this storm generally moving east-east-northeast, so it should say just north of town, but we have a secondary storm with a mid-level mesocyclone southwest of town. That one is going to make its way up towards parts of the city of Junction. These storms, large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and I just broke the radar. Oh no! You get to stare at my awesome background again. Back to the radar we go. Where we'll end up, well, I'll tell you, it's going to be out here. So again, severe storm now southwest of San Angelo, producing at least now tennis ball size hail reported on Highway 277. That's going to be about about 3 miles south of where this radar is located here and the airport here in San Angelo. So probably about 4 miles south of San Angelo. We've got tennis ball size hail on Highway 277 all the way down to near Cristobal, damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour as well. And we do know
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lipscomb and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Plenty of thunderstorms ongoing here from near Junction, again back southwest now to southern Sutton County. That's about 20 miles south of Sonora. Likely the beginnings of our larger complex of storms that'll be making their way across the hill country Central Texas and Southeast Texas this evening as they begin to move southeast. We do note a few showers developing now. Marble Falls, Johnson City, Fredericksburg. We'll see. Those may try to become stormies as well. All right, we'll look at North Texas again shortly. Let's take a look at these storms going up here in the Panhandle. All these storms now from near Pampa to north of Pampa on Highway 70, all the way up to south of Perryton, northwest of Canadian, west of Lipscomb. All these storms are moving east, east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. And that activity will continue with the potential of up to quarter-size hail, heavy rains, and gusty winds. Also, we can't rule out funnel clouds and brief spit-up tornadoes. So all this activity moving off to the east, east-northeast, about 20 miles per hour. Back in North Texas again, we have a storm capable of producing quarter-size hail, entering Crowley and Burleson. That storm will be moving northeast across Everman, Forest Hill, Arlington, down Worthington Gardens, Pantego, hi John, West Dallas, up eventually towards DFW Airport.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Gillespie and Llano County in Texas.
All right, so we do now have a tornado warning. That does include the city of Fredericksburg. So we're going to go ahead and ramp this up a wee bit now. We're going to turn the face bag on, and we're going to start streaming on a lot of things. We weren't because this was mostly over very rural areas, but since we're going to be doing this a bit longer, we'll go ahead and get this started. Give me just a second. And as our new stream viewers join us, I want to say good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer at 6:04 p.m. on Monday, the 26th of May, 2025. We now have a tornado warning for a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and with a history of producing hail up nearly to the size of 6 inches in diameter. This thunderstorm is moving southeast towards the city of Fredericksburg and has the potential to arrive in the city of Fredericksburg. We were saying 6:30 p.m., but based on the current track and it still being 20 miles away, it's still 6:30 to 6:40 p.m. sounds reasonable. The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Llano, Gillespie, Mason counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing up to golf ball to tennis ball size hail, but with a history earlier of producing hail up to nearly 6 inches in diameter, larger than the size of a DVD, moving southeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Those of you in the city of Fredericksburg, I was literally just planning a vacation 2 hours ago. I'm not kidding you. It was literally 2 hours ago, planning a vacation out in June for Fredericksburg. So this might be my fault. My apologies, Fredericksburg, but y'all are now under a tornado warning until how about I, press the thing, until at least 6:45 p.m. We do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and very large hail. That's going to be moving southeast towards the city of Fredericksburg here in Gillespie County. This is now southeast of Mason. In addition, this has the potential, if not the high probability, of producing extremely large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and extremely strong to damaging winds. This activity, moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. As it continues to do so, we have the potential for this to directly impact the city of Fredericksburg by 6:30 to 6:40 p.m. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Real quick, let me say thank you to Me, Patty Woods, and Kathleen Schwartz for those generous super chats earlier. I want to thank everybody who has become a member on the YouTube channel. And thanks to everybody who's been sending stars. I'm going to try to do a better job of keeping an eye on that. Those of you in Luckenbach, heads up. This is going to be heading your way as well. Thank you to Scott Sweeney for that. So
Texas
again,
local storm report
Fredericksburg,
from 1 miles north of Christoval in Tom Green County,
heads
Texas.
Up, dangerous severe
Hail
storm
magnitude
capable of
estimated
producing
2.75 inches.
very large damaging hail,
Reported
strong
by
winds,
public.
and a rain-wrapped tornado is moving southeast towards Fredericksburg and Luckenbach. It could be there by 6:30 to 6:40 p.m. this evening. So otherwise, again, Fredericksburg, you're under threat. Let's go back to the radar on San Angelo,
Texas
get a better
local
look at what's
storm
going
report
on
from
out
5
here. We've got
miles
severe
north of
storms around
Christoval in
Junction,
Tom
up
Green
Highway
County,
83 to
Texas.
just north of Junction.
Hail
These storms
magnitude
are
estimated
rotating, but not looking
1.75
like
inches.
they're trying to produce tornadoes
Reported
at this
by
time.
public.
Big hail, you bet your behind.
Additional information.
These storms, the potential to
Report from
produce
Ping,
flash flooding
golf ball,
and large hail up to the size of golf
1.75
balls.
inches.
They're generally moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. We have a severe thunderstorm also on Highway 55, probably 20 to 25 miles southeast of Sonora. That's going to stay over portions of far northern Edwards County for a while. Back up in San Angelo, guess what? This thunderstorm looks like it has produced baseball-sized hail in Cristobal. Correction, we've got a measurement now of 3.75-inch diameter size hail near Cristobal. So again, this is a thunderstorm southeast of San Angelo by 5 miles now with a history of producing softball-sized hail. That's going to be moving southeast. It's worth noting this storm could move into areas hit by earlier storms like Menard in an hour. So if that keeps up, Menard by 7:05 p.m., a severe storm moving towards you has a history of producing hail up to the size of softballs, 4 inches in diameter, in Cristobal, moving southeast. That storm again moving southeast at, I don't think it's moving at 40. Well, maybe it is, 35 to 40 miles per hour. So heads up with that. Very dangerous storm. DFW Metroplex, guess what? You've got a storm here in Burleson that's been producing quarter to half dollar size hail. That's 1 to 1.25 inches in diameter. That storm's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. As it continues to do so, those of you in Pantego, Arlington, Dalworthington Gardens, Forest Hill, Jerry World, Globe Life Field, the ballpark in Arlington, if you'd like it that way, Six Flags over Texas, up towards, eventually, DFW Airport. Storm heading your way. Potential for large hail. Damaging winds, perhaps. Lightning and heavy rain. We have other storms continuing to move east-northeast across these areas as well. We'll switch over to the radar here. Again, you can see storms generally moving east-northeast pretty quickly at about 40 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning
Texas.
has been issued for Mason County in Texas.
And then we also have several severe storms from near Pampa to Lipscomb up in the northeastern panhandle of Texas. That activity has the potential to be quite unpleasant. Thank you, Scott G, for that super chat. Appreciate it. So real quick, I'm going to do some housekeeping. I'm going to turn off LSR reports on that audio warning. Give me just a second. That's actually on a completely different computer. So I just got to pop into that interface real quick. All right, that's fixed. All right. So let's talk about what else is going on. Back down here in the Concho Valley, we have thunderstorms. Again, we had this storm east of Cristobal. That has produced up to softball-sized hail in Cristobal. South of San Angelo by a few miles. That's going to be moving east. Southeast at about 40 miles an hour. That may end up near Menard.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Jack and Wise County in Texas.
All right, and for folks wondering, we've actually been live now for a couple hours on YouTube. Just have to search for Texas Storm Chasers. We typically only do live coverage on platforms outside of YouTube if we have tornado warnings approaching large population centers. That's just our policy here. But we're streaming almost all the time now on YouTube, so you can find us there or on our website, TexasStormChasers.com. It's always there too, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So again, main story right now, we have a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado approaching Cherry Spring and Loyal Valley here on Highway 87. This storm is making a beeline down southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour towards the city of Fredericksburg. This storm right now is about 15 miles northwest of Fredericksburg. So we do continue to forecast a 6:30 to 6:40 p.m. arrival time with this thunderstorm moving southeast at about, well, the Weather Service has it moving at about 35 miles an hour, 25 to 35. So again, you can do the math there, but those of you in Fredericksburg, start getting ready. If this thing doesn't change its mind, it's coming right down Highway 87. It's going to bring a world of hurt to Fredericksburg and Morris Ranch, with the potential for maybe a tornado, some very large damaging hail, very heavy rain, and strong winds. Out here in Llano County, you can see we've got some thunderstorms developing. That includes up Highway 16 to just southwest of San Saba. We've got some storms developing up here. That activity will continue to progress east, southeast. And in fact, you're starting to see additional development now all the way from near Mills County, Hamilton County. That's from near Goldwaite to Pottsville and Hamilton. That's expected as we are planning on a whole big old line of storms moving off to the southeast with that little accent this evening, meaning a lot of y'all in Central Texas, the Hill Country, South Central Texas, Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, Bryan College Station, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Huntsville, even Del Rio. Y'all down to Victoria, Corpus Christi, you're getting storms tonight into Tuesday morning. Some of y'all will be getting damaging winds, heavy rain, hail, and a non-zero tornado threat. Tornado threat the next few hours, highest here with this activity entering the western hill country. All right. So we had a lot of folks recently join us. Let's take a statewide view. We're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm going to run this from 8 p.m. through 8 a.m. tomorrow. And you'll be able to see that, yes, we do expect these storms to continue moving southeast tonight. So Austin, San Antonio, Del Rio, Kerrville, Austin, Bryan College Station. Guess what? We're going to have storms tonight. We're going to have storms early tomorrow morning. And these storms could continue producing instances of large hail, damaging winds. Can't rule out a tornado or two, as all of this activity continues to move southeast overnight at 25 to 40 miles per hour. Thank you, Jenny, for those stars. Appreciate it. Just taking a look at data here. But again, you're wondering where storms are going to be tonight, here you go. If you don't know how to read it on the map, well, take this as a good learning opportunity because we use a lot of maps here in the world of weather. And you're just going to have to, well, learn how to use them. Find yourself on a map here. We put as many towns as we can, but even this kind of clutters up the screen a bit. And if you don't see yourself on this map because you're north of this or down the Rio Grande Valley, well, we'll look down the Rio Grande Valley, Rio Grande Plains in a minute. But if you're north of this, we're not too worried about this line of storms impacting you. Now, that being said, let's take a look at the Panhandle in West Texas, because y'all are going to have some storms tonight. Line coming in out of New Mexico with some pretty nasty winds moving across West Texas in the Panhandle. This evening, could have some blowing dust, some very heavy rain, large hail at times. That'll be making its way into the big country, northwest Texas, a few hours after midnight. Well, slowly weakening, hopefully. But you can see big old clusters. Let's take a look down in South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, and the Rio Grande Valley. We'll give some references here. Here you go. Long south of 90. So you can see storms entering San Antonio between probably about 9 p.m. to midnight. Storms kind of weaken here with westward extent after that, so Laredo not guaranteed to get storms tonight. But guess what? We may. Corpus Christi, you've got a chance for storms tonight. Victoria, Houston, I'd say you have a likely chance for getting storms tonight into tomorrow morning, with some of these storms producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, flash flooding. The tornado threat is very low overnight into tomorrow morning. Conrad, welcome to the membership. Thank you. And again, y'all want to be helpful? Y'all want to be heroes? Help us out. Share our live stream link here with your friends and family. If they're in these impacted areas, help us reach them with life-saving weather coverage. Our big story right now, a tornado warning for Fredericksburg, out in the hill country in Gillespie County. A severe storm capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and maybe a rain-wrapped tornado. It's coming down Highway 87. Right now, this storm is about 14 to 13 miles northwest of Fredericksburg on Highway 87, moving southeast at 25 to 35 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is producing extremely heavy rain, large hail, damaging winds, and a possible rain-wrapped tornado from near Hedwig's Hill to Loyal Valley to Cherry Spring on Highway 87. From there, this storm will continue moving southeast down Highway 87 at 20 to 35 miles an hour, entering Fredericksburg now probably closer to 6:45 to 7 p.m. It slowed down a bit, so 6:45 to 7 p.m. for Fredericksburg. The possibility of very large hail, damaging winds, and even a rain-wrapped tornado. This is going to be moving southeast out of Mason shortly, but additional heavy rain will bring flash flooding concerns, again, to places like Menard, Junction, Mason. Y'all are under flash flood warnings through the evening hours, with flooding likely. In many of these areas, a lot of roads are going to be flooded. So keep an eye out, and I just wouldn't really advise going out there right now unless you want to, deal with flooding and, issues like hail and damaging winds and, possibly worse. And then this storm that moved over south sides of San Angelo and Cristobal, moving off to the southeast. This thing produced up to softball size hail out here. in the last 20 to 30 minutes. So that's moving southeast. Could impact Menard again, unfortunately, here in the next hour by 7:15 to 7:30. And Menard's already had flash flooding. So, and really big hail earlier. Well, let's take a look at these storms up here, northwest of Rock Springs. That's a pretty interesting little look. That's going to be over far northwestern portions of Edwards County down here in the northern Edwards Plateau. Seeing a little bit of rotation on Highway 55 northwest of Rock Springs. This would be about 16 miles northwest of Rock Springs, near or just east of Highway 55. You can see there's the which way the wind's blowing mode. We've got a circulation right here. Back on the how hard it's raining mode, you can see hook echo right there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But again, Fredericksburg by 6:45 to 7 p.m., y'all are under threat of large hail, damaging winds, flooding, and maybe even a spin-up tornado. With this thunderstorm activity as it continues to move east-southeast over the next, well, several hours. So what we're going to do real quick is let this weather warning play.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards County in Texas.
We're going to take a brief break here, let y'all listen to some music. We're going to continue analyzing data, and we'll be back here with continuing severe weather coverage by 6:30 p.m., sooner if necessary. So we'll be back in about 6 minutes. We'll see you then.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson and Gray County in Texas.
All right, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 6:30 p.m. We're monitoring a cluster of thunderstorms coming together now in the western hill country. That was, and still pretty much is here in the eastern Concho Valley. This thunderstorm activity is generally capable of producing some pretty big hail. We've seen softball-sized hail in Cristobal there on Highway 277, about 5 miles south of San Angelo. That activity is unfortunately moving southeast again towards Menard. Menard got hit earlier with some extremely large hail, damaging winds. And we had a tornado pass west and south of town. This activity is moving off to the southeast, at least that storm moving towards Menard at about 35 miles per hour. We have a tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. this evening for southwestern Llano, Gillespie, and counties, and a tornado warning until 7:15 for Mason County, though the storm with that circulation will be out of Mason County before then. This storm is capable of producing large hail up to the size of tennis balls, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles per hour, and a tornado. We have storms quickly starting to fire up, though, along a southward moving, what might be an outflow boundary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gillespie and Llano County in Texas.
And if that's the case, the threat of a tornado may start decreasing with this storm soon, but the threat of damaging winds and large hail will definitely continue. Those of you in Fredericksburg, you're going to get walloped by this thing. Same thing goes for places like Morris Ranch, Cherry Spring to Loyal Valley. It's there now. This cluster of storms moving southeast again at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. So those of you, really, southern Llano County, Gillespie County, Kimball County, northern Kerr County, down to northern Edwards County, y'all are at the front lines of this nastiness right now, with the potential of the strongest storms producing very large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. We're seeing storms increase in number now across southern North Texas. These could intensify and become strong here soon. Parts of Lampasas County, Correll County, McLennan County, pretty strong looking storm just north of China Springs near Golson. That's moving northeast. We got some showers producing lightning, so storms from near Hamilton up towards Meridian, up in Boss County, up into Hill County. We had a severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant and Johnson counties. That warning has been allowed to expire. That storm has weakened, but still, that produced some quarter-size hail from Godley up to Burleson. We have some storms out here in Ellis County, Johnson County, Hill County, Navarro County, up into Wise and Jack counties, moving up towards Denton County. These storms have cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail, heavy rain, which could cause street flooding. At this point, no significant issues with that activity. But our strongest storms right now remain this activity down here in the Concho Valley. We have a storm well southeast of San Angelo that produced softball-sized hail in Cristobal. This storm north of Fredericksburg, which produced a hailstone nearly 6 inches in diameter, larger than the size of a DVD back near Mason earlier, along with a couple tornadoes. That will be approaching Fredericksburg by 6:45 p.m. with some very strong winds heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. I'm hoping the threat of a tornado is starting to decrease here with all these storms starting to fire up in close proximity. I'm thinking we're starting to transition into more of a squall line mode, but the threat of very large hail definitely continues here, along with some nasty, damaging straight line winds. So the good news is those of you in Fredericksburg, well, hopefully the threat of a tornado is starting to decrease, but the threat of damaging winds, hail, heavy rain, and flooding certainly still there. And you're still under a tornado warning, so don't think just because we're seeing a downtrend right now that we're, done. Fredericksburg, Calypso County, y'all are under a tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. Hedwig's Hill, you're clear. Loyal Valley, there's actually still a bit of a circulation near you in far southeastern Mason County, so y'all need to stay in shelter. Your tornado warning continues through 7:15 in Mason County. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar. Maybe. Try that. You can see this activity north of Fredericksburg, up here in northern Calypso County, southeastern Mason County, southwestern Llano County. Again, we have multiple storms here, all generally moving southeast. You can see a bit of a circulation up here in southwestern.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Concho, Menard, Schleicher, and Tom Green County in Texas.
Southwestern Llano County, surge of damaging winds there. We're seeing a pretty good amount of wind extending back along this shear axis, along the leading edge of these storms now in Calypso County. So Fredericksburg, heads up. You're about to get walloped by a severe storm producing large hail, damaging winds, flooding rainfall, and can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado. It would be completely and utterly wrapped in heavy rain. Those of you in Menard, this storm heading your way now. A severe thunderstorm warning you just heard until 7:30 p.m. Up to tennis ball size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. It'll be in Menard by about 7:30 p.m. So heads up to y'all. Y'all got another nasty, nasty storm heading your way with more destructive hail. Storms up in northern sections of Edwards County have a pretty interesting look to them, don't they? Little hook appendages here, wee bit of rotation in the mid-levels. These will remain over rural portions of northern Edwards County for now. Eventually, though still a ways off, will cross Highway 377 southwest of Telegraph, north Rock Springs. We do expect heavy rain, hail, and flooding on Highway 55 right now, all the way from Highway 277 north of Loma Alta, south of Sonora, to areas northwest of Rock Springs. So, main reason we're here right now is a tornado warning. This includes the city of Fredericksburg until 6:45 p.m. Those of you in Fredericksburg, we'd advise you to be in your safe places. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure. No barns, no sheds, no travel trailers, no vehicles, no RVs, etc. You need to be in a sturdy site-built structure like a restaurant, a gas station, a hotel, something like that. And again, we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do here. This tornado warning expires in about 7 to 8 minutes. It's 6:45 p.m. We'll see if they replace this with the severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. The storm itself is clearly still severe, capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, flooding rainfall, etc. And for those saying I'm super pale, I'm really not. I've got a pretty good light on me right now that's very white. So that is one reason. In fact, I'll just switch modes real quick. Ta-da! Little less pale, right? Little less bright would be nice, too. Huh? So there you go. I actually fixed the white balance, so now I don't look as spooky, right? All right, so those of you out here in Gillespie County, Fredericksburg, heads up. Tornado warning continues for another few minutes. This storm capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and can't rule a tornado out either, but things are pretty messy looking right now from radar data, so we're not getting the best picture, but it's definitely a nasty looking storm heading down towards Fredericksburg. We've got a nasty storm up in southern Llano County now as well, south of Highway 29. These storms, contrary to this little radar indication out here, are moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour with the potential of, could be tennis ball size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. In the case of this storm north of Fredericksburg, we can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado. Those of you up here in southern Mason County, I think you are just about clear from this, but we still see a little rotation south of Loyal Valley on Highway 87, but in all likelihood, y'all are going to be just A-okay. So, we'll take a look out. You can see we're starting to see our complex of storms fire up here. This is all going to start moving southeast, meaning Austin, San Antonio, San Marcos, New Braunfels, Barney, Kerrville, Blanco, Fredericksburg. You're getting in on the stormies this evening. Y'all got a pretty good chance, and some of these are going to be severe with damaging winds, large hail. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, and flash flooding with heavy rain. Let's look at the super-duper awesome high-resolution rapid refresh model. Yeah, I kind of went Christmassy there for a second. Do I care? No. Should you? Debatable. All right, so let's load the HER. We're going to load it from 8 p.m. through 8 a.m. I'll press the appropriate buttons to show you timestamps, and we'll talk about what's going on. Panhandle, West Texas, you're going to have storms coming in from New Mexico this evening out of the west. Those storms will have the potential to produce damaging winds at times over 60 miles an hour, maybe some pocket change size hail. Heavy rain, blowing dust. They'll make their way into northwest Texas late tonight before dissipating before or near the time they reach I-35 in Texoma and southern Oklahoma. Southern parts of the state, guess what? You've got a big old nasty line of storms that'll develop this evening and move east-southeast across central Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, south central Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Carson and Gray County in Texas.
All right, so we have a tornado warning now. That's going to be up in the Panhandle. We'll talk about that in just a second. So we have that tornado warning up in parts of Carson, Gray counties in the Panhandle. That's going to be south of Pampa. That's going to be southeast of the highway there, so that's not going to be an issue for y'all. And again, these storms down here will have the potential of continuing to produce damaging winds and large hail as they move off to the southeast tonight. So places like Houston, places like San Antonio, everybody down here, you're getting rain tonight. And some of these will be stronger storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, flooding rainfall, and heavy rain. All right, let's talk about what's going on in the Panhandle. We've got a tornado reported by storm chaser Blake Brown up here. This is going to be with this storm they just put a tornado warning on. This is going to be south of White Deer. And we're going to show you a video of that now. So here's video of that. Again, this is the tornado south of White Deer just a few minutes ago from storm chaser Blake Brown. You can see ground contact there in the middle of a wind farm. Doesn't look like a particularly strong tornado, but you can see it kind of even stops the turbine there from spinning. But again, there's your rotating wall cloud aloft, your funnel cloud, and then, yes, ground contact down here. That's your tornado that was just reported by storm chaser Blake Brown south of White Deer, Texas. That's well south of Pampa, up here in the Panhandle. So again, thank you to storm chaser Blake Brown for that video. And that's why we have a quick tornado warning up here in the Panhandle. This does not include any communities. This is going to be south of White Deer, south of Pampa, into portions of, wow, I'll just read the counties out here. Far eastern Carson and western Gray counties. This includes Highway 70, north of Groom, northwest of Jericho.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gillespie County in Texas.
Camera's going to follow me. So that's what that's for. We don't even have that warning extending, by the way, all the way down to I-40. So this should be a pretty quick tornado warning, but you saw that video from storm chaser Blake Brown, and you could also see pretty nasty looking storm capable of producing probably at least golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts as well. We'll go back south. And again, we do not have a tornado warning for Fredericksburg anymore. There's good news. The tornado warning for Fredericksburg has been allowed to expire. A severe thunderstorm warning has taken its place. So this activity, as it moves off to the southeast, will be capable of producing damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour, heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. And yeah, there's a pretty good amount of wind with this as well. You can kind of see it back here in the velocity data, those pinks. We have some range folding, but still we're seeing some pretty nasty winds out here, over 70 miles an hour northwest of Fredericksburg. And that'll be making its way down southeast into Fredericksburg over the next little while. So heads up to y'all across parts of Gillespie County, including the city of Fredericksburg, as we see a severe thunderstorm move southeast at about 30 miles per hour. But again, no tornado warning now for this thunderstorm, thankfully. As the rotation is weakened, the damaging wind potential and the hail potential continue unabated, along with very heavy rainfall and cloud-to-ground lightning. So this remains a considerable severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail damage, wind damage, as it moves southeast at 30 miles per hour. If a new area of rotation develops, it's entirely possible we'll see a new tornado warning issued, but for now, we're doing better. Nevertheless, we're seeing a very strong surge of wind here moving down into the Fredericksburg area, down Highway 87, and it's going to be rolling into Fredericksburg pretty soon. So all of y'all down in Fredericksburg, heads up. We got some nasty damaging winds coming in, with the potential for wind-driven golf ball-sized hail. Just not a good situation for anybody out here. That is for sure. And I'll show you what that looks like here on the radar. The radar I'm showing you is not doing a great job of it, but I can show you what it looks like on the wind mode here. And again, those very bright blue dots, those are going to be about 75 knots, which equates to about 85 miles an hour, actually 76 knots. But we're looking at 6,000 feet. So again, this is a nasty storm with destructive hurricane-force wind potential coming down Highway 87 now towards Fredericksburg here in Gillespie County. So those of you in Fredericksburg, heads up. This thing could have 70 to 80, maybe even 90 mile an hour winds, golf ball size hail, very heavy rain, and the threat of flash flooding. Same thing goes all the way up northeast of Fredericksburg on Highway 16, up towards Willow City and Oxford in southern parts of Llano County. You know what's nice about this mirror over here is I can see the bay and the sunset, and yeah, it could be a nice sunset. Farther north we go, where we'll end up, who knows? But again, Fredericksburg, tornado warning may be gone, but you've still got hurricane force winds and wind-driven hail coming southeast down 87 towards town in the next 10 minutes. So I'd still stay in shelter if I were y'all. We're seeing multiple storms develop now with small hail potential west of Goldthwaite, east of Goldthwaite, here on Highway 84, northwest of Avant, south of Hamilton, west to west, north of Golston, south of Aquila, moving northeast towards Aquila, Hillsborough. There could be some small hail with that. We'll switch back over to the super-de-duper regional radar, which gives us a better look at what's going on right now, along with me turning off the satellite, because as we approach night time, we don't need the satellite on because, well, it's not as useful. Storms organizing in eastern New Mexico, by the way, are going to make their way into the Panhandle. In West Texas this evening. And as that activity continues, well, guess what? We're going to have to deal with damaging winds in the Panhandle, heavy rain, maybe some hail. Fredericksburg, you're getting in on the nasty wind here soon. Again, we could have winds over 70 to maybe even 90 miles an hour moving into Fredericksburg over the next several minutes. So heads up. We're out of sunship. Sad. All right, so Fredericksburg heads up, damaging hurricane force winds in the next 10 minutes, coming down Highway 87. What we're going to do now is we're going to take about a 9-minute break. I'm going to go visit the little boy's room, look out at the ocean, and we'll be back here at 7 p.m., sooner if necessary, with live, continuous severe weather coverage from good old Baldy-in-Chief here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We thank everybody. Let's take a quick look. Want to thank M. Foster for that very generous super chat. Samantha D. and Simone
A nuclear thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lipscomb County in Texas.
For those very generous super chats. Thank you. That's very kind. And thank you to everybody sending in stars. So, boy, Fredericksburg. You know what? That's just not a good situation rolling down Highway 87 right now. I'll put the radar back on here. I said I was going to take a quick break, and I may, but we got problems. So again, Fredericksburg, urgent call to action here. Y'all better get your butts into shelter because you've got a hurricane coming down Highway 87. It's not a tornado, but guess what? It's just as bad as one coming on down Highway 87. It's going to be in the town soon. Hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour possible in the next several minutes. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with your next Texas weather update. It's still Monday. A very dangerous storm is moving into Fredericksburg right now, down in the hill country, unfortunately. I would not be shocked if we're getting winds 80 to 90 miles an hour with wind-driven tennis ball size hail. We're just going to go ahead. We're going to go right to the high-res radar here. I'm going to show you what we're looking at. Very nasty complex now of storms this is morphed into. This is going to be moving southeast at about, well, at this point, it's probably accelerating, probably now 30 miles an hour plus. You can see the issue here, de-aliasing. This is just the radar detecting winds and not able to resolve that data. As this storm moves southeast, we are expecting nasty wind, nasty hail. Fredericksburg itself, you are probably getting absolutely walloped right now. We warned you an hour ago that you were under a tornado warning. We've been talking about you ever since, but we're about to actually find out just how nasty the wind has become at Fredericksburg. In fact, I am going to try to call into the automated weather observation station and see if we're getting any wind yet. We'll see. Yeah, you can actually call into these automated weather observation stations on the phone typically and find out what the real-time condition is. Used for aviation interest, obviously, but it does help with weather. So, we'll see if I can dial into it real quick. We'll listen together. Well, right now they're giving NOTAMs, or notices to airmen. It still has power, at least.
009er. Zulu, weather, wind, 330 at 20, dust, 37, visibility, 1 and 1/2, thunderstorm, heavy rain.
Okay, so they have gotten wind gusts in the 40s so far. That was wind data in knots. So, that's good news. At least we haven't gotten any scary wind reports yet, but it might just not have happened yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep an eye on that. But again, this storm's moving southeast. We're going to have a whole complex starting to move southeast here soon. You can see it starting to take shape on the radar. This is going to start being a bow echo or a complex that develops, matures, moves southeast. Austin, Salado, etc. Moderators report that they had a live camera up from Fredericksburg. It went right white with wind and rain and then lost power. So, Fredericksburg, you're definitely getting it right now. So be in shelter. There's no tornado warnings, but damaging winds and hail for sure. And this line is going to make it to Austin, San Antonio, everyone in between, New Braunfels, Bernie, Blanco, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, everyone down here, even southeast, down to I-37 to Corpus Christi. We're going to have storms develop a bit further east eventually, and they're already starting up here. Whoa, mama. They're going to make their way southeast towards the Brazos Valley. So, let me show you what we're expecting going into tonight. Let's check the Panhandle real quick. We still have a tornado warning for far eastern parts up here. And again, this has been in the middle of nowhere. It's why we're not talking about it. We showed you the video earlier. But this is a tornado warning for far eastern parts of Gray County. Or, excuse me, eastern Carson, western Gray.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Carson, Lee, and Gray County in Texas.
It sounds like they're replacing that with a severe storm warning, but again, this thing produced a brief tornado earlier. We've got the video posted on our social media channels, and we showed you here on the live stream a bit ago. You can see this is moving southeast. They're letting the tornado warning go. Golf ball size hail winds of 60. This is going to be crossing Interstate 40 in the next 30 minutes, the potential for at least golf ball size hail from Groom east, Highway 70, then south. Eventually, this could make it down towards Howardwick, north of Clarendon, where I have chased many a times on that highway and seen tornadoes. So, again, Howardwick, Groom, heads up. Severe storm heading your way with very large hail, damaging winds. Can't completely rule out a brief tornado. We've got additional storms developing out here in eastern New Mexico, around Tucumcari. All this is going to move east across the Panhandle in West Texas this evening. More storms will develop farther south into eastern New Mexico. So y'all are going to get storms. Lubbock, Plainview, Tulia, Amarillo, everyone out here, Littlefield, Erath, Earth, east even to Paducah, Childress. We're getting storms tonight as a line from eastern New Mexico makes its way in from the west. Very quickly, we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model just to show you what we're expecting. And then we'll let you continue listening to some music. We may be here a decent chunk of the evening, keeping y'all updated here. So again, we'll load this, we'll load that. We're going to load this from 8 p.m. through 8 a.m. Again, here you go. It's going to storm tonight. You can see we're going to have a complex move across the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, South Central Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, meaning Bryan College Station, San Antonio, Austin, even down to Corpus Christi, Victoria, Houston, Beaumont. Storms tonight. This evening and tonight. Storms along I-35, Austin, San Antonio. We're probably still going to pack quite a punch when they get there in a few hours with the potential for damaging winds, large hail, heavy rain, flash flooding, lightning. Storms rolling into Houston should be a bit weaker, but still may have gusty winds, some hail, some strong winds, some flooding. San Antonio and Austin, we're going to have issues. Amarillo, Lubbock to Childress, we could have a separate round of gusty wind and storms this evening as this activity continues to move east out of New Mexico. So, what we're going to do is I am going to go quickly deal with a chore. And we're going to be back here hopefully at 7:20 with your next Texas severe weather update. And we'll continue on here with updates as needed. But again, nasty storm near Fredericksburg with hurricane force wind, wind-driven hail. That'll continue moving southeast. Austin, San Antonio, heads up. Threat of severe weather increasing for y'all over the next few hours as activity moves from northwest to southeast. We'll keep you updated here at the Texas Storm Chasers. Hope you stay with us.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards County in Texas. Tornado warning issued for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, and Gray County in Texas.
The time to do chores has not arrived. Reports a tennis ball size hail in Fredericksburg right now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, and Llano County in Texas.
I had a grocery order coming, but someone else went to go get it for me. All right, it's going to be a tornado warning. Ooh, yeah, we got something developing near Groom right now. It's going to be a circulation moving south, maybe a mile or two north of Groom. That's about to make a issue for the city of Groom. So I-40, we'd recommend no travel now near the city of Groom. That's going to be where the, if I remember right, that's the Leaning Water Tower. It might not be Groom, but Groom, You've got a severe storm about a mile or two north of town, about to cross over Interstate 40. We'd advise no travel around I-40 right now around Groom. This is east of Amarillo, west of McLean, west of Highway 70, east of Highway 207. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near about 2 miles north of Groom, moving south towards Groom at about 15 miles an hour. This does include the city and community of Groom. So those of you in Groom out here on I-40 in the Panhandle, take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you can see we do have an area of rotation right here. Can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado with this as it moves south. We got winds moving away from the radar, about 30. Winds moving towards it, about 20. So that is what we're expecting with that activity as it moves off to the east-southeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. It's got a reported tennis ball-sized hail in Fredericksburg. And this activity in Fredericksburg continuing to move southeast. Could have very strong winds near town as well, but it sounds like we have at least tennis ball-sized hail in Fredericksburg right now. And you can see almost a S shape here, with the culmination of that being a very strong area of inflow here west around Mountain. Very strong winds from Fredericksburg up Highway 16, all the way to near Willow City. And that strong shove is helping to create a very nasty area of wind out here. You can see radars indicating winds now over 80 miles an hour near Willow City, northeast of Fredericksburg on Highway 16. Radar thinks we have baseball to softball size hail up here, and given the fact we got tennis ball size hail reported in Fredericksburg, it's no surprise that we probably still have very destructive hail with this. We're also seeing indications of a rapidly developing hail core with these storms southwest of Johnson City, northeast of Kerrville. These storms are about to interact with this storm near Fredericksburg. We're going to have to watch very closely for the potential of a spin-up tornado threat here as these storms interact with each other and enhance low-level wind shear. But again, Johnson City, heads up, you're about to have an issue. You're going to have storms just to your west coming in. Could have winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour with this. You're going to be under some sort of a warning shortly. Whether it's severe or tornado, I don't know yet, but heads up. Albert, High, Stonewall, Sandy, Round Mountain, hurricane force winds coming in. This is eventually going to be an issue for the community of Blanco on Highway 183 north of Comfort as the activity moves east-southeast as a whole. These individual storms right now are actually moving northeast, but they're about to be ingested by this squall line that's flying southeast. So very complex nastiness, but I mean, it is what it is. You can see these cells ahead of this complex showing supercell characteristics, little notches, very impressive hail cores aloft. So these are going to probably throw out some extremely large hail very quickly. Albert, High, these may start dropping baseballs, no problemo. And then eventually the main line or little HP supercell here is going to move southeast, southeast with the potential of hurricane force winds and at least tennis ball to baseball size hail. This is a very intense area of thunderstorm activity. And James Cameron, thank you very, very much for that merch order and very generous donation. That was very kind. Thank you. And thank you to all who have been helping us this evening. We appreciate it, though we don't expect it in any sort of way. All right, let's refresh that. So again, what we're dealing with here, nasty severe storms north of Comfort to Fredericksburg to Johnson City, all are going to be moving southeast. So this is going to be a problem for the I-35 corridor, probably a big problem with damaging winds, extremely large hail, heavy rain, and flooding. And yes, we do have a tornado warning up here near Groom. About to enter the community of Groom. It may pass just west of town. No recent reports of a tornado, but again, we've got problems with that. All right. So what I'm going to do real quick, now we got y'all updated, I'm going to take a very quick break. I'm going to go make sure the grocery order got here without issue. And I'm actually in a hotel room. I'm about to attend a conference. So, welcome to Baldy-in-Chief on the road. I need to just make sure that order got here to the hotel safely, and I'm going to be right back. But we'll say 7:25. Hopefully it's sooner than that, but we'll keep you updated with the warnings here, and I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Stay weather aware, and we'll keep you up to date with continuing coverage going into the evening hours. So we'll be right back. Don't be shocked if we get a tornado warning west of Blanco, southwest of Johnson City near Stonewall. That storm's trying to spin up real quick, but okay, we'll be right back.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been for Blanco, Gillespie, Kendall, and Kerr County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on with our severe weather coverage this evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's 7:28 p.m. We're monitoring a nasty cluster of storms moving southeast from now southeast of Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg is clear. We just had baseball-sized hail reported just south of High, west of Blanco. Blanco, you are at imminent risk of a dangerous severe storm that it may try to spin a tornado up, honestly. Johnson City, prepare for damaging hail. Comfort on I-10, prepare for damaging hail. Let's go ahead and talk about it in greater detail. Is that a new warning? Yes. All right, so let's show you what we have going on here. Real quick, let's do the tornado warning. Since we do have a tornado warning, we'll cover that first. Groom, circulation now looks like it's near or just south of town. New circulation developing a little east of town by a few miles west of Highway 70. So again, Groom, you're still under a tornado warning. Remain in shelter.
A thunderstorm warning has been issued for Donley and Gray County in Texas.
And that storm has the potential to produce golf ball size hail at least. New storm just east of Clarendon on 287 northwest of Headley. That could have large hail as well. So again, those storms remain severe. We're going to have storms coming in from New Mexico shortly with hail damaging wind potential. All right, let's get back down here. This is all sorts of a problem. Fredericksburg, you're clear. Intense severe storms capable of producing baseball-sized hail, damaging winds, and I think we have a developing tornado just northwest of Blanco now. You can see when the scan comes back in, you'll see that wrap even more, but we have a hook starting to wrap up here. This is going to be about 4 miles to 5 miles northwest of Blanco, moving southeast towards Blanco on Highway 183. So we may have a tornado warning issued here shortly. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we do have a bit of a circulation here. It's not super strong, but in conjunction with that hook echo, I definitely do have concerns here that we could see a quick tornado try to spin up about 4 to 5 miles northwest of Blanco, down here in Blanco County. This is south of Johnson City. But those of you up at Johnson City, you're still in a world of uh-oh yourself. We have storms up here. These are all moving southeast, by the way. Line of storms with up to baseball-size hail just southwest of Marble Falls, south of Kingsland, to Johnson City, northwest of Blanco, down to Comfort. This is a trio of supercell storms beginning to form a cluster now, but still maintaining their supercellular characteristics. As they do so, they're going to move east and then southeast, meaning those of you in Austin, Round Rock, Pflugerville, everyone from Williamson County, Travis County, Hayes County, Comal County, guess what? You've got the potential for a severe storm to produce baseball-sized hail, hurricane-force winds, and in the case of this thing just northwest of Blanco, we might see a quick spin-up tornado occur. Looking back at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can definitely see we do have a bit of convergence now. Just northwest of Blanco, we have winds moving into that circulation at hook echo at about 60 miles per hour. We have winds moving out of that at about 33 to 35, so we'll say about 90 mile per hour shear. And that is with this storm. Regardless of any sort of spin-up tornado potential we have here, we have the potential for winds over 70 miles per hour. And this storm is producing baseball-sized hail. We just had a report of baseball-sized hail south of High and Highway 290 west of Johnson City. These storms, again, moving east, east-southeast at 20 miles an hour with baseball-sized hail, hurricane-force wind potential, and can't completely rule out spin-up tornadoes with this. And as it stands now, this activity is moving east, southeast at 25 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a manual storm track. I'm going to try to draw this with the overall expectation. Can I actually get this thing to work? Thank you. That this is going to move southeast. So let's draw it with a little bit of a southeasterly component. We're going to do about, I'll do 30 miles an hour, but understand if this speeds up, these are going to be, well, need to be adjusted. Lakeway, about 8:05 to 8:10. Dripping Springs, about 8 p.m. Wimberley, 8:15 to 8:20. Blanco, the next about 10-15 minutes. Johnson City, you're already in it. Areas just northeast of Bernie, the next 20 to 30 minutes. We'll zoom in here. Bee Cave, about 8:15. Lakeway, about 8:05. Lago Vista, about 8:05. And again, Briarcliff, about 8 p.m. This line of storms, these supercells, capable of producing baseball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds, and I think we do have a tornado developing just northwest of Blanco. I really do think we have a spin-up here. Let me get the road names on here. But again, we don't have any tornado warnings here at this second. I suspect we will, but regardless, I do believe we have a spin-up tornado developing just northwest of Blanco. This is going to be in association with a circulation trying to spin up near Conwood Road, just south of County Road 105. This is going to be moving towards McKinney Loop, Triple Trail, County Road 105. There's your tornado warning. Stand by. So again, Blanco to Dripping Springs, Red Creek to Wimberley.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Blanco and Hayes County in Texas.
All right, so we have a tornado warning near Blanco, just west of Blanco. This storm's moving east at 25 miles an hour. This tornado warning runs nearly to Wimberley, Wood Creek, and Dripping Springs. So this includes Blanco County. This includes western Hayes County. This is a tornado warning now until 8:15 p.m. for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 2 miles northwest of Blanco, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Those of you in Blanco, Henley, to what we're just going to say to west of Dripping Springs, to just west of Wimberley and Wood Creek, out here in western Hayes County, eastern Blanco County. Take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, not the worst idea. So those of you out there need to be in a safe place. Blanco, heads up, developing tornado now just northwest of town. This is going to be just east of Conwood Road, coming up to County Road 105. It's going to be rolling east into Blanco. So Blanco, possible developing tornado now just west of your community, moving east at 25. So we want folks in Blanco, the Blanco Middle School, go ahead and be in a safe place. Possible tornadoes just 2.5 miles northwest of town, making its way east to 25 miles per hour. This whole line of storms extends from near Kingsland to Marble Falls to Round Mountain, all the way to Johnson City, just west of Blanco, to Comfort. In addition to the potential of a spin-up tornado just northwest of Blanco, we're seeing hurricane-force winds approaching Johnson City, Blanco, down to north of Comfort. Again, it does, even if we don't have a tornado here, we've got hurricane-force winds of probably 70 to 80 miles an hour, especially just west of Blanco, where that circulation's helping to enhance the straight-line wind potential. We could see strong winds all the way up to Round Mountain to Marble Falls. Also, unfortunately, these storms have the potential of producing some pretty nasty wind and hail. A new tornado watch is likely to be issued shortly for, well, I think for the western Brazos Valley, central Texas. It may have already been issued, in fact. So, again, tornado warning, eastern Blanco, western Hayes counties until 8:15 p.m. just east of Pflugrath, just west of Blanco, moving towards Blanco. Even if we don't have a tornado spin up here, we do have nasty, damaging straight-line winds. So those of you in Blanco, out here in eastern parts of, well, Blanco County, extending towards far western Hayes County, go ahead, take tornado safety precautions. It's going to be okie dokie. We have some nasty storms out here with some very strong winds, heavy rain, big time hail, and yes, the potential for a spin up tornado. Quickly up in the Panhandle, we have a tornado warning now that continues for areas just outside of Groom. Groom, you're clear. This storm is to your southeast now, near Interstate 40 and Highway 70 going north. Pretty nasty hail core with this, moving southeast towards Howardwick. That storm moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. So those of you in Howardwick, you're going to get some hail. We have a new storm. This storm is going to be east of Howardwick by probably 8 miles, moving northeast towards McLean. That could have at least golf ball size hail with it as it moves northeast at 15 miles an hour. And we have another storm firing on 287 just west of Headley, southeast of Clarendon. That's showing some rotation, so we'll have to watch that carefully. We also have a severe storm developing just near Shamrock. That's probably dropping hail now on Interstate 40, just east of Highway 83 in Shamrock, out towards Texola on the Texas-Oklahoma state line. And yes, we have additional storms developing on the western Panhandle. New Mexico state line, that activity will continue to develop farther south towards West Texas and Tatum, New Mexico, and move east. Let's check North Texas. Storms in North Texas. DFW, you're doing a lot better. We do have some storms continuing from Decatur to Alvord. Those are generally moving east-northeast with small hail, gusty winds. Storms developing now south of DFW, Hillsborough, Waco. That's all part of the cluster that'll be moving southeast. And moving into the Brazos Valley this evening. But again, all these storms down here, west of Austin. Let's take a look. All these storms from Kingsland to Marble Falls, Round Mound to Johnson City, Blanco to Comfort, have the potential to produce baseball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, and in the case of this thing near Blanco, it may have just tried to produce a spin-up tornado near Conwood Road, south of County Road 105. Still seeing some indications of that out here, by the way, but we're seeing far more of a straight-line wind signature now. Regardless, straight-line winds or spin-up tornado, I think both are equally damaging out here tonight. I think they'd be similar intensity, so I'm saying straight-line winds of 85 would have been a tornado probably of similar intensity. It doesn't matter which mode it is here. Both are going to do damage. So Blanco, go ahead and be in a safe place. Henley, areas just west of Wimberley to Dripping Springs, same thing goes. Very strong, nasty winds with this activity moving off to the east. Johnson City, getting hail. Round Mound to Marble Falls, you're going to be getting up to baseball-size hail shortly. And yes, we are seeing a little bit of rotation with this thunderstorm northwest of Round Mountain as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Likely have a lot of damaging straight-line winds coming in with that activity as it moves off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. Latest scan here showing even stronger winds coming up to Conwood Road and County Road 105 just northwest of Blanco. We're seeing winds of 85 miles an hour, a couple thousand feet above the ground. But boy, is that a nasty storm. For sure. And this activity continues to move off to the east at 25 miles an hour. So let's do a statewide view. We haven't talked about every one recently. Let's talk about what's going on. Let me clean up some of the labels on here. Turn off the satellite, and we're going to talk about what the expectations are going into the next several hours. Storms, we got one round of storms in the eastern panhandle. Some of those have become severe with large hail damaging winds. A storm near Groom has a history of producing brief tornadoes. We've got storms on the Texas-New Mexico state line from near Clayton, New Mexico to Grady, New Mexico, north of Melrose and Clovis. We expect additional storms to develop farther south. We have a severe storm near Roswell, New Mexico. New storms developing just north of Tatum. This activity is going to be moving east at about, 30 miles an hour with the potential of damaging winds and hail. So we do expect those to move across I-27 this evening as they continue to track off to the east. So heads up Panhandle, heads up West Texas. You're going to be getting some storms tonight, and some of those could be rowdy. Let's go out here, North Texas. Most of the storms have exited DFW with the exception of Wise County out here around Decatur up to Alvord. We've got some storms continuing up there. Otherwise, we have calmed ourselves down in most of DFW. We still have storms in Ellis, Hill counties, out towards Navarro and Henderson counties. Those storms getting a little stronger now with some small hail damaging winds, or at least strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. That activity will become part of the squall line that's starting to develop. Out here from southern North Texas into the hill country in central Texas. All this activity is going to eventually move southeast this evening. So College Station, Bryan, Waco, Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos, San Antonio, y'all are all getting storms tonight, with the potential of some of these producing damaging winds of 60 to 90 miles per hour, up to baseball-size hail, maybe a little larger at times, and maybe a spin-up tornado or two. Fredericksburg, get a lot of reports out of Fredericksburg that town got hit with tennis ball to baseball size hail. If you're in Fredericksburg, let us know in the chat. Let us know if everything's okay with y'all in town. Let us know where everyone else, let us know where you're watching from this evening. Blanco should still be in your safe place. This nasty storm's coming in from the west now. We have a tornado warning for eastern Blanco and western Hayes counties. Spin-up tornado potential. And this storm and its associated line will continue moving east-southeast at 25 miles an hour towards places like Austin, Kyle, Wimberley, Dripping Springs, eventually San Marcos, New Braunfels, and yeah, San Antonio. Y'all are beginning on some storms later this evening. They're in fact developing all the way now towards Bernie. We're getting a nasty storm developing near Comfort right now. That storm needs a severe thunderstorm warning. That will be moving southeast soon, probably down Interstate 10. Probably going to get some very large hail with this activity as it moves off to the southeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Burnett and Williamson County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for Deaf Smith County in Texas.
Francie, thank you for that report. I'm sorry to hear that Fredericksburg has significant hail damage in town with a bunch of busted windows. That's unfortunate. I'm glad so many folks are watching with this evening across the state, across the country, even across the world. It's great to have so many of you here. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your trust in us. As a reminder, we try to talk about the most intense storms. So if we're not talking about a storm near you, that is a good thing. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free interactive weather radar in our mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can also scan that QR code above my big, beautiful, shiny head here, and that'll take you to the download page for your device and the app. Otherwise, we're just keeping an eye on things. We're going to have a cluster, a line develop out of these storms. You can see that line starting to form in North Texas, the Hill Country. Those are going to be moving southeast this evening across the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, the Edwards Plateau, South Texas, eventually into the coastal plain, southeast Texas. We also have storms developing on the Texas-New Mexico state line from near Clayton east to Tucumcari, west of Adrian, west of Hereford, near Clovis to Tatum to Roswell. Those storms are going to be moving east, bringing damaging winds and hail, heavy rain to the Panhandle and West Texas over the next several hours, and some of those storms will make it all the way east along 82, the Red River Valley, Wichita Falls, maybe even I-35 tomorrow morning. We have a couple supercells that have fired up in eastern parts of the Panhandle as well. Looks like they've let the tornado warning expire. We'll keep an eye on those storms up there, though. But again, looks like Fredericksburg did take it right on the chin, unfortunately. We had folks watching earlier, we gave Fredericksburg about an hour's lead time. In fact, an hour, 20 minutes. I was talking about that coming into Fredericksburg 80 minutes before it did. In fact, by the time it got there, it was close to 2 hours. So that was when the storm was up still near Mason. So thanks to everybody watching this evening.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Comal, Kendall, and Kerr County, Texas.
We're going to do our best to keep you up to date. If you got friends or family downstream of these nasty storms, make sure send our live or our video link their way. They can watch our live coverage and stay informed. That's how you can help be a hero in this weather warning process as we share this life-saving weather information. All right, let's zoom out, and then in a minute we're going to show you the high-res rapid refresh model just to give you a timeline of what we expect tonight. It's 7:51 now. We're going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to zoom out. And y'all may have noticed today we started our live coverage a bit earlier, around 4:15 p.m. And several days ago we were doing coverage with no tornado warnings. We're trying to do more coverage. May not always be continuous, but we're trying to at least do updates every 20 minutes or so, and then during high-impact weather, we're clearly still doing live coverage like right now. But the reason we didn't have live coverage yesterday was I was traveling by air. So as simple as that. Some days it's just humanly impossible for me to do coverage, and we try to get that word out early so y'all are able to tune into other sources as needed. But we know many of you missed us, and guess what? I'll sing you a special little song later about it if you'd like. All right, so let's show you what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing. In fact, let me check that. We have a new run that just came in. We're going to run it from, we're going to do 8 p.m. Now let's do 9. And then we're going to loop this through tomorrow morning. I'll zoom in and, talk about it here. But cluster storms developing Central Texas, moving across the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, the coastal plain, Southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle tonight into Tuesday morning. So Austin, San Antonio, Bryan, College Station, you're going to get blasted with storms, some of which hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. Houston, guess what? You're getting hit probably between, let's say, 1 to 3 a.m. That's what this is saying right now. If these storms organize and start accelerating southeast, it may be a little more quick than that. But again, these storms at times will have the potential
severe thunder
to produce
has been for Donley and Gray County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Coryell, and Lampasas County in Texas.
Hurricane force winds in excess of 80 miles an hour, baseball-sized hail. Can't rule out a couple of quick spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain and lightning, and that's with the most intense storms. And again, you can see San Antonio, Austin, the next several hours. That's what we're expecting here. In fact, I'll just run it through a loop. We'll go back and talk frame by frame. You can see this has storms moving through Austin, San Antonio, Bryan by 10 p.m. That makes sense based on what we're seeing right now. You can see some very spooky looking colors on there indicating intense severe storms. Midnight, storms from Woodville, Conroe, Brenham, Columbus to just north of Beeville, moving southeast. Most intense storms still producing maybe golf ball, tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, maybe hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour. Can't rule out a couple spin up tornadoes. Very heavy rain, lightning. 2 a.m. Storms have made it into the Golden Triangle from near the Louisiana border, South Toledo Bend Reservoir, just northwest of Beaumont. Houston, Bay City, Seadrift. So it's going to make it through Victoria, Conroe, Columbus, the Houston Metro, entering Beaumont about this point. Here's 4 a.m. Those storms extend from the Toledo Bend Reservoir through east of Beaumont. Orange, moving off the upper Texas Gulf Coast. You can see not really showing anything down in South Texas to the Rio Grande Valley. Now, let's take a look back at 10 p.m. in the Panhandle. Whole separate area of storms. Amarillo to east of Happy, Tulia, Plainview, Littlefield, Tatum. And notice, these are showing some Boeing line segments. Truthfully, if this is correct, we might even see a little bit of a brief spin-up tornado throughout with these storms tonight. Damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, maybe a bit of hail. And that's 10 p.m. Here's midnight. Storms extend and have already gone through Lubbock, but they extend from near Groom, Childress, Spur, La Mesa. Notice, the line itself is not a solid line of intense storms. There's more intense storms out here, but they're not completely all, severe. All right, here's 2 a.m. Line is flying east. Colorado City to Seymour to Vernon. I mean, these things are flying, moving like 60 miles an hour. They're weakening, though, mostly, but still, we might even have strong storms from Wichita Falls to Jacksboro to Mineral Wells by 4 a.m. Tuesday. And again, these could be producing some nasty wind, spin-up tornadoes as well. So there you go. All right, let's get back to what's going on right now. We're going to go back to the real-time, super-duper, awesome blossom. I can make up marking idioms, too. High-resolution rapid refresh, or high-resolution radar. Let me reset that real quick, see if we can't get rid of the taskbar there. Well, good news is I know how. I love how it decides to randomly just start doing that in the middle of this. That's kind of unusual, but technology does tend to hate me. Ta-da! There we go. All happy and nice. All right, so let's talk about it. We have dangerous storms capable of producing hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour, baseball size hail, spin up tornadoes, extending from, at this point, Lampasas to Burnett, Marble Falls to Round Mountain, Dripping Springs to Blanco to Comfort. All these storms are moving east-southeast at, it looks like 35 miles an hour, which does then beg the question, what does that mean? The potential for a significant severe weather event, big-time wind, hurricane force winds, wind-driven hail, the kind of thing that can knock out a lot of power to a lot of people is increasing. Places like Temple, Belton, Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos, New Braunfels. The threat of a significant severe weather event with the kind of a storm that knocks power out to hundreds of thousands of people is certainly increasing. We're seeing a lot more wind now, and we're still getting wind-driven hail. Some of these storms could be throwing out baseball-sized hail sideways with 80-mile-an-hour winds. In addition, because these storms are in an orientation that's kind of like north-south with little kinks on the front line, we're dealing with spin-up tornado potential. Understand, we may be doing tornado issues here as well. Now, I don't think we're dealing with these long-track violent tornadoes, but we do have a lot of these storms trying to produce quick spin-ups. within larger areas of damaging straight line winds. So let's go ahead and put a track on this. We have a faster forward storm motion now, which means we need to do a faster storm track. And again, those of you, Temple Bend, all the way down I-35, Georgetown, Salado, Round Rock, Jarrell, Austin, San Marcos, New Braunfels, start getting ready for what could be a nasty line of storms that could knock out power, have a lot of nasty hail, could knock down a lot of trees and power lines. All right, here's what we're going to do. Yeah, it just doesn't want me to be able to do that. So I'm going to draw this northern section here because this is just, well, what I'm going to have to do. Austin, we're looking at about 8:30 to 8:35 p.m. Georgetown, about 8:40 p.m. Florence, about 8:20 p.m. Temple, about 8:50 p.m. Little River Academy, about 8:45 p.m. Lakeway, 8:10. Lago Vista, probably close to 8:15, 8:20. Again, this could be when the gusty winds arrive, and they may be a few minutes after that, but understand, the most intense parts of these storms are producing hurricane force winds. Let me show you. I'm going to switch to the Granger radar up here for a different perspective, and let me show you what the strongest winds are doing here. You see this section? This section just northeast of Burnett? Guess what? Those are winds over 85 miles an hour. These are moving right towards Florence, and eventually these are going to be making their way towards parts of Bell County and Williamson County, Belton, down to Georgetown. Hurricane force winds. Guess what? Down here we're seeing strong winds. Marble Falls to Round Mountain. We still have that circulation that's surprisingly still present. Hey, what the heck is going on in western Oklahoma? We were just there. For heaven's sake. Stays doing some weird stuff up there that wasn't supposed to be happening. Down here, Round Mountain to Johnson City to Blanco. These storms, in fact, here's a new warning. Let's look at that real quick.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco.
New severe thunderstorm warning. This includes places like Florence, Bertram, Georgetown, Round Rock, Lago Vista. Line of severe storms from just east of Marble Falls to 5 miles east of Round Mountain. 60-mile-an-hour winds at least. The potential for some small hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco,
now,
Burnett,
35 miles an hour. So
and Williamson County in Texas.
Heads up, wind coming on in from the west. And we need to watch these storms for these little kinks. Again, wherever we start seeing these little kinks now in this squall line, we need to watch for spin-up tornadic circulations. Because I'm not going to go nerdy and tell you why. Let's just pretend I know what I'm talking about and whatever. But notice how we have that S signature. That's where we're able to see those little circulations or little pockets of enhanced damaging winds in the storm kind of push out ahead and wrap back around. As that happens, we see low-level vorticity or spin increase, and like a ballerina or a skater bringing their arms in, it's able to spin up a quick tornado, and then you get hit with hurricane force damaging straight line winds behind it. So you're kind of donezo whether it's spin up tornado or hurricane force winds. Both are similar intensity. So that's what we're dealing with. And yes, this is going to be quite an issue for the city of Austin. You know, earlier, I wasn't sure if I was going to stream today. Guess it's a good thing I did. It's going to be the marker on my tombstone. All right, so let's talk about what we have, and we're going to do this real quick. I'm going to actually get up and stretch real quick. So what we're going to do is the camera's going to focus on me. I'm going to stand up and stretch. I'm actually not even in the office, for those of you wanting to know. I'm in a hotel room, attending a conference. So I don't have the best equipment here, including my fancy office chair. So we're going old school reporter style, but It feels good on my back, at least. So, let's talk about it. We have a nasty line of storms extending from Lampasas to Burnett, east of Marble Falls to Round Mountain to near Blanco, just west of Dripping Springs. This activity is moving from west to east now at 35 miles an hour. In fact, let's do this. I'm going to load that. This is just going to allow us to see a little bit better data on here. And I'm going to load a loop just to give a better in-motion threat for this. All right, so let's zoom out. Let's show you what's going on. I'm going to turn the storm tracks off because those arrows are distracting. The triangles, by the way, are hail markers. That's just, well, if you start seeing numbers on them, that's inches. Lampasas, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, Blanco. And we had a confirmed tornado just west of Blanco a little earlier. I just saw a picture. These storms are now moving east at about 35 miles per hour with the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour, tennis ball to baseball size hail, and the possibility of spin-up tornadoes. And my apologies for not looking at you guys strain the camera. Again, I'm in a hotel room. I'm actually hooked up to a TV on a wall, which is how I'm remoting into the desktop. That's about 1,300 miles away from where this stream is originating right now in the home office. And a new tornado warning. So we're going to have to go back up to Donley County.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Donley County in Texas.
This is all your fault. This is It was. Okay, so we're going to go up into the Panhandle. I'm going to treat this like a wireless mic, even though it pretty much is. This thing's like a baby Yeti. Again, I'm looking at a TV on a wall here because I'm in a hotel room 1,300 miles away from where this stream and the computer and the technology are originating. We're just that good with technology now. It's kind of a surprise. We have a line of storms. What you might, if it continues, it might honestly become what we know as a derecho, are beginning to originate now in central Texas. This extends from Lampasas to Round Mountain to Boerne. Austin, Round Rock, Temple, Belton, Salado, Austin, Buda, San Marcos, New Braunfels. Expect severe storms coming in from the west within the next 60 minutes, if not sooner. The strongest storms, not this entire line here, but the strongest little independent pockets, winds over 80. Some of these are still throwing out tennis ball size hail, and yes, like Blanco, we do have a quick spin-up tornado potential. All right, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, or thunderstorm watch? Why the heck did we issue a severe thunderstorm watch for 7 counties? That's, like, dumb. Whatever. There's a 7-county severe thunderstorm watch out here in the northern Brazos Valley until 1 a.m. Don't know why we didn't just extend the tornado watch, but, you know, technology and I just don't get along, and sometimes neither do weird weather things. All right, let's talk about what's going on out here. We've got a new tornado warning for this nonsense approaching Clarendon again. Howardwick, guess what? I've seen a tornado
warning
from
has
your
been
community.
issued for Wheeler County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm
Yay, I'm
warning
so
has
happy.
been
I
issued
can't
for
express
Palmer
my joy
County in
enough.
Texas.
Humbug. That's all I got to say is bah to the humbug. I hope you're getting some pictures of me doing this. All right, so ignore me. Let's talk about it. We got a tornado warning up here in the Panhandle. This is for the Howardwick area and Clarendon, Donley County up here. Howardwick, you're no stranger to tornadoes. I've filmed tornadoes many different days from your community up there on Highway 70, north of Clarendon. Clarendon, same thing goes. Y'all, I've been in town more often than not when y'all are blaring your sirens and the truck stops and all the trucks are going nuts on 287. Possible tornado is going to be located like a mile or two west of Howardwick. So if you're in that big random neighborhood there in Howardwick, just west of 70, guess what? Look west, you might see it, but don't just take shelter. Let's be realistic, though. Y'all in the Panhandle never do that. You just go outside and look. Look, I can be realistic. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't recommend it, but it's like a mile or two west of Howardwick. It's moving southeast towards Clarendon. So if we have issues with this, Clarendon, you're under threat of a tornado. In addition, this thing's got baseball-size hail. Howardwick, guess what? You're about to get baseball-size hail. Enjoy that. Not really, but that's riding down Highway 70. Would not recommend going south of Highway or Interstate 40 on Highway 70 and north of 287 unless you like baseball-sized hail. That highway and I have more experience with getting hailed on than I care to admit, but it's not a fun experience. So, that's a tornado warning, Donley County, Clarendon, Howardwick. That includes 287 around Clarendon, northwest of Headley, southeast of Claude, south of Interstate 40, southeast of Groom, southwest of McLean, Clarendon, Howardwick, tornado warning, be in shelter, tornado warning through 8:30. McLean, you've got a hailer coming up from the southwest, moving northeast, because all these storms are moving in completely opposite directions, just to make me want to hit something with a mallet. Moving northeast towards McLean. McLean, hail by 8:45. Severe storm, well southeast of Wheeler, moving towards the intersection of Highway, 30, 36, and 152 out here north of Eric, Oklahoma. That's probably got softball-size hail. And then apparently Arnett, Oklahoma, tornado warning, that's moving east towards Visay, Oklahoma, and Hammond. Sorry, Micah. Storms, western Panhandle organizing now from probably 20 miles west of Channing, 10 miles west of Vega, just northwest of Friona. Those storms moving east as a line at about 6 miles an hour, my butt. They're going to eventually start moving east more quickly. Let's just say moving east at 50. That's more realistic with winds of 60 miles an hour. All right, let's get back down to the big bad problems, and that's here in Central Texas with our own little baby mini derecho trying to get started. By the way, a derecho has meteorological qualifications that we don't know were achieved until way after the fact, or at least after the fact, but for all intent and purposes, it is kind of trying to be one. Extremely damaging winds, 70 to 85 miles an hour from east of Land Passes to near Bertram, moving towards Florence and Killeen, Copperas Cove, Fort Hood, / Fort Cavalos, whatever, I don't really care either way. It is what it is. So y'all need to be in a safe place. This storm has destructive hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour moving towards Florence, Killeen, Copperas Cove, east of Land Passes, and eventually this is going to make it towards Belton, Temple. Sorry, Alex. As it moves off to the east, east-southeast, but mostly east, at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Back on the hail-hard training mode, guess what? There's also probably golf ball-size hail in that. Back out to Kingsland, Marble Falls. This little segment west of Lago Vista is not the spookiest we've seen. There's definitely pockets of damaging straight-line winds in here. I don't like the fact we have little hinks on the leading edge of this. Those could be little small-scale circulations that try to spin up into baby spin-up tornadoes, which just make life all that much more difficult to deal with. All right, let's go down here. Where's the radar? Radar. Here we go. It's radar time. All right. Southwest of Dripping Springs, northwest of Wimberley, we've got that little circulation still there. That hook is gone. This has become much more linear. Seeing a pocket of enhanced damage and straight-line winds now. South of Blanco on Highway 281 could be winds over 70 miles an hour. That's going to be moving east towards Wimberley and Wood Creek. So, as this activity continues to move east, those of you in places like Kyle, Buda, Austin, well, let's broaden this out. For those of you familiar with counties, good job. If you're not, well, good news. You're going to find out, because if it hits you, you're going to know I'm talking about your county. Hayes County, Travis County, Williamson County, Bell County. Let's talk about a few storms here. I'm going to put this on a loop, and now I'm just going to start reading city names. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Check the stormies and hope they don't go blow. I don't know. That clearly didn't work out. Add it to the Baldy-in-Chief bingo card. All right, let's talk about it. So, storms are moving east now, as a whole, at about 35 miles an hour. We got over baseball-sized hail to near softball-sized hail back in Fredericksburg. We know a lot of windows in town have been broken out. Leading edge of the storms extend from Copperas Cove to Briggs, just west of Liberty Hill, just west of Lago Vista, Briarcliff, Lakeway, to Bee Cave, Dripping Springs, to Fisher, to Spring Branch, to Barney, all the way down to Lake Hills. The most intense sections, Copperas Cove down to Briggs, Watson. Briggs, stop trying to get hit by tornadoes. We did this already this year, like twice. Briggs, Watson, that section has 80-plus mile-an-hour winds moving east towards Florence. If it continues, it's going to be a direct threat to places like Salado, Belton, and Temple. Holland, Little River Academy, in the next 30 minutes. Could have
Severe
winds
thunderstorm
over
warning has
80
been
miles
for
an
Blanc,
hour there.
Como,
And maybe a spin-up tornado just
Kendall,
east of Watson,
and
north
Travis
of Briggs.
County in Texas.
There you go. It's going to be a new severe storm warning for, well, pretty much the Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown metro. Florence, heads up. Second section of severe storm moving towards Liberty Hill, Lago Vista. That might have 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's a little weaker. Second area of more intense winds and some low-level rotation just because we want to make life a little more unpleasant. Lake just southwest of Dripping Springs. These storms are just west of Fisher to just west of Dripping Springs to Lakeway to Lago Vista. The potential for damaging winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. We also had the potential of baseball-sized hail with this section. Moving off to the east, hail core just southwest of Dripping Springs, east of Blanco, moving towards Buda, Santa Leona, southern Travis County. This line is also moving towards Pflugerville, Austin, Kyle, Wimberley. And then farther to the south, we have intensifying storms over Kendall and Bandura counties from near Bernie to Lake Hills, Pipe Creek. Those will be moving east towards Como and northern Bexar counties. Those storms likewise have an increased hail threat, in addition to threat for some damaging winds. It's not even the base velocity mode. Let's see if we can't fix that for y'all. So that is what's going on. I am going to put a storm track on these, and I'm not going to try to start nitpicking right now. I just want to show you when these are probably getting to your areas. And I'm going to do that in just a second. I'm going to get up, and I'm going to grab my pillow and stretch. That wasn't nice either. All right. This is what happens when you have to move a hotel desk in front of a TV, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it's just a lullable experience. All right. Hi. Merry Christmas. It's me. All right. Oh. It's a little bit. All right. So again, we're going to put a storm track on this. And the tornado warning for Blanco and Hayes counties has expired. So no more tornado warning down here, but these are still very dangerous thunderstorms. Let's show you the storm track mode. And again, notice how a lot of these storms are showing bowing segments. This is indicative of enhanced damaging wind potential. Man, this thing's being uber sensitive today. Some of these, you're going to be a little early, but I'd rather do that than not. And this is assuming they're moving due east. And again, some of these are moving more east. Some of these are moving more southeast. Like, I should have gone Temple, Salado, y'all in it. I'll just say Temple, Belton, next 30 minutes. Otherwise, leading edge of these storms, Georgetown, about 8:45 p.m. Round Rock, about 8:45 to 8:50. Pflugerville, about 8:50 p.m. Manor, about 9 p.m. Austin, let's do this. West sides of Austin, 8:35 p.m. Downtown Austin, 8:45 to 8:50 p.m. East sides of Austin on Tollway 130, about 9 p.m. Buda, about 8:40 to 8:45 p.m. Kyle, about 8:45 p.m. Wimberley, about 8:25 p.m. San Marcos, about 8:45 p.m. Lockhart, about 9 to 9:05 p.m. City of New Braunfels, about 8:40 p.m. Garden Ridge, about 8:35 to 8:40 p.m. Helodos, about 8:20 to 8:25 p.m. Universal City, about 8:50 p.m. And again, Belton Temple the next several minutes. Starting to see a little area of spin again. Well, not much yet, but it's there, just north of Wood Creek. again, let me explain why I'm concerned that these are starting to show little kinks. These little kinks act as areas of enhanced low-level wind shear, where these little areas are being pushed out. We can see them try to spin up tornadoes on the northern sides where we see enhanced low-level vorticity or spin. Regardless, all these areas where we're seeing the storms be pushed out like this, that's where we have really strong winds coming in on the back side of these storms, pushing them out. That's why it looks like a bow. In fact, we have what's called, I think, a bookend vortex, or a comma head back here near Kingsland. That could just be a small area of low pressure developing, and that happens with more mature squall lines. Down south we go, where we'll end up, who knows. Again, these are moving east at 35. You can see we have a supercell embedded in the squall line here near Dripping Springs to Wimberley. This is a nasty storm. This thing's got a history. This thing dropped softball-size hail back in Fredericksburg when it was still a supercell. Now it's probably got maybe tennis ball-size hail. It's still nasty. We've also got some very strong winds. This thing's also probably 65,000 feet tall. That's moving, let's see, east-southeast towards San Marcos, Buda, and Kyle. Moving kind of like this. So, I'd say the weakest section of this line right now extends from Lago Vista to Liberty Hill. That's a weaker section for now. I could change. We got a stronger section. Briggs, Watson to Copperas Cove. There could be winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour with that. Dripping Springs, just to your southwest, that section probably has tennis ball size hail. And then we're seeing intensifying storms all the way down to Bernie now. And all these are moving off to the east. So, let's go back to the Panhandle. We do have a tornado warning for Clarendon and with storms southwest of Howard, or south of Howardwick. We also have storms coming in from the west. So again, those of you in Howardwick,
warning has been issued for Bandera,
right now.
Behar, Comal, and Kendall County in Texas.
So, south of Howardwick, moving towards Clarendon, a severe storm capable of producing baseball-size hail, golf ball-size hail now, according to Weather Service, so that's come down a bit. Moving south towards Clarendon. So, those of you in Clarendon, heads up, storm with big hail, maybe a spin-up tornado heading your way. McLean, you've got an anticyclonic supercell coming your way. That just means it's rotating in a different direction. Those are very notorious for their damaging hail threat. There could easily be tennis ball size hail with that. McLean, it'll be there by 8:45. We've got, okay, that's east of Wheeler already into Oklahoma. Not our problem. New developing severe storm just east of Claude, moving towards Groom. That storm's going to be moving east-northeast probably, and a storm just south of Headley, moving southeast towards Memphis and Highway 256. That could have hail. And then this line developing out in the western Panhandle, showing winds over 60. That's what these are out here northwest of Vega. So all that's going to be moving off to the east. All right, back to central Texas. Line of severe storms capable of producing damaging to hurricane force winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. And I'll just put this back on a loop. And here at 8:25, we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight, give y'all an updated timing element. And Sarah Walker and Judith, thanks for becoming members here on the Texas Storm Chasers channel. Appreciate it. Thank you to Cassandra Mitchell and Chris Solomon for your merch orders and generous donations. Appreciate it, and thank you very much. All right, so leading edge of these storms extends from near Florence to Liberty Hill, Lago Vista, Lakeway, Dripping Springs to Wimberley to Canyon Lake, Spring Branch, Fair Oaks Ranch to Helidos. These storms generally moving east at about 25 to 35 miles an hour, with some of them producing damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, even 80 at times, along with some quarter to tennis ball size hail, though most hail won't be tennis balls. Storms moving east at 35 means I-35 from Temple and Belton all the way down through Round Rock, Austin, Georgetown, San Marcos, New Braunfels, even to the north sides of San Antonio to near Universal City. Y'all are going to be getting in on this activity. Garden Ridge, Hollywood Park, over the next 30 to 45 minutes. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning. These are going to be loud storms as they move off to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. All right, make sure we're not missing anything. So again, these are going to be pretty rambunctious storms as they move off to the east. At 35 miles an hour. So again, we got wind, we got some hail, we got some really heavy rain and lightning. Not everybody's going to be getting in on these crazy strong winds. And again, I'd say the wind has come down a bit over the last several minutes, which is good. These things do pulse. They intensify, they wane, but we're still seeing some very strong winds now approaching Killeen. In fact, we're going to probably need to focus on that a little more now. So we're going to switch back to the Granger radar. We're already on it. Let's go ahead and take a look up here. This storm approaching Copper's Cove, Killeen, Harker Heights is showing a very nasty surge of wind now.
Warning has been issued for
winds near
and
90 miles an hour. This is coming right up to the Killeen, or the, what is that, the Air Force Base, Fort Hood, Killeen, the airport that's southwest of actual Fort Hood. Regardless, we're seeing wind pockets near the River Ridge Ranch now approaching 90 miles an hour. That's what these dark blues are. Even down 183 to Florence, we're seeing winds in excess of 75 to 80 miles an hour. So extremely damaging winds coming in now to places like Florence, south sides of Killeen, about to cross over Highway 195. In the next 10 minutes, Killeen, Copper's Cove, y'all are getting blasted with lightning right now. Here's the how hard it's raining mode.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Killingsworth
hurricane force
and Donnelly
winds
County in Texas.
It's going to be the Panhandle. Oh, sweet Mama May, that got worse. We've got extremely dangerous winds. In fact, we need to make sure this isn't trying to spin up into something. This is showing winds now. We're seeing pockets of wind here, likely approaching 100 miles an hour, just southwest of Killeen. Seeing winds approaching 100 miles an hour here on the radar, just southwest of Killeen to Florence. Florence to Killeen. Go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Not a tornado, but for hurricane force winds that could produce tornado-like winds. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a bike helmet. Just get away from west-facing windows, lowest floor, center room. Potential for hurricane force winds in excess of 80 to 90 miles an hour coming into Florence, up Highway 195, into the south sides of Killeen, Harker Heights, and the Fort. Especially just south of Killeen to Florence. Heads up, if this continues, this will move east to places like Gerald, Salado, and Belton, with the potential for hurricane force winds over the next 15 minutes. So y'all need to be treating this like a tornado warning, be in a safe place. go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions like you would a tornado warning. Thank you, Ryan Smith, for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. Jason, welcome to the membership club. So heads up. This activity is coming east pretty quick.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Childress and Hall County in Texas.
South. We'll go take a look at those storms in a bit, but storms extend Dripping Springs to Wimberley. Moving off to the east at about well, they're not moving east at 70, I guarantee you that. They're probably moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So all these storms, big hail, I mean, quarter to, maybe tennis ball size, mostly quarters now, the golf ball. You can see we're getting a pretty nasty little surge over Wimberley here. Dripping Springs to Wood Creek to Wimberley. We could see some winds over 60 miles an hour. Could also be a pocket of golf ball size hail. Seeing winds near 60 in Wimberley on the which way the wind's blowing mode here. Northwest of Wood Creek, seeing winds closer to 70. So again, Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin, severe storms inbound from the west with strong to damaging winds. Not everyone's going to get crazy strong winds with this, but we are expecting activity to produce quite a bit of heavy rain, lightning, etc. But I think the worst off right now is this storm about to move across Highway 195 from Florence to the south sides of Killeen. Florence, y'all are just not in a good spot. I'll tell you that now. Y'all need to be really in your tornado safe places as you have a hurricane essentially about to come in with maybe 80 to 100 mile an hour westerly winds. That's going to knock a lot of trees down. We're going to have a lot of power outages. We're going to have some damage to buildings, I think, out here. Some of y'all are going to lose your sheds because they're going to end up halfway to College Station. Trampolines are going to end up halfway to New Orleans at this point. So we're going to get an updated radar scan here in a second showing the latest wind. But again, Florence to Killeen, Copper's generally, Copper's Cove, you're probably getting 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We're showing even stronger winds south down Highway 195 from just south of Killeen to Florence. Nasty straight line winds here. We're going to get an update in just a second. We'll see that radar beam come around, and we'll see where the winds have ended up now. And you can see that's just nasty sauce right here. We might even have a quick spin-up tornado trying to develop just south of 290, or what is that, 291? Whatever, we'll just say the south loop around here of Killeen. You can see these very bright blues here. Those are winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour. Radar is detecting that. We're not looking that high off the ground here either. We're looking at about 2,000 feet. So there's a decent chance a lot of this wind is making it down to the surface in the form of hurricane force winds. So, as this activity continues, again, the potential for hurricane force winds right now on Highway 195 from, just northwest of Weir, north of Georgetown to Florence, to just south of Killeen. Killeen, y'all may barely scoot by this without issues. This is moving right towards Belton, Salado, Jarrell, Heads up, y'all. Belton, Salado, Gerald. Potential for 80 to 90 mile an hour winds coming in over the next 10 to 15 minutes. To deal with. So as this activity moves off to the east, Belton, Salado, Gerald, heads up. All right, let's take a look. Georgetown, Round Rock, y'all are about to get visited by a storm capable of producing maybe 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Leander to Cedar Park, Lago Vista, heavy rain, probably some gusty winds. This section of storm doesn't look as nasty. Hopefully that's the case, but Cedar Park to Leander, it's coming in now. Georgetown to Round Rock, Pflugerville, the next 10 to 15 minutes. That activity moving off to the east. Austin, Sunset Valley, Santa Leona, Buda, guess what? You're going to be getting in on some storms here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential of maybe a bit of hail. Need to keep an eye on this thing south of Dripping Springs. Seen a bit of a circulation. We'll see. We might get a tornado warning soon for parts of Bell County. That storm up there is trying to spin itself up into a tizzy. So again, Buda, Mound City, guess what? Y'all got storms coming in from the west. This storm has a little bit more of a hail core between Dripping Springs and Wimberley. Y'all may end up with quarter to golf ball size hail. At least it's not softballs unless something drastic happens. Back southwest, Bernie, Fair Oaks Ranch, Gray Forest. This storm's moving east at about 25 miles an hour. That has the potential to bring quarter-size hail to northern Bexar County, along with wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Again, an updated radar scan. There you go. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on all these storms. But again, we're focusing on the most intense storms right now, which is why we're spending a lot of time on these storms here approaching Belton down to Salado and Gerald. Those are sorts of havoc in the wind department. Now, very quickly, let's go take a look at our Panhandle storms. We have multiple severe warnings out here. We've got stuff in the east, stuff in the west. Let's talk about it. No tornado warnings up here now. Tornado warning for Clarendon was allowed to expire. We have a severe storm south of Headley, moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. That could bring some very large hail, at least golf ball size, to Memphis in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Up towards Clarendon, hail core passing just northeast of town, at least the worst. That has the potential of at least quarter to $half size hail as it moves southeast. Western Panhandle from north of Adrian to Vega to Hereford to Friona. Winds over 60 miles an hour possible. Seeing a lot of wind with this storm on I-40 near Vega. Could be plenty of wind over 60, lofting, blowing dust. That's going to be moving east quickly, probably at about 50 miles an hour there. You can see how quickly it moved. That's going to bring a lot of wind and rain to Amarillo in the next hour. So by 9:30, expect blowing dust, damaging winds, rain in Amarillo. Back down here, a lot of y'all on Round Rock just got your
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
northern
Lee
Austin
and Williamson County in Texas.
All right, so they're putting out just destructive warnings for all this stuff now. So Round Rock, Pflugerville, Manor, Elgin, Taylor, Granger, Bartlett, north sides of Austin. The reason your phones just went yippity-doo, yippity-yay, squeaky-squeaky death today
a new severe
is because we
thunderstorm warning
have
has
a
been
destructive
issued for
severe thunderstorm tag for winds over
County
80.
in
That means the potential for winds over 80 hurricane force winds. So heads up, this moving east at 40. Very strong winds, especially up here near Florence to south of Killeen. We're seeing winds that could be well over 80 miles an
Severe
hour.
thunderstorm
About to move
warning
into
has been
places like
for
Jarrell, Salado,
Caldwell,
and Belton.
Coleman, Hayes, Lee, Travis, and Williamson County in Texas.
And this activity is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So Belton, Temple, Salado, Jarrell, next 20 minutes for damaging winds of 60 to 80 plus miles an hour. Georgetown to Serenado, winds coming in maybe 40 to 60, maybe even 80 miles an hour. I think the threat's a bit higher to your north over the next 10 minutes. Manor, Elgin, Lexington. For now, your damaging wind threat looks lower, but we're going to be watching it. These storms also, if I switch over from the straight line wind mode to the rotating mode, you're going to see, we're starting to see a few pockets of spin here as well. So we could see spin up tornado potential, but that's why all y'all's phones just went.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
so
Bell,
these storms are now moving
Falls,
east at 40.
and Milam
We're
County
going to put a
in
storm
Texas.
track on. All right, so we're going to put a storm track on this. No, that's not going to work. All right, so we're going to say these are moving east 40 now. Okay. We'll do 41 just for my own personal satisfaction. Now, these may arrive a little later than what's shown. I'd rather be early than late. Little River Academy about 9 to 9:05. Rogers about 9:10 to 9:15. Holland about 9 p.m. Cameron about 9:35. Bartlett 8:55. Granger about 8:55. Taylor about 9 to 9:05. Thorndale about 9:20. Rockdale about 9:35. Georgetown the next 5 minutes. Round Rock in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Pflugerville about 8:45 to 8:50. Manor about 9 p.m. Elgin about 9:15. Downtown Austin 8:50. West sides of Austin.
A new
next
severe
5 to 8
thunderstorm
minutes.
warning has been issued
Tollway,
for Cochran,
1:30 on
Hockley,
the east side
Terry,
of Austin,
and Yoakum
about
County
9
in
p.m.
Texas.
San Leandro about 8:45 to 8:50. Buda about 8:45 to 8:50. Kyle 8:50. San Marcos we'll say 8:45 to 8:50. New Braunfels about 8:50. Garden Ridge about 8:55. Universal City about 8:55.
A new severe thunderstorm
Leon
warning
Valley
has been
about
issued for
8:45 to
Edwards,
8:50.
Real, and Valverde County in Texas.
And here's the latest radar loop. You can see these storms are beginning to accelerate east. And again, the strongest storms, 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, and very heavy rain with lightning. We're seeing very strong winds right now from near Jarrell to Harker Heights. This activity producing winds could be over 80 miles an hour at times. Even maybe a quick spin-up tornado near Jarrell. Nothing like Jarrell tornado, but it's rambunctious, that's for sure. All right. Flashy Beige, 89, and Pool Paramedic. Thank you all so much for your very generous super chats. We appreciate it. So again, these storms moving east, the potential for some folks to get winds over 80 miles an hour. Most folks are not. Let's be clear. I know a lot of folks had their phones go yippity-doo, yippity-yay, my oh my, what a wonderful day. But the worst of the winds, and I'll show you on radar in a minute, extending across parts of northern Williamson and Bell counties. And by the way, if you want folks to be updated on what's going on, we're going to be here most of the night. You can just share this live video stream link with them. Let your friends and family know that good old Baldy-in-Chief is here in a hotel giving weather updates from his little hotel TV and all that. So here we go. You can see very, very strong winds, and these are only a few hundred feet off the ground. The radar's here in Granger, so these are pretty accurate. We're seeing winds over 90 miles per hour. Just northeast of Florence, we're seeing winds of probably 70 plus miles an hour coming in the south sides of Killeen to Harker Heights. All this, Gerald, you're probably got winds. You could be near 90 miles an hour too. Guess what? Salado, Belton, Temple, Bartlett, Holland, hurricane force winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour coming into town the next 10 to 15 minutes. Treat it like a tornado. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And especially of west-facing windows, that is for sure. As this activity continues to move from west to east very quickly. Again, Salado, this is all moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Very, very quickly off to the east. As this activity continues moving off to the east, those of you in Salado,
A new severe
Belton,
thunderstorm
Temple,
warning has been
Bartlett,
issued
Jarrell,
for Bayard,
Salado, Little River
Como,
Academy,
and Medina
Salado
County
for the third
in
time because you're
Texas.
special. Hurricane force winds inbound. Okay, we're going to go take a quick look at this up in the Panhandle in West Texas. Again, these storms up here are not as rambunctious as those about to say hi, at least in the 90-mile-an-hour wind department. They got wind, mind you, but not crazy issues. No, I'm good. Memphis, Texas, Highway 287, you're about to get probably at least golf ball size hail. Make that tennis ball size hail. Lakeview to Highway 256 out to Memphis, and 287 golf ball size hail coming in from the northwest. Same could be the case with this storm northwest of Headley. That'll be moving southeast as well, following the first storm's tracks. Channing to Vega to Hereford, guess what? You've got a line of storms coming in from the west. Could be winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. That'll be impacting Amarillo, I-27 down to Happy to Tulia, north of Plainview in the next 30 minutes. We have storms now coming in West Texas from New Mexico, Highway 214, north of Plains. I think that's 214. I'll be honest, I can't see the road icons well. 214, southwest of Whiteface. Those storms could have large hail with it as well. All right, back to Central Texas we go. And let's take a look at these storms north of Del Rio near Rock Springs real quick. Rock Springs, you've got some storms. These could have hail. Oh, they even have little baby hooks. Look, they're little baby supercells. Yeah, we're going to watch that carefully. These storms could be producing quarter-size hail. Rock Springs, Vance, Devil's Sinkhole, State Natural Area. Out here, those storms are moving southeast. Storms now entering northern Bexar County. Up to Austin. From Haledos, west of Garden Ridge, west New Braunfels, San Marcos, Buda, west sides of Austin to Georgetown. Let's see if we have any enhanced winds showing up. Yeah, we're seeing a bit of enhancement here just north of Wimberley. Could be seeing some winds over 60 miles an hour in Wimberley to Wood Creek right now. The good news is we're not seeing those super crazy like 90-mile-an-hour winds like we are farther north. Little area of rotation showing up here southeast of Dripping Springs, west of San Leanna to near Hayes. That's not a tornado. I'm just saying we have some weak rotation. It may mix down some stronger winds. New severe storm warning for northern Bexar County goes down to Leon Park, Almost Park. This storm could have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, includes University City, Converse, San Antonio, Randolph Air Force Base, Fair Oaks Ranch, Kirby, Alamo Heights, Windcrest, Terrell Hills, Garden Ridge, etc. Back north we go. Boy, this thing about to eat the Granger. What the heck? You gotta be kidding me. This just keeps getting worse. This wind is now over 100 miles an hour. like 2 miles from the stinking radar. So, what could be major hurricane force winds now, or a strong tornado like wind approaching I-35 from Gerald to Salado. Seriously, be in a safe place, folks. Also seeing indications of maybe a quick spin-up tornado developing southeast sides of Harker Heights. That could try to develop into something if it continues. If it does, those of you in Belton, let's just do this. Belton, Salado to Temple, go ahead and just take your tornado safety precautions for a thunderstorm producing tornado-like winds of 70 to 100 miles an hour. And I can't even rule out a spin-up tornado. This is kind of like we had last year when I thought it was straight-line winds. It ended up spin up into a tornado, so we're not going to make that mistake twice. Y'all go ahead and just take your tornado safety precautions. Again, not a tornado warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm producing 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds. But I'll tell you, I don't like the way this is starting to hook here. Just south of Harker Heights, moving towards Belm. We got another one west of Bartlett. These are areas of enhanced winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. And I'll be honest, these could spin up into spin-up tornadoes. Both would be equally damaging. So y'all need to be in your safe places, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes are a good idea just in case you have to walk over debris. So, you live anywhere in Central Texas? Let's just make this simple. Your all's phones are going off with a flash flood warning. Guess what? Flash flood warning from...
A new flash flood warning
let's
has
just say
been
the
issued for
northwest
Bayhart,
sides of San Antonio
Blanco,
up
Burnett,
to
Como,
Highway...
Hayes, Kendall, Travis,
pretty much Bartlett,
and
so
Williamson
Austin.
County in
Everyone in
Texas.
Central Texas, guess what? You're under flash flood warning. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. All right, we're about to get a new scan. We're going to get a new scan here in just a second. And you can see very strong winds now. There really may be a spin up. Tornado warning, stand by. It's going to be a tornado warning for Bartlett Granger. We're probably about to get
Tornado
one for
warning.
Bell.
Jude in County, Texas.
Tornado warning for him. All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for northern Williamson County. This does not include places... Oh. Well, I'll be honest, I think we're seeing a couple tornado signatures trying to develop here. We see one south side of Salado. We see one just west of Bartlett. We see one probably coming up near Belton. These may not all necessarily be spin-ups trying to happen, but I do think we're at least seeing hurricane force winds here over 90 miles an hour. So guess what, folks? Y'all better begin in your safe places. If you're in Belden, down to Little River Academy, Holland, Bartlett, Gerald, you're already in it. So Salado, guess what? Same story. But Holland, Little River Academy, Belton to Bartlett. Take your tornado safety precautions for storms capable of producing spin-up tornadoes and hurricane force winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. So y'all go ahead and be in a safe place.
New tornado warning has been issued for Bell and Milam County in Texas.
All right, we're going to have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for parts of Milam and Bell counties. This includes Holland, Buckholz, Cameron, almost to Cameron, doesn't technically include Cameron, but this does include Bartlett, Holland, Davila, Sharp, Buckholz to near Cameron. And this is going to be for that circulation very near Bartlett. But again, I want to emphasize, tornado warning or severe warning right now. Y'all out here need to treat them the same. We've got what could be hurricane force winds equivalent to a tornado. Could be quick spin up tornado, but that's just west of Belton to Salado to west of Bartlett. And this activity is moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. That thing just southwest of Belton, by the way, I do think could try to become a spin-up tornado as it moves northeast. So we're keeping a very close eye on all this. We note the Granger radar here at the bottom of the screen. That's where the radar is. So we're going to see if this radar actually manages not to go offline here. It tends to go offline pretty easily. It's a Department of Defense radar. It's one of the notorious ones that tends to have some special needs. Let's just put it that way. So it tends to go offline whenever there's a storm within 50 miles of it. We'll see if it actually goes offline or not. But y'all go ahead and be in a safe place out here. Belton, Salado, Holland, Bartlett, Davila, Sharp, Buckholz, and Cameron. Go ahead and be in a safe place for the possibility of hurricane force winds. And destructive, maybe even quick spin-up tornado. Now, real quick, let's talk about what's going on. Round Rock to Austin. Storms coming in now. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour. You can see the strongest winds definitely.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Killingsworth and Donley County in Texas.
So, Bartlett, let's just real quick here. Bartlett, you could have a tornado near town. Hurricane force winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour from Bartlett to approaching Holland. Harker Heights, Salado, about to move into Belton. All right, let's go south. Guess what? Georgetown, it's storming, it's pouring, but Georgetown, you're fine. Round Rock, we've got storms coming in all the way down to Bee Cave. It's pouring, it's storming. Could be a bit of hail,
warning has been issued
winds.
for Depths,
Austin down to Buda.
and Randall County in Texas.
It's storming. And this activity is moving east. The winds on radar aren't as strong as what we're seeing coming in from the storms further north, but we could still have winds over 60 miles an hour. That's enough to cause wind damage. Could have some hail. This storm near Kyle and San Marcos could be producing some golf ball size hail. Back southwest, you can see we have storms northwest of Leon Valley to Shavano Park. That activity also could have winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour. We could also have some more hail with this. These storms down from southwest of Austin through Kyle, San Marcos to Leon Valley and Hollywood Park are looking more haily than windy at this point, while storms farther north are definitely more in the wind department than the hail department. But again, seeing some nasty winds northwest of Salado. 90 miles an hour just northwest of Salado, down here near Bartlett. We're seeing winds of 75 miles an hour. And this activity near Holland, winds of 60 to 80. So again, a lot of damaging winds right now from Bartlett up to north of Granger, about to enter, well, in Salado to near Harker Heights, about to enter Belton, Little River Academy, and Temple. These storms moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. We do have a tornado warning here, far northeastern Williamson County, into southeastern Bell County and Milam County for this circulation near Bartlett, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Those of you in Buckholz and to near Cameron, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Davila, Sharp, same thing. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Belton, I'd honestly say the same thing. You're not in a tornado warning, but you've got very strong winds approaching. That could be over 80 miles an hour. That's tornado-like. So I'd encourage y'all to be in a safe place too. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we'll be okay. Places like Colleen, you're clear. Florence, you're clear. Leander, you're clear. Lago Vista, Lakeway, Briarcliff, you're clear from damaging winds. Dripping Springs, you're clear. Wimberley, you'll be clear in 5 minutes. It'll start calming down. Bernie, you're just in heavy rain now. Worst is off to your south and southeast. Let's go look at West Texas and the Panhandle. All right, north of Plains, southwest of Loveland, we've got storms producing hail moving southeast, 60-mile-an-hour winds, half-dollar size hail. That's a bit larger than the size of a quarter. And then up in the Amarillo area, we've got a storm on the southeast side of town. Honestly, that's kind of a concern if it tries to spin up. But hail in southeast Amarillo right now, moving up towards the Amarillo Airport there on the east side of town on 335. Main line of storms coming in from the west with winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour with blowing dust. Bushland, Buffalo Lake, Lake Tanglewood, Timber Creek, Canyon, Valley de Oro, Boys Ranch, Wildorado, Paladoro Canyon, Amarillo itself, Mescas, whatever, Park, Dawn, Canyon, and Hereford. Y'all got storms coming in from the west. Dimmitt, guess what? Hereford to Dimmitt, y'all are beginning storms shortly. Freona, you're clear. And then out here on 287, we got some hailstorm near Memphis. Could have tennis ball size hail with that, moving southeast towards Estling, aka Speed Trap Town, at about 15 miles an hour. And then we've got a second storm west of Headley, moving southeast. That's going to be crossing over 256 near Lakeway or near Memphis once again. Note the Storm Prediction Center has issued a special mesoscale discussion indicating the potential for destructive hurricane-force winds up to 100 miles an hour with these storms in central Texas. Down here in the Edwards Plateau, if I would actually, show y'all on the radar I should be using versus the one that's 1,300 miles away. Rock Springs, we've got a hailer east of Rock Springs. That's on Highway 41. We got a second hailer coming into Rock Springs from the west on Highway 377. Those storms are moving southeast with the potential of quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles per hour. Tornado warning for Williamson County has been allowed to expire. That storm's now in Bell and Milam counties. And again, we're not seeing super-duper evidence of tornadoes here. We have a lot of straight-line winds. We got plenty of heavy rain and hail. You might just have to unplug the cell phone charger. We got this stuff near Salado about to enter Belton. These are moving east at about 45 miles an hour with the potential of winds of 70 to 85 miles per hour. So as this activity continues, those of you in Temple, Belton, it's not a fun time right now. We got some nasty winds. Salado, you're likely getting very strong winds still. Holland, Bartlett, guess what? Area of strongest winds. Maybe a quick spin-up tornado now just to your east of 95. Those of you east of 95 out towards Buckholz, Highway 190, towards Sharp and Davala. Go ahead and take your severe weather safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the loop on here. I'm going to take a look at this for just a few minutes. I'm going to drink a little water, but we can at least give y'all a short duration loop. Oh, I just had a lot of beeping sounds. Oh, I hear myself. That's even more concerning. How did we manage to do that? Am I still transmitting audio? It says I am. Barely, but why do I hear myself? I'm very scared. Huh. Okay, that's still sending. Why am I hearing myself? Interesting. Okay. Y'all hold on a second. Let me see. Something weird happened. I'm hearing myself. Stopped. Nope. Y'all got a new USB device sound, huh? Interesting. Well, that's weird. Y'all can hear the computer audio now on my computer, huh? Y'all could hear those dings? That's really weird. I might be hearing it right off my desktop. Okay, well, I can deal with that. So let's set this up, because apparently if that's going to work, I can just play warnings off my computer. Sorry, folks, I don't know why it just randomly did that, but the sound that wasn't working on this stream for weeks is kicked its happy self back in, so we'll just do that. And I just turned it down quite a bit. Weird. All right. Really weird stuff going on. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Worry not. We turned that down quite a bit. All right, so let's keep going. This is the radar over the last half hour. As y'all can see, we do have a line of storms moving from west to east at about 45 miles an hour across central Texas. This line of storms now extends from the leading edge, at least, Belton, Little River Academy, just southwest of Rogers, to Davala, down to Thrall, Coupland, Manor, Austin, San Leandro, Buda, my own city, Kyle, San Marcos, New Braunfels to San Antonio. Now, not all of this line is producing winds over 80 miles an hour. A lot of this may not even be producing winds of, 50 to 60 miles an hour. But we definitely do have the potential for some mischief here as activity continues moving off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So, we are definitely going to be keeping an eye on things for sure. But the good news is we're not doing half bad here. All right. So that audio I was hearing was coming back over my desktop, and it just suddenly started working again. That is really weird. But it is what it is. As long as y'all aren't hearing a double echo, I'll stick with it. So we do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado at about 30 miles per hour. Turn that down a little more. And as we deal with this, we will continue to monitor activity. But again, nasty storms producing nasty wind. Austin, it may not necessarily get too bad, but we definitely have the potential of some extremely unpleasant winds here as activity continues moving east. And this will continue into the Brazos Valley.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Yoakum County in Texas.
I just had about 50 echoes. Let's never do that again. I'm good, thank you. So as this activity continues moving off to the east at 45 miles an hour, those of you Rockdale to LaGrange, Bastrop, Elgin, guess what? You're getting in on it in the next, 30, 40 minutes. Cliff Phillips, one kick. Thank you very much for those generous super chats. Amy Yu and Rayoid. Hey, thanks for giving out memberships here on the Texas Weather Center, and congrats to those who are now members here on the YouTube channel. All right, so we've got that going on. Good news is San Antonio, for now, you're okay. I think San Antonio will get some storms later. Looks like we had an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust in Holland, which is there on Highway 95. Sharp, y'all are about to get in on winds of probably 75 to 80 miles an hour. Worst of the winds moving into Little River Academy, Belton Temple to Salado right now. Could be over 70 miles an hour. All right. That was pretty interesting. Let's never do that again. I really don't know why that happened. But I'm about to get a lot of angry messages because of that, probably. So, all right, the good news is, again, we have a tornado warning for southern Bell County. That includes Sharp to Buckholz. If you're west of Highway 95, there is no tornado. There's damaging winds. If you're in Belton to Rogers, Little River Academy, and Temple, there's no tornado, but there's damaging winds. As this activity continues moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. Let me see if I can find out why I'm hearing myself. I heard a USB sound and then something horrific, so let's just see if this doesn't work. We are not restarting the program to play with that. All right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hemphill and Wheeler County in Texas.
Okay, well, we all heard that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hemphill and Wheeler counties in northwest Texas. It's going to be for quarter-size hail, winds over 60. So, I want to thank everyone who's been tuning in today so far to watch. Appreciate you all definitely joining in.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Caldwell, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson County in Texas.
We're going to check on the storms in the Panhandle. You can see we have increasing number of storms, including southeast Amarillo. We've got storms on 287 from Memphis up to, that's going to be southeast of Clarendon. Those storms are hailers. They could have golf ball size hail. We've got a line of storms approaching I-27 and 287 from Dumas to Amarillo to Canyon, down to what will be Tully and Crest. Those storms still a bit off to the west on Highway 385 with some winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour. And a line of storms will probably, well, they'll continue flying east across the Panhandle and eventually probably down into the Red River Valley this evening. And the strongest of those storms are expected to produce some pretty strong winds as they move off to the east at probably 45 to 50 miles per hour. But the good news is, as we continue to monitor storms, we're going to be here to keep you up to date. That's what we do here at the Texas Storm Chasers. Down here, southwest of Lubbock, let's take a look at these storms. Line of storms now approaching plains. These storms have the potential of producing winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail as they move southeast at 25 miles per hour. And then otherwise, we do have some storms out here in the northern Edwards Plateau. I'm going to have to reset the radar program. I just crashed it. But this activity extends around Rock Springs. It is moving southeast. Hey, look, it's my computer specs. Congrats. At about 25 miles an hour, and those do also have the potential to produce hail. All right. Let's go back to Central Texas again. We do have a tornado warning that continues for southeastern Bell and Milam County. Though I will say I think the damaging wind and spin-up tornado potential goes hand in hand here. That's why I'm not spending too much time focusing on it, because I think the elements are dangerous together. We got wind damage in Salado. We got reports of trees down and parts of a deck ripped off. So that makes sense based off the overall expectations of what we were seeing. All right, well, we've fixed the mute, or the issue with me hearing myself, but did I disable the computer sounds? It looks like it, so... Oh well, we'll just disable the whole computer audio thing, re-enable the default stuff y'all were hearing a bit earlier, and that's fine. Alright, so again, line of storms. Let's give some folks clear here. Jarrell, you're clear. Georgetown, you're clear. Cedar Park, you're clear. Storms rolling through Austin right now with some very strong gusty winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. We could have we have heavy rain. We got flash flood warnings. Could even have some hail. And then that line extends. I'll zoom out here a little. If y'all can't tell, I'm very dehydrated now, so I'm about to need to drink a lot of water. This line of storms leading edge from Mustang Ridge to Lockhart. Weaker down towards Geronimo, New Braunfels. That section isn't severe. That's behaving. And then we have a stronger storm sitting in northern Bexar County near Leon Valley. Seeing a hail core develop just west of Leon Valley. That's a pretty nasty storm. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Same just north of Hondo. And then those storms out near Rock Springs. But by far, strongest storms we're dealing with. And oh yeah, we do have storms up here in southern North Texas. None of those are severe right now. Strongest storms we're dealing with right now by far is this little segment that extends from near Temple to Rogers to Buckholz to Sharp to Thrall to Taylor. This section here has winds, could be 70 to 80 miles an hour. Though we're not seeing the extreme winds we saw earlier. Those have come down a bit. So instead of, 80 to 90, we're probably talking about closer to 70 to 80. Could still have a spin-up tornado here, near Cameron. And this is moving from west to east at 45 miles per hour. And we're getting flooding in Austin. Storm chaser Adam Lucio is reporting flooding on 290 near Oak Hill. So as these storms continue moving east, again, damaging winds. A lot of wind with these storms now. We've transitioned from a lot of hail to a lot of wind. And that's going to continue as this moves across Milam County, places like Cameron, Rockdale, Milano, Gause, Maysfield, even to Hearn eventually. And yeah, College Station, guess what? You're going to be getting in on this too. This little line moving from west-east very quickly over the last hour with some very strong winds, etc. Looks like we have a severe thunderstorm watch now for the Brazos Valley, the coastal plain, southeast Texas through 5 a.m. That's going to include Victoria, Brenham, College Station, Crockett, Onalaska, Conroe, Dayton, Houston, Texas City, and Lake Jackson. All right, I'm going to reset that real quick. All right, here's what we're going to do real quick, folks. I'm going to take just, I'm going to try to take a 5-minute break. We're not going anywhere. The stream's not ending. I just need a quick 5 minutes to drink some water, get some food in me, and we'll continue this. If something happens, I promise we'll be back before then, but we'll be back here in just a few minutes with continuing severe weather coverage.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Castro and Swisher County in Texas. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Bandera, Kendall, Kerr, and Medina County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm has been in Bell in Texas.
All right, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring a line of severe storms moving east across parts of central Texas into the Brazos Valley now and south central Texas. This activity is capable of producing damaging winds, some heavy rain and hail, a lot of lightning. We do have a tornado warning. Oops. Technically, that is still underway in parts of southeastern Bell County. I'll be honest, the threat of a tornado's ended there. So we're not worried about that. We have a line of storms capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds. Extending, and this warning, new severe warning, includes places like Troy, Lott, Marlin, Coss, Bremen, Calvert, Hearn, Rockdale, Milano, Maysfield, Ben Arnold, Rosebud, Lott, Hammond, Reagan, Ridge, Franklin, Wheelock, Mumford. Line of severe storms moving east, the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds. This line is moving east at 55 miles an hour, so it's cooking and booking now, ladies and gentlemen. This thing's flying east. And yes, those of you in College Station, you're going to probably get in on it too. The worst of the wind, this stuff near Cameron's actually moving east-southeast towards the Bryan-Wixon Valley area. So y'all heads up. Y'all about to have some unpleasant times there. Very heavy rain with a flash flooding threat. Temple down I-35 through Austin. Let's give some clears. Round Rock, you're clear. Georgetown, you're clear. Florence, you're clear. Temple, you're still in heavy rain. Down in the Austin area, we note this little bugger. Let's take a look from the San Antonio radar. All these blue boxes are flash flood warnings, by the way. Starting to see a little interesting signature develop east sides of Tollway 130, south of Highway 71, north of 21. A little bit of rotation picking up here. And this is going to be with thunderstorms moving towards Bastrop County. Have to keep an eye on that. A bit of rotation. That's going to be just south of Garfield, southeast of Delvelle, northeast of Mustang Ridge, moving off to the east towards Wildwood and Cedar Creek. So we'll keep an eye on that. A little bit of rotation there. May help mix some stronger winds down. Otherwise, storms from San Marcos to Lockhart to New Braunfels are not severe. To Seguin, Lulling, those storms are behaving themselves. Heavy rain, lightning, flash flooding, yes. Lightning, gusty winds, yes. Small hail, yes. This activity in northern Bexar County, a lot of very heavy rain. And unfortunately, this is not moving much. This could become a pretty problematic flood situation here real quick if this doesn't start moving south. But we're getting a lot of rain up here in northern Bexar County right now, like Leon Valley to Hollywood Park. San Antonio International Airport up to Fair Oaks Ranch, Valverde, Timberwood Park to Bernie. Very heavy rain. This activity is just not moving very much. We'll put a loop on here. So y'all can see what's going on. You're going to see, you know, the stuff northern sides of San Antonio is not moving. That could be a pretty bad flooding situation pretty soon. A lot of flooding. So strongest storms extend from near Garfield and Cedar Creek north to near Rockdale, Cameron, Rosebud, and Lott. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We have no tornado warnings. Or I stand corrected, we do. I just didn't get the audible warning for it on my speakers. Let's go west. It's going to be a tornado warning in West Texas, of all places, for planes. There's going to be a tornado warning for Plains. Yeah, there's a little circulation northeast of Plains, Texas. This is east of Highway 214, about to move on to Highway 380/82, about 4 to 5 miles east of Plains. So Plains, you're getting wind, you're getting rain. The threat of a tornado should be east of town out here in Yoakum County and western Terry County. This will stay west of the city of Brownfield. Plains, you're getting hit with some nasty wind, but good news is it'll stay east of Plains, west of Tokyo. But we'd advise no travel on Highway 82 going east out of Plains, west out of Tokyo, until this storm makes it south of Highway 380 and 82, moving down towards rural areas northeast of Denver City, northwest of Seagraves. If this keeps up, this will cross over Highway 62 around Seagraves and Wellman, though. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Those of you in Denver City, you're going to have your own storm to deal with that could have some hail with it as it moves off to the southeast. So that's a tornado warning there, but the tornado warning out in Bell County has expired, which is good, but there's still severe storm warnings out here. So we're going to take a quick look at this, then we'll take a look at the HRRR to give an idea of what we're going to see timeline-wise tonight. Very strong winds just north of Milano now. Seeing winds up near 80 miles an hour again with this. On highway, what is that, 36? Moving off to the south, or the east-southeast at about 50 miles an hour. Cameron, Rockdale, likely getting in on some strong winds as well. Up towards Rosebud, we're seeing strong winds. Sweet mother of mercy. Let's never stop it. Boy, that was an obnoxious loud sound on my end. Let's never do that again.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Behar, Comal, Guadalupe, and Hays County in Texas.
Sorry, I figured y'all didn't want to hear me chewing on my Triscuit. All right, so back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that little section with that nasty wind is bowing out, indicating those real strong winds. Softballs? What? Oh. Maybe it was you. Now you're gone, and now it's that. Anyway, so that nasty storm, Highway 36, highway near Rockdale to Cameron. Back southwest, you can see another supercell little bit of an interesting hook shape taking shape here. Not necessarily liking that trend, but there's no strong low-level rotation. That's a storm now on the east sides of Austin. If you're along and west of 35 in Austin, Travis County, Williamson County, you're clear. Lago Vista, Lakeway, Dripping Springs, Blanco, Wimberley, Kyle, y'all are clear. Buda, you're clear. I mean, even most of Austin's clear, though it's still pouring rain. Clear from, tornado damaging wind, uh-oh-villes. See a little bit of weak rotation with this storm. East of 130, north of 21, south of 71. But a lot of flash floodings going on in these areas with very heavy rain. So a lot of flash flooding, and that will continue for hours after the storm stopped. In fact, that may be the bigger story right now for Austin, San Antonio. Down here, we got flash flood warnings, New Braunfels through San Antonio proper. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing quite a bit of flash flooding. A lot of street flooding, a lot of low water crossings underwater. Flash flooding's the biggest issue. San Antonio, New Braunfels, Kyle, Buda, Austin, up through Pflugerville, Round Rock, Georgetown, Florence, all these areas out into the hill country. Flash flood warnings. So be mindful, a lot of flooded roads are possible through the night, a lot of quick rises on streams or rivers. Areas that may be typically dry and low-lying may not be. Otherwise, the biggest issue we're dealing with in the severe weather department is going to be some damaging winds. With this activity north of Milano, moving towards Hearn, Highway 6 and 190, out here northeast of Milano. As this activity continues to move off to the east towards Gauze, Hearn, Mumford. Could be some very strong winds. Could be 70-plus miles an hour. This will probably pass over the north sides of Bryan towards Benchley in the next 45 minutes. And again, you can see those very strong winds there, over 75 miles an hour. All right, we've taken a look at ongoing storms. Let's take a look at what we expect tonight. And again, we have a tornado warning for parts of western Terry, eastern Yoakum County. Circulation with that storm is passing well east of Plains. Should be passing, maybe 3 miles west of Tokyo over Highway 82 and 380 over the next several minutes. So let's do this. We're going to clear off the radar. We're going to turn on the upper third layer that gives us a look at this. Here we go. We'll set the loop up. We'll run it from 11 p.m. through 9 a.m. And this is going to show us what we can expect to deal with overnight. You can see the complex of storms is going to keep flying southeast tonight. Bryan, College Station, guess what? It's going to storm. Coastal Plains, southeast Texas, Golden Triangle, East Texas, it's going to storm tonight. And some of these storms will continue producing damaging winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. The most intense, not all of them, could continue to see some quarter to golf ball size hail. The big hail threats coming down. Maybe a couple spin-up tornadoes as well. A lot of rain and flash flooding with street flooding. Quick rises on creeks and streams, rivers. Oh yeah, we're going to see that. So expect rapid responses upwards on those tributaries as we continue to see additional rain move over these areas. And a lot of this is very heavy rain. If you stepped outside, it's thicker than pea soup out there in terms of
moisture. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, and Gray County in Texas.
And this activity is moving off to the southeast. So Houston, guess what? It's probably, this says 3 a.m. for Houston. It might be closer to, 1 a.m. Victoria, 2 to 3. And then all these storms move off the coast and out into the Gulf by pre-dawn Tuesday, leaving us with a few residual storms along the outflow boundary into South Texas and the coastal plains. But again, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to eat some Triscuits. We're going to have the weather radar playing. We're going to have audible warnings and all that playing. And we'll be back here with your next severe weather update by 9:50. We'll be back sooner if something goes awry. But again, damaging winds with these storms moving into Amarillo, damaging winds and a lot of flash flooding with these storms in central Texas moving into the Brazos Valley. So we're going to have to stay weather aware. And that is just exactly what we're going to do here. We have that tornado warning far eastern Yoakum and western parts of Terry County for a possible tornado on Highway 380 and 82, just west of Tokyo, east of Plains, west of Brownfield, neither town under threat. So again, we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes with your
Severe
next
thunderstorm
Texas
warning has been issued for Behar, Comal,
severe weather
Guadalupe
update.
in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bandera and Medina County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bandera and Real County in Texas. New severe storm been issued for county in Gaines County in Texas.
Oh, sorry, I got too busy drinking water. All right, we're back. It's 9:52 p.m. here on the Silence. 26th of May, 2025. We're tracking a line of pretty robust thunderstorms moving into the Brazos Valley and beginning to trek east of I-35 now. We're going to look at the West Texas tornado warning in a minute. Who just reported a
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terry and Yocum County.
Okay, so that's going to take care of that warning. That tornado warning. We now have a severe storm in northern parts of Bexar County producing baseball-sized hail.
And Yocum County in Texas.
So much for... Yeah, I talked over the warning. Sorry. We have a storm in northern Bexar County producing baseball-sized hail, it looks like. We'll look at that in a minute. But the line of storms here in parts of the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, we actually don't have many severe warnings now with this, which is good. A lot of this is sub-severe, meaning it's not producing quarter-size hail or larger. It's not producing, tornadoes. It's not producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. We still definitely have some robust thunderstorm activity, though, and that's what we're going to look at now. So we're going to stop this loop. We're going to go from north to south because, well, it's my stream and I can do what I want. But we thank you for joining us, by the way. We do like it. We love it. We hope you're enjoying it. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I've been doing this 6 hours. The craziness is going to come out. We do have a nasty surge of wind showing up here on Highway 79, northeast of Milano, moving towards Hearn and Highway 6. This line has the potential of producing winds of 70 or 65 to 75 miles an hour. Boy, it's what a surprise when you actually drink water and eat a little food, how much better you feel. Isn't that a surprise? I'm about to get a lecture from the popcorn stand over here. Damaging winds, 65 to 70 miles an hour on Highway 36, north of Caldwell, near Milano. Highway 79, southwest of Hearn. Oh, good, I remind you to drink water. I'm proud of myself. And this activity is moving off to the east. We're probably going to get a severe storm warning for the Wixon Valley, Bryan, College Station region soon. Y'all are about to get some nasty winds. Now, let's go back and take a look down south. And by the way, back on the how hard it's raining mode, we are watching this storm in Bastrop County. It's weakened, not seeing a lot of wind with this. Still is rotating, maybe some dime to nickel size hail. Now, let's take a look at the New Braunfels weather radar. And you'll see a different perspective of this. Completely different, in fact. It looks a little different, doesn't it? Yeah, just not a lot of strong wind. Now, let's take a look at this thing. Apparently, the reason a lot of y'all's phones went yippity-doo, yippity-yay, my oh my, what a wonderful day, known as the wireless emergency alert, is this. Apparently, we had a 3-inch hailstone measured here in western Bexar County, to southwest of Government Canyon. And because of that, the Weather Service upgraded the warning here to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that sets off the wireless emergency alerts because it's warned for baseball-sized hail. Now, the good news is I'm hoping this is not actually still dropping baseballs. Quarter, yes. Ping pong balls, probably. Baseballs, I hope not. Golf balls, probably. But, I mean, the problem is this storm's sitting. And I'll loop it here in a minute. I am really getting concerned we're going to have a lot of flooding problems out here. In fact, let me try to switch to a different product. I'm not going to change the upper third. So the upper third, that key up at the top is going to show you the how hard it's raining mode. I'm going to look at the how much rain is falling mode. I just want to see if we can get that. And it may not work on this, because technology and I just don't get along typically, but it's raining a lot. All right, let me try this then. La 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 la. Is this going to load? Well, that's not up to date. So all I know is all these blue boxes you see here, these are flash flood warnings. So we got flash flood warnings from San Antonio up through San Marcos, Buda, Austin, Round Rock, etc. Out here in Flash Flood Alley, the Eastern Hill Country into Central Texas, South Central Texas. So we got a lot of water. I don't care if it's drier than a popcorn fart out there. Guess what? When you get 3 inches of rain in an hour, a lot of water has to go somewhere, and so a lot of low water crossings are flooded. A lot of streams are quickly going from bone dry to flooded very quickly with flood waves, and a lot of that's going to flow downstream, so we need to be mindful of that. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. I said back to the how hard it's raining mode. I hate technology, and technology hates me. Yeah! Okay, so we got this severe storm north of Hondo. It's about to be in Hondo. Could be quarter-size hail. We've got storms near Leakey to Camp Wood, south of Rock Springs. Those are just shooting off lightning. We do have this severe storm east of Eagle Pass on Highway 277, northwest of Carrizo Springs, west of Crystal City. This storm is moving off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour towards Comita and Forest Lake. That could have some quarter-size hail. All right, let's go to West Texas. Now, it doesn't look like the Weather Service is going to issue a new tornado warning for this, so I suspect it's going to be going bye-bye here in 2 minutes. This is going to be a severe storm moving towards Wellman here on Highway 385. This storm is no longer tornadic, but is capable of producing quarter-size hail and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. This storm has the potential to produce some nasty wind with that. Staying north of Seagraves, west and south of Brownfield. We got a storm out here east of Lovington, New Mexico, moving south-southeast towards Hobbs, New Mexico. That could bring up to tennis ball size hail to them as it moves south-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Panhandle, this line of storms is unzipping farther south, now a line from near Loveland to Littlefield to Olton to Tulia, now east of Interstate 27, east sides of Amarillo, up towards Paladuro Canyon State Park, west of Claude. Seeing some pretty strong winds moving towards Claude now. We're getting wind gusts near 65 to 70 miles an hour, west of Claude, east of Amarillo. This line is moving off to the east at 40 miles an hour towards places like Claude, Howardwick, Clarendon, Panhandle, White Deer, Skellytown, eventually towards Pampa. And again, heavy rain, blinding rain, winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour, and the potential for some small hail. And then we do have a severe storm out here in northwest Texas. This is going to be on Highway 287, southeast of Speed Trap town of Esteline, moving towards Childress. Now, back to the flash flooding potential. Let's go back here. And again, this is going to be your flash flood warning boxes. I'm going to do something I don't normally do here. We're going to take a look at a Weather Prediction Center. Oops-a-daisy. Mesoscale precipitation discussion. They're becoming much more concerned about the flooding potential here in Austin, San Antonio, with the potential of another 5 inches of rain through 2 a.m. Central. This could result in some pretty problematic flash flooding with up to 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour. This is just the meteorological discussion, and definitely a threat of near-term flooding.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards and Kinney County in Texas.
Take a look at this. We're going to reset this because the radar background stopped loading there. Y'all probably noticed that. That's just a sign it ran out of memory. It's a 32-bit program. So what we're going to do is this whole cluster, by the way, evolving as planned, is going to keep moving southeast. Houston, it's going to storm 1 to 3 a.m. Bryan, College Station, probably by 11 p.m. Jasper, Beaumont, probably 2 to 4 a.m., maybe sooner. Corpus Christi to Victoria, let's plan on 1 to 4 a.m. And again, this line of storms moving southeast, the potential out of the most intense storms produce damaging winds, very heavy rainfall with flooding, and the possibility of some hail. We're going to be back here at 10:10 p.m. 22:10 for those of you on military time for your next Texas severe weather update. And if something happens before then, we'll be back. Until then, hope you'll stick around, and thank you for joining us. You can always keep an eye on the sky on your own schedule with the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can do that by scanning that beautiful QR code above my big, bold, shiny head, or just visiting your app store where you download apps to your device and searching for Texas Storm Chasers. All right, we'll be back here in about 8 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Leon and Robertson County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Burleson, Grimes, Madison, and Washington County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to another episode of Baldy-in-Chief with Caffeine. I'm your host, Mr. Baldy-in-Chief, David Reimer. Part weather updates, part comedy show. We have no tornado warnings at this point. The severe thunderstorm warning for Bexar County has been canceled. Bexar! And whoever's in the hotel room next door to me is probably very unhappy at my rather loud exclamatory words. And considering I'm doing this in a hotel room on the Atlantic seaboard, they're probably like, why is this guy talking about Texas? Well, that's because we're Texas storm chasers. Enough digression, let's get into it. Looks like the Granger radar finally crashed, which is great, since now the storms are actually in a spot that's the closest radar we could use. So, we're going to have to get a little creative here with radars in Bryan College Station, because the only radar available in Bryan College Station is a private commercial radar used by the university now, because they replaced their old radar that was on top of whatever building it was. And yeah, so leading edge of these storms now: Bremen to Wixon Valley to Caldwell. Could still have winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour with that. The good news is that really does not look as intense as it did. You know, these are the storms that produced all that wind damage back around Salado to Bartlett. The potential for damaging winds with all that, over 100 miles an hour, a couple tornado warnings, that has calmed down. Still, gusty winds 50 to 60. Storms from near Giddings to Smithville to Lulling to Seguin to San Antonio. The potential for, a new severe thunderstorm warning in San Antonio. It was just not showing up on my feed. My apologies, people. That appears not to have been canceled. I retract my previous statement. This activity continues. It's still pouring. And folks, I cannot emphasize how much of a problem this is, that we have such heavy rain now over an hour up here. Look, this stuff is just sitting. And I'm going to loop it. Notice how this is just sitting. We're getting very heavy rainfall in northern Bexar County down to San Antonio. Leon Valley, Universal City. Folks, it's been raining here probably a good hour, and that is extremely heavy tropical rainfall out here. So, we got problems with that. So, folks, hey, be weather aware, expect flooded roadways, all that hoopla that comes with problematic issues in this kind of an environment where it feels like pea soup. And you can see that flash flood warning does continue out here, with flash flooding likely in these areas. Same thing goes up through central Texas, the eastern hill country. Guess what? Flash flood warnings. Even though the rain has stopped, it's going to take hours for waters to, go where they need to go. I know, sorry. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings for the leading edge of these storms from near Centerville to Franklin to Hearn to Wixon Valley, College Station, Madisonville, Singleton, Wellborn, Millican, Clay, Somerville, Deanville, Caldwell. These storms out here could be producing winds still maybe about 60 miles an hour. Again, we're not seeing that huge wind signature we were seeing earlier. Winds have come down from 80 to 100 down to about 60, which is good. Farther southwest we go, you can see we also have storms out into parts of the northern Edwards Plateau. Those could be some hailers. Now, let's go say hello to West Texas. Lest we say we don't care about West Texas. We do. It's just y'all have less people to hit out here typically, and you deal with hail more often. Brownfield, severe storm passing southwest of you on Highway 385. You can see no low-level rotation. That storm from Brownfield down to Wellman could have, actually the radar thinks some really big hail with that. We'll see what the Weather Service says. They're saying golf balls. That's reasonable. So golf ball size hail passing over 385. Near Wellman, a couple miles southwest of Brownfield. That'll be crossing over Highway 137. And if that continues, that'll be approaching Highway 87 near O'Donnell at about 11:15 p.m. 11:10 to 11:15. Back west, severe storm that we said was going to move towards Hobbs has taken a bit of a left jog. It's moving southeast now into the state of Tejas. And this activity means this storm will have the potential to produce hail in western Gaines County, passing well west of Seminole. On a beeline, though, to where it could impact parts of Andrews County, and if it turns any more to the east, it may hit Andrews. Otherwise, up here we go, where the llamas roam and the deer and antelope play. We have a line of thunderstorms saying, hey, 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 from near Fritch down to west of Panhandle to Claude, down Highway 207 to west of Silverton. This line does have the potential to produce winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour as they move off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. You can see which way the wind's blowing mode. In those brighter colors you see there, again, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. So heads up Claude, Clarendon, Groom. Y'all are going to be getting on some gusty west winds here in the next 20 minutes. And that will continue until those storms make it into Oklahoma. In fact, we may see some renewed development down towards Plainview and Littlefield. That activity would make it into northwest Texas in the Red River Valley this evening into late tonight. It's already late tonight, so let's just say tonight into early Tuesday morning. All right, let's take a look at that almighty, super duper, awesome blossom, high resolution rapid refresh model. Dawson and Gaines County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dawson and Gaines County in Texas.
All right, so there's that upper third. We'll go ahead and look at settings here. And, oh yeah, by the way, the Granger radar did go offline. So like I said, you get a storm anywhere near Granger, it goes offline because it's known to do that because it's scared of the lightning. All right, so let's load the HER. The HER. So here we go. We're going to load from midnight. Well, let's do 11 p.m. And understand, this model can be slow at times in terms of the southeastern progression of these storm complexes, so we'll have to see if it's doing that. If it is, well, we'll adjust our timing. It is being a bit slow. So again, this says Houston by what, 1 to 2 a.m.? Well, guess what? It may be closer to midnight at this point. Storms San Antonio, likewise southeast Texas. Well, guess what? We're going to have a complex of storms moving across the Golden Triangle. Southeast Texas, all of the Brazos Valley, even parts of East Texas, the coastal plains, the coastal bend. Late tonight into the morning hours, Monday, you can see the spring storms through San Antonio, midnight, even though it's now. Corpus Christi about 5 a.m., so we'll say probably 3 a.m. Houston area, we're going to say, let's do, what is it, 19? Yeah, let's do midnight to 4 a.m., probably closer to 1 a.m. And again, some of those storms could still be producing very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, some strong to damaging outflow winds, and maybe some small to pocket change size hail, dimes to quarters, mostly. All right, back up here. This complex of storms in the Panhandle in West Texas. Let's take a look at that. You're going to see, in fact, I'll pause this. You can see this has those storms already approaching, Shamrock, Childress by 1 a.m. Based on where they are now, I'd say it's probably closer to midnight. And then that activity continues into Oklahoma, hopefully not taking out my server room. So that is the expectation. I'll zoom back out. We'll let you look at the entire state of Texas. And voila, it's going to be a stormy night. Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, the coastal plains, Victoria, Corpus Christi, Houston, Galveston, Freeport, Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, Lufkin, Jasper, the Toledo Bend Reservoir, all y'all out there. So it's going to be a stormy night. But we're going to be here. We're going to keep you updated. We're going to do our best to help you out. So we'll be back here at 10:30 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update, sooner if necessary. And I hope you're enjoying the music and such. Again, we've kind of calmed down a little bit. Flash flooding is a significant concern. San Antonio up through Austin, the Eastern Hill Country, Flash Flood Alley. So again, turn around, don't drown, don't total out and flood out your car. And be mindful that it's very difficult to see all that water at night. So, maybe not go highway speeds on rural roads or whatever roads have low water crossings, because it may be too late for you to stop by the time you see the water at night. So we'll be back here in 9 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Medina County in Texas.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's 10:32 on this, the 26th of May, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're getting a lot of reports of flash flooding now across parts of northern Bexar County, including the San Antonio area, as very heavy thunderstorms are moving through, bringing extremely heavy rain. And unfortunately, since the storms are slow moving, these storms are also producing quite a bit of flash flooding potential. And we're going to talk more about that shortly. But it does look like storms are starting to progress south through San Antonio, the Highway 90 corridor, and are beginning to weaken slightly, at least in terms of rainfall intensity. It's pouring in places like Hondo out to Castroville, San Antonio, Leon Valley, McDonough, Vaughn Army, China Grove, Kirby, Converse, Live Oak, Garden Ridge, Hollywood Park, Castle Hills, Alamo Heights. It's about to move into places like Somerset and Thelma there on the south side, FM 1604 near Highway 16, Highway 281, and Interstate 37. Y'all can expect very heavy rain and the potential for flash flooding. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues around the Hondo area for thunderstorms capable of producing quarter-size hail, maybe some wind gusts near 60 miles per hour. We do note some more impressive thunderstorms developing now. One north of Uvalde, moving south, east towards town. So those of you in Uvalde can expect storms with maybe some hail, wind, lightning, heavy rain. We got storms south of Uvalde there on Highway 83, coming up on Highway 57. That activity is actually moving east right now, but it'll start getting pushed southeast soon. And then we have some activity all the way down almost to Highway 277, though that activity at least has kind of calmed down there for now. Otherwise, we're looking at that supercell north of Brackettville up in northern Kenny County, and the severe storm now northeast of Del Rio. It technically doesn't have a warning, but, well, it's severe and it's rotating like a top. A lot of these storms out here are actually rotating rather impressively this evening, but we'll keep an eye on that. Out here in the Brazos Valley, you can see what happened. The Granger radar stopped updating. It died, and then you could see that it actually, the folks at the national level made sure that data was no longer included in the regional weather analysis, and then boop, there's your update. So leading edge of these storms now extend from just north of LaGrange to Somerville, Bryan, Madisonville, all the way northeast of Interstate 45. I'll turn satellite off, up towards Crockett, Grapeland, Elkhart, up to Jacksonville and Henderson. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. There you have it. There is your line of thunderstorms extending from just north of Del Rio through San Antonio, Bryan College Station, all the way to Jacksonville. And guess what? This line is going to move east, southeast overnight in the next several hours at about 20 to 40 miles per hour, with the potential of the most intense storms to produce damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado, and the potential exists for heavy rain with flash flooding, as you can definitely see is ongoing in the San Antonio area and still even the Eastern Hill Country and the Austin area, even though storms there have greatly diminished. Up here in the Panhandle, we do have a line of severe storms now exiting Amarillo to the east, approaching Fritch to Panhandle to Claude on Highway 287 and Interstate 40, down 207 to Silverton, back southwest to Plainview and Hale Center on Interstate 27, back southwest to Highway 169 and 125 just south of Morton. Those thunderstorms are going to be moving off to the east at a pretty brisk pace. The stuff up in the Panhandle is moving east-southeast at about 40. You can see it's moving more southeast now towards Childress and Turkey, which lines up with model guidance that indicates much of this will be trying to ride the Red River later. So Childress, you're probably getting more storms later. Same goes for places like Turkey, Memphis, Silverton, you're already getting in it. Speed Trap Town, you're getting in it. And you'll be getting more later. Then this may make it as far south as Floydada, Matador, Roaring Springs, and Paducah. Lubbock, well, guess what? Your rain chances not looking too bad. We're seeing that activity increase from Plainview down to Littlefield and Morton. That's moving southeast towards Lubbock as a whole, shallow water, and Anton down Highway 84. We'll see if it makes it. And then a couple of storms now in the northern Permian Basin, one passing east of Hobbs, New Mexico, west of La Mesa there on Highway 180, and then one itself, west of Seminole, and then one moving right towards the city of La Mesa. That storm capable of producing golf ball-sized hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. No tornado warnings, no destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of flash flood warnings, and plenty of thunderstorm activity that will continue for the next several hours. So what does that mean for you? Well, I'm glad you asked, metaphorical, rhetorical David, because we're going to take a look. We're going to pop on over to that magical, super-duper, awesome blossom. I can make up marketing idioms too. High resolution, rapid refresh radar. So let's pop over some buttons. Let's see what's going on. We're going to say hi-ho chilio and go wee. All right. So here we go. We're going to load this model from midnight through 9 a.m. And guess what? If it's running a little slow with thunderstorm progression, keep that in mind. But at this point, we're saying about 1 to 3 a.m. for the city of Houston. Right now for San Antonio, Victoria, we'll do 1 to 3 a.m. Corpus Christi, let's go ahead and do about, if it actually gets y'all, maybe 3 to 5 a.m. Galveston, guess what? Y'all are going to have a stormy night ahead. Enjoy the lightning show as it moves offshore. That'll be arriving between 2 and 3 to 4 a.m. Beaumont up to Jasper. We're going to go ahead and say, let's do 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. And again, some of these storms may continue producing damaging winds of 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour, maybe a little higher if they get rambunctious. Some hail, mostly nickel to quarters. Can't rule out a few golf balls here and there if they get overly rambunctious in the hail department. A spin-up tornado is not out of the question, and the potential to produce very heavy rainfall with a considerable flash flood threat, like the one that's ongoing right now in San Antonio, New Braunfels, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Jarrell, out west to Burnett, east into parts of Bastrop, Johnson City, Round Mountain, Marble Falls, Dipping Springs, Wimberley, Valverde, Burney, Leon Valley, Swartz, San Marcos, Kyler, and Buda. Flash flood warnings continue for several hours, even though the storms have stopped. The flooding most definitely has not. All right, we're going to be back here at, let's go ahead and do an update at, we'll do 10:50 p.m. So we'll be back in 10 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. Sooner if necessary. As always, you can get the latest updates by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, where you get interactive weather radar, your local weather forecast, and more. Just scan that QR code above my beautiful bald head, or search Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Also, if you just want to use our web browser, head to texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll be back in 9 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. Sooner if necessary. Dun 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 dun.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kinney and Valverde County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to this magical edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. Nope, wrong thing. It is actually severe weather coverage here on the 26th of May, 2025. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving southeast across parts of East Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, into the northern Edwards Plateau. If you're in Central Texas, you are clear. You're done, although flash flooding concerns remain through the night. Line of storms currently extending from north of Brackettville to Uvalde, Hondo, Castroville, San Antonio, Seguin, Lulling, LaGrange, Brenham, College Station, Madisonville, all the way up east of Interstate 45 into places like Crockett, Grapeland, Rusk, Henderson. This line is generally moving off to the southeast at about, let's say, 30 to 40 miles an hour. It's making decent progress. Notice we've lost a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a couple. We're going to go over them. I'll do it verbally here. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Leon, Madison, Brazos, Grimes, Washington, and Burleson counties here in the Brazos Valley for a line of storms capable of producing winds of about 60 miles an hour, so borderline severe. We don't have any warnings for places like Houston County, Crockett, Cherokee County, Rusk County, and Henderson. We do have, back on the western edge of this line, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. One for Medina County around Hondo. We have severe storms on Highway 83 from north of Uvalde all the way down south of Uvalde into Zavala County, north of Crystal City. Those storms could have quarter-size hail, winds of 60. We've got some storms out in Kenny County with activity north of Brackettville. And again, those storms could also have 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some half-dollar size hail. This line will continue moving southeast over the next several hours at 30 to 40 miles per hour. Well, 20 to 40, meaning Houston, 1 to 4 a.m., Victoria, 1 to 4 a.m., Beaumont, we'll do 2 to 5. Same thing for the Louisiana-Texas border from the Toledo Bend Reservoir south. Corpus Christi, if y'all get impacted, we'll do about 3 to 5. Back out into parts of West Texas and the Panhandle, we've got a line of storms moving east pretty quick now. They've lost all their warnings, but still, as those storms continue moving east from, let's just say, near Borger to Panhandle to Claude and Groom, Clarendon to Turkey to Floydada and Anton, those storms could produce some brief gusty winds, cloud to ground lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds. Small hail, too, by the way, if I didn't say that. I probably did. We have a severe storm in Dawson County out in the northern Permian Basin near La Mesa. This storm moving southeast. Pretty good clip out here. This is going to continue moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour, meaning those of you near La Mesa, you're going to say hello to this sooner rather than later. As this activity continues moving southeast, stuff in the Panhandle will move into Oklahoma. And all this along the coast will continue moving southeast. So, we do note multiple flash flood warnings in effect here across the Hill Country, Central Texas, South Central Texas. So, we have no no destructive severe thunderstorms. We have no tornado warnings. We're going to start scaling back our coverage here a little bit. We're not going anywhere just yet. We're going to be here keeping an eye on things, just helping folks be reassured. But what we are going to do now is take a 20-minute break. We're going to be here with the music. We're going to be here keeping an eye on things. And if we need to come back before 11:15, we most certainly will do so. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, this line of storms continues to move southeast at about 20 to 40 miles an hour. Houston, 1 to 3 a.m. Victoria, well, we'll do 1 to 4 a.m. Beaumont to Jasper, 2 to 5 a.m. Corpus Christi, 2 to 6 a.m. if storms continue that far west along Interstate 37 into the coastal bend, which they very well may. Until that update here in 20 minutes, we'll keep an update on things. And again, flash flooding will continue well into the evening and overnight across the hill country, even though rains have ended. All right, we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Frio, Medina, Uvalde, and Zavala County in Texas.
Hello, it's a brand new day. It's really not. It's still Monday, the 11:15 p.m. update here on the 26th of May, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. No news is good news, right? We do have a few updates. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings along the Highway 90 area from near Brackettville and Kinney County out east through Uvalde County, including the city of Uvalde, out to Medina County, including Hondo, out into, well, that's it. That's where the severe warnings go. They do also extend down to Highway 57 now in Zavala County from La Pryor to Gatesville, and then northwestern Frio County. The thunderstorms themselves continue to make southward progress, though we do have some activity continuing back behind those additional storms. You can see we got storms quickly going up from near Spofford now east to Uvalde again. And we're seeing decreasing rainfall intensities now in Bexar County, which is good. That'll mean we're coming to an end there. San Antonio threat of severe storms is over, and that activity continues to move south. You can see the line itself from near Jordanton to Poth, Falls City, to Westoff, over to Yoakum, Haley'sville, to Columbus, to Hempstead, up all the way to Huntsville and, well, really New Waverly and Willis, up to Groveton, up to areas like Carthage. Those storms are moving southeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes, Montgomery, San Jacinto, and Walker County in Texas.
Well, I do declare we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for the storms now approaching the north sides of the Houston metro. So the whole line itself is moving southeast now at about 30 miles an hour. We'll go ahead. We'll take a look at that new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be up here. And press some magical buttons. We'll say yippity-doo-dah, yippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. All right, so we're going to use this, and this is just showing a pocket of very strong winds east of Navasota right now using the terminal Doppler weather radar. We're actually seeing a pretty nasty amount of wind out of this. Radar's detecting, for some reason, winds nearly 90 miles an hour, so clearly something has become rambunctious here. Whether or not that's actually reaching the surface is debatable, but the potential certainly exists for some extremely strong winds now just north of Highway 105, north of Stoneham. This is going to be moving east towards New Waverly, Montgomery, Panorama Village, Willis, north sides of Conroe. And again, terminal Doppler weather radar for intercontinental airports detecting winds over 80 miles an hour. We're looking at about 800 feet, so it's certainly possible we're getting near hurricane force winds out of this little line segment. Very small area extending east of Navasota, so those of you over to Montgomery, Panorama Village, New Waverly, heads up, the potential exists for winds of at least 60 miles an hour, if not higher, as this thunderstorm moves east at about 40. We're going to get a new radar scan update here in just a moment. You're going to see we do have an anticipated update. Was that the update? Oh, there you go. You can see the radar is still detecting very strong winds out here. Winds over 75 miles an hour. So it's just north of Stoneham and eastern parts of Grimes County, moving into northern Montgomery, southern Walker counties. This is also detecting some pretty strong winds up here, moving towards Huntsville. No severe weather warning there right now, but again, very strong winds being detected just east of Navasota, moving east, north of Highway 105 for now, moving towards Dobbin, Montgomery, Interstate 45 from New Waverly to Willis, Panorama Village to the north sides of Conroe. This line segment moving east at 45 miles per hour. Otherwise, let's go back west. We'll take a look at some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. Storms north of Batesville and Highway 57 for now, out east to northwest of Pearsall here on Interstate 35. West of Divine, this activity is moving off to the south at about 20, well, it says east, actually. Southeast it is because it makes me happy. About 20 to 30 miles an hour. A lot of these storms out here capable of producing quarter-size hail, some strong wind gusts, heavy rain, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Rain intensities are now decreasing in Bexar County around San Antonio. We still have heavy rain across the southern half of the county. That will continue to decrease over the next hour, but flash flooding will most definitely continue across low water crossings, streams, creeks through sunrise Tuesday. Same thing goes Hill Country, Central Texas, up through Austin, Marble Falls, Round Mound, Blanco, Burnett to Lampasas. Let's go ahead, take a look what's going on up here in West Texas. The good news is we have no severe weather warnings up here right now. Warning for La Mesa to O'Donnell was allowed to expire. That's gone. Storms generally behaving themselves now and decreasing in intensity from Idalou to Floydada to Turkey to Memphis. And we still got some rain up here in the Panhandle. Raining at Amarillo right now. And then a quick little round of storms around Panhandle. But again, damaging wind threat has decreased, and the worst of the severe storms we're dealing with now are actually out here in western Oklahoma. Up in this part of the world, pretty nasty severe storm south of Weatherford, Oklahoma. That could have baseball-sized hail with it. Otherwise, expect storms to roll into Oklahoma City in a few hours. All right, so again, keeping an eye on this storm. East of Navasota moving towards Willis, New Waverly, Panorama Village. Highway 105 towards Montgomery. Still seeing some strong winds here, over 70 miles an hour. We probably have some wind damage and trees down east of Navasota. So let's take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh radar. And this will give us an idea of what we can expect the remainder of tonight into the morning hours on Tuesday. We'll run this loop from, we'll go ahead and run it from 1 a.m. through 8 a.m. And as this loads, you're going to see, guess what? Storms are going to keep moving southeast into the early morning hours Tuesday until they make it out into the Gulf. So Houston, Victoria, it's going to storm. Refugio, it's going to storm. Corpus Christi, we'll see. They may stay to your northeast. Beaumont, Jasper, it's going to storm. We're going to say between, generally, I've been saying 1 to 5 for Houston. It may be closer to, 12, 30 at this point. Victoria, we're still going to say 1 to 5. And we still do expect the potential for some of these storms to produce damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour, but most storms are at least mostly behaving. Heavy rain that could cause flash flooding, maybe still some pocket change size hail. Tornado risk is very low. But again, we have many high water rescues ongoing in central and northern parts of San Antonio and Bexar County, extending north into the Hill Country, central Texas. So please be very mindful of that overnight. That high water will continue well into Tuesday morning. Don't be a dum-dum and go drive into a typical flood zone, and be very cautious as well, as low water crossings can be very difficult to see at night. And if you're going too fast, you're not going to be able to stop before you drive into it, and fast-moving water. So, way things look now, we're going to be back at 11:40 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update, sooner if necessary. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. You can also find us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll be back here at 11:40 p.m., sooner if necessary, with your next Texas Severe Weather Update.
Texas.
all the counters and window panes. Sun is bright, it's a new day, and I feel brand new. All the winter is gone. Seems it's been here so long. I wanna feel like I belong, part of something good. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. I'm seeing everything new, like for the first time, a perfect view. You could feel like this too. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. Storm is over, it's a new morning, it's something beautiful, oh so wonderful. I can feel it now, sun comes through the clouds, it's a brand new day. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new
Ladies and
start.
gentlemen, hello.
Rain is gone, now it's
Monday, the 26th of May, 2025. Hello from the hotel I'm at, 1,000+ miles away from Texas right now, getting ready to attend a conference. And guess what? We're still doing weather coverage here because that's dedication, ladies and gents. Reason it wasn't here on Sunday? Well, to be fair, it's a little difficult to do coverage from 35,000 feet in a commercial aircraft. The Wi-Fi is just not great. In fact, it didn't work on my plane at all. But enough about plane Wi-Fi. Let's talk about stormies. We do have a line of storms that now extends from, let's just start from west to east to make myself all happy and gleeful. Line of storms extends from Spofford in Uvalde down to Pearsall, to Pleasanton, to Campbellton, to just north of Kennedy, up towards Yoakum, Eagle Lake, Columbus, Sealy, to Magnolia, Keenan, Montgomery, Huntsville, Riverside, Groveton, up towards Lufkin. Now, most of the storms we're dealing with right now, and hopefully for the rest of the night, are not severe. To be severe, a thunderstorm needs to have wind gusts over 58 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail or larger, it's 1 inch in diameter or larger, or a tornado. We have no tornadoes. We do have some storms producing quarter-size hail between Spofford, Dabney, and Uvalde. And then we have this storm that is west of Willis, New Waverly, and Conroe, near Montgomery. That has the potential to produce some damaging straight-line winds. So, as you look at this, I'm going to go ahead and say Houston, 12:30 a.m. seems like a pretty good bet now on storms coming in. So a little earlier than the 1 a.m., but the line itself is moving more quickly, and that's okay. The good news is here, these storms are not severe at this point, minus this small section that is west of Conroe, moving off to the east. And again, we'll see if the Weather Service elects to extend that severe weather warning At 11:39 p.m., severe storms locating a line from 9 miles southwest of Estonio to near Addicks Park. 10 moving east at 40 miles an hour towards northern Conroe, Willis, Panorama Village, Cut and Shoot, New Waverly, Montgomery, Lake Conroe Dam, and Dukas, with winds of up to near 60 miles an hour. Now, all these storms in this whole line are producing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rainfall, 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds. But again, most of them are not producing winds over 60 miles an hour. So the good news is San Antonio, severe threats over. Storms are moving south of the city, even though we still have heavy rain in Bexar County with a lot of flooding reported. High water rescues in central and northern San Antonio. And then these storms out near Uvalde, out west to east of Del Rio to Spofford, are continuing to move south. So that'll continue. This line's going to keep moving southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour over the next few hours, meaning those of you in Corpus Christi to Victoria. If storms can actually make it that far west and continue west of I-37, yeah, y'all may get storms here in a few hours. Houston, we're looking at really in the next, 30 to 45 minutes. The storm's already entering far northwestern Harris County with maybe 55 mile an hour wind gusts, small hail, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. And that'll continue. So Beaumont, Jasper, Toledo Bend Reservoir, all y'all down here along the upper Texas Gulf Coast, it's going to storm over the next, 3 hours. And some of those storms could have damaging winds and maybe a bit of hail. Tornado threat is very low. I'm not going to ever say it's zero, but it's very low. And then these storms in the Panhandle and West Texas have weakened below severe limits. We got a few hailers up here in western Oklahoma making their way towards Oklahoma City, where they better leave the server farm. I'm running this stuff on alone. So, no news is good news. And again, at this point, we're just keeping the stream going so y'all can enjoy the music. And, just in case something happens, we can pop on here real quick. Otherwise, you know what? Hey, we're just doing it so folks know, hey, not too much is going on. We're doing okay. We don't have a lot of severe storms. Most of the storms are not severe. We may have winds near 65 miles an hour just north of Montgomery, west of Willis. But as it stands now, we're doing okay. So we're going to be back here at midnight, 15 minutes from now, with your next Texas weather update. And if something happens, we'll be back here lickety-split giving you updates. So again, be back here at midnight. You can always track the storms with our free interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So we'll be back here at midnight, and we'll see how things are going. So we'll talk to you again soon.
New song in my heart, catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my
All right, we're back. Weather Service has gone ahead and put a severe thunderstorm warning out for most of the Houston metro. So we'll go ahead and come back and talk about this since it does impact quite a few people. We'll talk about what we're seeing, what we're expecting, and, why I had to get up from my 13-minute nap early. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for, like, everyone. Not really, but it does include 1 million plus people. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Austin, Montgomery, San Jacinto, Liberty, Waller, and Harris counties in southeast Texas, including the entire Houston metropolitan area. Great. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a line of storms extending from Keenan to Tomball to near Katy, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's just do this. That is not what I meant to do. That is, we're going to put a storm track on this. We're going to give you all a timeline, and we're just going to track what we have going on. In fact, let's do this. I'll do it from the warning up north, too. They say this is moving southeast at 38. Very well. We'll do this. Okay. Well, actually, I just got an update. Let's do it from the leading edge of the outflow boundary here. Close enough. I'm going to do 40 just because, well, buffer. Conroe in the next 5 minutes. We're looking at about 11:28 a.m. in Cleveland. So 11:25 to 11:30 in Cleveland. We're looking at about 12:20 in Wood Branch. About midnight in Shenandoah. We're looking at about 12:05 to 12:10 in Spring. About 12:20 at Intercontinental Airport. We're looking at about 12:25 in Humble. Aldine about 12:20 to 12:15. Downtown Houston about 12:25. Katy the next few minutes. Missouri City, we're looking at around 12:20 a.m. Pasadena, around 12:40. Cloverleaf, about 12:40. Barrett, about 12:49. Jersey Village, again, about midnight. Bel Air, about 12:20. Pearland, whatever, 12:45. Hobby Airport, around 12:40. Missouri City, 12:40 to 12:30. So again, west sides of Houston about 12:15 to 12:20, about 12:35 for the east sides of Houston, downtown Houston about 12:25. And this severe thunderstorm warning is for the potential of damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour. So we're going to keep an eye on these storms, and we'll be back here at midnight with your next... Well, let's go ahead and stay here, actually, now that I look at this. That's kind of a spooky wind signature. So let's go ahead and start talking folks down that have memories of a rather unfortunate little derecho a year ago. This is not the Houston derecho from a year ago. We're not seeing 100-mile-an-hour winds. We are seeing some pockets of winds near 60 to 70 miles an hour. Look, that's a high-end tropical storm. We're not doing crazy hurricane, crazy stuff right now. So let's set our expectations. It's going to get windy. Some of you will see some pretty strong winds, but we're not looking at a situation that involves all of y'all getting hit by 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds, all right? And we're looking 2,000 feet above the surface here, meaning it's not necessarily true. These are all making it down to the surface. So again, we're seeing some pockets of, 60-mile-an-hour winds plus aloft, a little stronger pocket near Tomball. But again, a lot of this is probably going to reach the surface as 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe 65 in spots. And this line's moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. This is not a derecho. This is not a, high-end event where we're getting tornadoes and 120-mile-an-hour winds out of this. This is not going to be an event that takes down high-tension power lines and obliterates the power grid. So let's be clear about that. We're looking at a storm that has sporadic instances of 60-mile-an-hour winds. Most of y'all, probably 50 to 55. Make no mistake, it is going to be windy, but it is not going to be a situation where, the entire city of Houston's going to lose power unless we magically take this up about 15 notches, in which case one of y'all really peeved off Mother Nature. But in this case, this is just a line of storms with some stronger winds starting to show up that could, cause sporadic power outages, some modest tree damage, and, assuming this area is built like it's supposed to be to handle, hurricanes, which, we went through one last year after the derecho, it's going to be okay. We'll probably have some sporadic power outages, but you know what? It's going to be okie dokie. This shouldn't be a widespread spaghetti-o sort of situation. We'll be keeping an eye on it, though, that's for sure. Back west, you can see we do have thunderstorms all the way back down Highway, whatever you want to call it, all the way to Eagle Lake, Haleysville, Yoakum, Yorktown, Falls City to Pleasanton. Back in San Antonio, we have flash flooding that continues. But the heaviest rains have moved out of Bexar County. We're down to light to moderate rain, and that rainfall intensity will continue to decrease, leading edge of these storms with gusty north winds from Dilley to Kennedy, Dilly, out to La Pryor to south of Spofford to Highway 277. I'm sorry, was that a comment from the Peanut Gallery? It was a laugh. Do I get super chats for laughs? Dilly. Caffeine. But again, you can tell by the tone of my voice. If we were doing spaghetti-o weather, I'd be doing all sorts of serious nonsense right now. I'm not. Now, it might just be from the fact I've had, 7 hours of sleep in the last 2 days, or it might just be I'm just wacko. But look, it is what it is. We got some gusty winds moving into Houston. Tomball, you might be getting winds of 65 miles an hour. It's windy. It's going to be loud, but it's not a repeat of the derecho from last year. So let's keep that in mind and keep our expectations realistic, and everyone freaking out thinking we're about to knock power out to millions of people. No, we're not doing that. Don't you get all worried and nonsensical here. Now, if that changes and we suddenly ramp this up, sure, I'll let you know. That'd be great for the views, but not great for anyone else, myself included, because it's late. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep at some point, and we don't need to be dealing with any sort of crazy bow echo stuff. A lot of folks think, I don't know what folks really think, let's be honest, but I'm sure if I was watching other people's streams, I'd be like, oh, he's wishing for bad weather so he can get more views. Folks, trust me, I don't actually really enjoy doing these streams all that much. Sitting in a hotel chair right now, 1,000+ miles away from Texas, and this is not a comfy chair. This actually hurts my back quite a bit. So it's a little painful to actually just sit here and chit-chat constantly about weather. So trust me, I'd be more than happy if this all went away and we could, all go to bed. I could go, lay in a comfy bed and not be sitting in this chair with no back support for the dude with scoliosis. It's great, trust me. So we have an arcing line of storms, Pampa to McLean, Childress, Paducah, moving east-northeast. So trust me, I would be happy if this would stop. But it's not yet, so we'll just keep you updated, and that's what we're going to do here. And when it's over, and I will be one of the happiest people out there, trust me. So we'll take a look at the wind velocities. This is from the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar. This is showing some stronger winds coming east on Highway 105 into Conroe. And again, this whole area, remember I said Tomball was showing winds closer to 80 aloft. Well, this is showing winds closer to about 55 to 60 at the surface from the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar down here for Intercontinental. This was installed after the Delta 191 crash in 1985. These all were installed because that was mainly a wind shear caused event. Well, these radars are primarily here to help detect low-level wind shear. Thus, they are far higher acuity and detail than your NEXRAD radars, which scan less often and then typically, while they're more powerful, don't have the spatial resolution necessary to detect that. So again, guess what? We got winds showing up here aloft near Tomball, 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. Literally, the radar for Intercontinentals right here. We click that. It's showing winds at the surface, about I mean, to be fair, it is showing a few wind gusts near 70 miles an hour, just not to the scope and scale of what the other radar was showing. So, and that's for up here: Cold Spring, Shepherd, Onalaska, Livingston, Corrigan, Groveton. It's just for this northern section of the line. And again, we're dealing with some winds near severe limits, 60 miles an hour. So this isn't something I want y'all freaking out about. This isn't something y'all need to be freaking out about. This is simply, an issue with some localized winds over 60 miles an hour, some heavy rain, and strong localized damaging winds. And I mean, look, this part of the state, y'all better be able to handle this kind of wind because you're on the Gulf Coast. You deal with hurricanes. And yes, excluding the whole power grid fiasco last summer, that was a weak hurricane. That was not a super strong hurricane. That had winds of, wind gusts of 80 to 90 miles an hour. Folks, that's Category 1. What happens when a Cat 3, 4, or 5 comes rolling in? So, you better have your stuff ready and built for something like that. Because guess what? Hurricane season starts a week from yesterday. Yeah, 6 days from now. The 2025 Atlantic hurricane season begins. Dun, dun, dun. So, you better get ready. Now, we are actually seeing some stronger winds now, making it down to the surface in Tomball. Radar here is actually detecting winds near 85 miles an hour near Tomball. So, yeah, if this is right, we are getting some actual nasty wind here. But, again, this is also a situation where we're not entirely seeing that whole area of, 80, 90 mile an hour winds making it down. But, if you're in Tomball and you're getting near Highway 99, well, and FM 2920, yeah, you're probably getting some pretty damaging winds here, unfortunately. And these are, pretty nasty looking, 70 plus mile an hour winds over a small area. Same thing just west of Conroe. So we'll go back. We'll show you the how hard it's raining mode. We'll switch back to the next rad. And voila. Katy to Tomball to Conroe to Willis to New Waverly to Onalaska to Corrigan. This line of storms moving off to the east. Southeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So that's what we're going to have moving across, Highway 59 all the way from Corrigan to Livingston to Shepherd to Cleveland to Wood Branch all the way down to Intercontinental Airport and Houston over the next 30 minutes or so. And again, there's going to be localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We may even see some gusts, especially here in far northern Harris County, maybe over 70. But we're not talking widespread uh-oh scale that we had last summer. But still, wind damage is wind damage. You don't want to be outside in it. You don't want to be the one person that manages to find a power line and get electrocuted by touching it. Don't touch the downed lines, even if they don't appear energized. Please and thank you. Common sense tip of the day. We've reached that point. By the way, welcome to the 27th of May. I'm still awake. I'm not happy about it. So we do have strong winds in Conroe. We've got strong winds moving down towards Houston, Aldine, Intercontinental Airport, Spring, Wood Branch, moving down Highway 6, moving down Highway 249 towards the outer loop, Highway 8. And then, well, yeah, so it's windy, it's rainy. Not really any hail with this, just a lot of gusty winds to strong winds, heavy rain, lightning, your typical May thunderstorms here in Texas. The potential exists for these to continue producing some damaging winds, some heavy rain, some 1970s mode radar there. And then, well, that's what we're going to see. So we're going to do is we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. But again, we have some storms producing damaging winds now in spots extending from Jersey Village to Tomball to Conroe up to Cold Spring, Onalaska, Livingston, up Highway 59 to Seven Oaks, and Corrigan. We'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage in just a few minutes. Good morning, I'm Texas Storm Chaser Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 12:10 a.m. on the 27th of May, 2025. Line of severe storms rolling into the Houston metro early this morning, up Highway 55 towards Fredericksburg. Dealing with some damaging wind threat with these storms, with 50 to 65 mile an hour winds. A situation where I think we're going to have widespread damaging winds. I think this is an instance where we're very dealing with some localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, which may cause a few power outages, may result in some tree damage, and especially the trees that were weakened after the hurricane and the derecho last summer. Otherwise, Intercontinental did just report, the radar at Hooks Memorial did just report a 66 mile an hour wind gust out of the northwest, and that is right by this TDWR unit, terminal Doppler radar for Intercontinental Airport. So we do now have confirmed winds over 65 miles an hour with some of these storms. Specifically, we're seeing some pretty nasty winds approaching Highway 6, or excuse me, Highway 8, Interstate 45 here in the south side of Spring to Alding. We're seeing some wind gusts exceeding 65 miles an hour, so that's approaching Blue Bay and Interstate 45. Those of y'all down there could end up with some wind damage, power outages, damaged tree limbs, etc. We're seeing some gusty winds up in the portions of the Intercontinental Airport area. Could have winds gusting over 50 to 60 miles an hour as well. The one thing I want you to notice is we're not seeing winds of like 80 to 100 miles an hour. We're not seeing widespread hurricane force winds. We're not seeing anything like we saw with either Burl or the derecho last May, June. Yeah, whatever, Burl. So, again, this is a situation where we do have some sporadic wind damage occurring with wind gusts over 65 miles an hour in spots. We had a 66 mile an hour wind gust at Hooks Memorial Airport there near Tomball, Corville, and we'll find out just how strong the winds are at Intercontinental Airport shortly. It looks like the strongest winds are going to Intercontinental, but they are moving towards Intercontinental. So, again, these storms could contain winds at times up to 70 miles an hour. On a scale of folks, you're going to see winds maybe 40 to 50. That's enough to make it sound loud. You're going to have a lot of lightning, heavy rain. Not really looking at much of a hail issue in this. Again, we do have plenty of strong winds to off. Sorry, but most of y'all are not seeing crazy, winds out of this. This is not a Burl. This is not a derecho event. This is a line of storms rolling in with sporadic winds up to 70 miles an hour. Most of y'all are going to see 40 to 50. Thank you. This activity, again, is moving southeast at about, I think they've got it moving at about 35 miles per hour. Same thing goes all the way up Highway 59. Splendora, Cleveland, Shepherd, up to Livingston. We got some storms moving southeast with sporadic winds up to 60 to 70 miles an hour. In fact, we're seeing the same all the way up now to Dibble, Zavala, Cosmonel, over to Jasper. This line now starting to show a bit of an uptick in the wind department, and we have some winds gusting up to 60 miles an hour. This is not a case where we have widespread hurricane force winds or widespread, issues with tornadoes or huge hail. This is a issue with some sporadic wind gust over 65 miles an hour. A lot of cloud to ground lightning, heavy rain. Not really a tornado issue at this point, just a lot of gusty winds. So I want to set our expectations. Yeah, they're strong storms. They are producing a lot of... No, I don't. I am pretty sure it's not. I'm looking at the live. It may just be latent, but if it's not the David return screen, it shouldn't be. Yeah, all good. So, again, this is not a situation where we're dealing with widespread hurricane force winds. I just want to set the expectations here, because I know a lot of folks still have plenty of PTSD from not only the derecho last May, but Burl. This is not going to, knock the whole power grid out. And if it does, guess what? Y'all really do have an issue with something down there, and it isn't going to be because of Mother Nature throwing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds your way, because that's just not going to be good in a couple months or next month if we end up with a tropical storm or hurricane riding up the Gulf. So, localized power outages? You betcha. Grid destroying? No. Let's take a look. We got some storms with a lot of lightning, small hail. What are you doing monitoring chat? You should be working. Extending down Highway 59, Haley'sville to Yoakum to Kennedy, back towards Christine, dilly. This activity moving off to the south. And again, most of the storms out west here are not even severe. You can see that here, no big scary boxes of doom. That extend from Crystal City to Dilley to Kennedy, gusty north wind, some heavy rain, small hail, lightning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here on Highway 377. That's going to be east of 277, southwest of Rock Springs, north of Del Rio. That's not going to be an issue for Del Rio, but this activity will continue moving off to the southeast. So again, Houston, I know it's a storming, I know it's a blowing, but, you know, it will be okay. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Houston Metro. We've got a line of storms moving into and through Harris County. This activity is going to produce a lot of heavy rainfall with some risk of flash flooding. And, well, thank you, Leslie, for that super chat. We do definitely have the potential for some of this activity to cause some sporadic wind damage. Across the Houston Metro over the next 30 minutes. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. But again, no crazy hurricane force winds, no tornadoes, nothing like that at this point. Just a lot of heavy rain and some strong winds from Dibble down Highway 59 to Corrigan, Seven Oaks, Livingston to Shepherd to Sneeze. Thank you. To Intercontinental Airport, to Westfield to Jersey Village. And that activity is moving southeast. We had a 66 to 67 mile an hour wind gust up here at the Hooks Memorial Airport. Looks like Intercontinental so far has not reported any super crazy winds. We've got that strongest wind crossing over the Sam Houston Tollway right now, just west of Interstate 45. Moving into Alding, North Houston, and that'll continue moving southeast over the next 20 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're just going to keep an eye on this, folks. And again, damaging winds in spots over 60 miles an hour. No tornadoes, no hail, outside of maybe some peas, nothing crazy. So we'll be back here in about 5 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. We'll come right back if something else happens before then, but for now, we're doing A-OK. So again, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Again, no tornadoes, no super crazy hurricane force winds, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, some pea-sized hail, and maybe some localized winds of 50 to 60, 65 miles an hour. We'll see you again here in 5 minutes. Good morning. It's 12:25 a.m. This the 27th of May, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a cluster of thunderstorms capable of producing some strong winds in Harris County, the Houston Metro, extending up Highway 59 through Shepherd, Livingston, Corrigan, and Lufkin. We have no tornado warnings, and we're not really seeing much hail out of this. We're seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, some localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. It's enough to cause power outages, knock some tree branches down, blow your trash cans down, loft trampolines halfway to Beaumont, stuff like that. We're not dealing with crazy hurricane force winds. We're not dealing with anything that's, going to obliterate the power grid. We're not talking about anything super duper spooky like that. We're talking about some nasty storms capable of producing a lot of lightning, some damaging winds, maybe a little bit of hail. It's not a big hail, but, can't rule out some quarters, especially with this stuff approaching Zavala and Woodville, west of Jasper, west of Hemphill. But the stuff in Houston, we're generally looking at winds, maybe 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour in spots. Intercontinentals reported a wind of 43 miles an hour so far. We had a 67 mile an hour wind gust in Tomball here in northwestern Harris County. Otherwise, we haven't had any other observations suggest winds really going all that high. We'll switch over to the San Antonio radar, and we'll show you storms have exited San Antonio to the south around down Interstate 37, Highway 181, from now just north of Beeville over to Cotulla, south of Dilly, and Three Rivers. That activity continues to move south at about 30 miles an hour along the leading edge of an outflow boundary. Much of this is not severe. Could have some nickel to dime size hail. Winds of 50 miles an hour with this activity from Carrizo Springs, north of Cotulla, Dilly, Three Rivers, over to northwest of Victoria. And that activity continues to progress southeast. We do have a severe thunderstorm out here southwest of Rock Springs, just moved over 377. It's east of Highway 377 now. If it survives, it could make it to near Camp Wood with quarter size to ping pong ball size hail, heavy rain. But again, folks, at this point, we're just not looking at really significant severe weather issues outside of some strong gusty winds in the Houston area. We're seeing some localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This is not a derecho issue. This is not a hurricane Burl event. This isn't a repeat of any of that. This is a pretty robust, rambunctious line of storms with a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, which could cause some street flooding, some pretty quick rises in the streams, and the tributaries, the flood control systems, but all should be well within control. And then as we go up into parts of the piney woods of East Texas, you can see we've got these storms now east of Highway 59 approaching Highway 69 from near Zavala, southeast of Lufkin, to Calmsneil, to Woodville, west of Jasper, west of Browndell, west of Highway 96. It'll continue moving across 96, though, in the next hour. This activity will make it to the Toledo Bend Reservoir, the Texas-Louisiana state line, and all this will continue moving east. Over the next hour. Bless you. But the good news is, not looking at issues with tornadoes, at least at this point, the overall tornado risk is very low. And this activity will continue moving east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. I'll show you satellite. Turn on the satellite there. And again, we're mostly here at this point just to keep y'all, from freaking out, to be totally honest with you. This wouldn't typically even be something I'd be covering most of the time. The overall risk of severe weather is, it's still there, but damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour or so, 65. Still maybe some quarter-size hail, tornado threats very low. And the flash flooding risk definitely continues overnight. San Antonio to Austin to Burnett up to Kerrville. Hill country, south central Texas, flash flood alley. Even though the rains have stopped, the floodwaters will take hours to recede and probably continue through at least sunrise. So expect a lot of low lying water crossings to be flooded. We expect a lot of streams and creeks to quickly continue rising. So With that being said, we'll continue to monitor this activity, but we're doing better. San Antonio, it's over. Austin, it's over in terms of severe weather. Houston, it's moving through now, but it'll be over by 1:30. And we'll continue to track. You want me to take care of that? Okay. We'll continue to track these storms, but hopefully we'll be able to come back here in about 15 minutes and clear a lot of folks out. But we'll be back here in 15 minutes as this line continues moving southeast at 30 to 40 towards places like Corpus Christi, Victoria, south sides of the Houston metro, eventually Galveston, up towards Jasper, Woodville, Pineland, Hemphill, Kirbyville, and eventually Beaumont in a few hours. So we'll keep an eye on the sky here at the Texas Storm Chasers, but we'll be back in about 15 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 12:45 a.m. on this, the 27th of May, 2025. We are monitoring now a line of non-severe thunderstorms moving across parts of southeast Texas, the coastal plains, into South Texas. We have a few storms still producing severe warnings. We have this storm that is east of La Pryor, south of Batesville. That's moving south east towards Dilly in Interstate 35. That storm has the potential of producing golf ball size hail, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, and that warning does include Loma Vista, technically areas just south of Batesville and Bluff. If it continues, it could make it to I-35 between Cotulla and Dilly. Otherwise, we have flash flood warnings that continue San Antonio up through Austin. Again, we're going to have flooding issues with all that activity. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's for the southeastern half of the Houston metro. A bunch of counties out here. Let's just say it's everyone from League City to Houston up to Cleveland, Shepherd, Baytown, Liberty. Winds of 60 miles an hour. So like 10, 11 counties just got put under severe warnings for winds, maybe 60 miles an hour and heavy rain. This line is going to keep moving southeast this morning at about 30 to 40 miles an hour into south central Texas, South Texas, the coastal bend, the coastal plains, the upper Texas Gulf Coast. Let's take one last look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Give y'all a timeline on this. We'll load the run it out through 8 a.m. And you can see we will see storms continue to exit the coast out into the Gulf, leading to mostly inactive conditions by sunrise. Now, this model's running a little slow, so maybe we can be done before then. Otherwise, you can see storms are expected to weaken. It looks like this model does have Corpus Christi, Victoria getting storms over the next few hours. We'll see. But again, the overall tornado threat is very low. Main threat with the storms over the next few hours will be maybe some hail. We're going to see quite a bit of heavy rain, gusty winds, and a considerable amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, a few storms still in northwest Texas as well, moving east along the Red River Valley with some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, and those could continue towards Wichita Falls. But with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come because it is almost 1 a.m. We've been live for 9 hours now. So, with that being said, we do not expect any significant additional severe weather issues, but just in case, we will have our 24/7 live stream radar going with audible weather warnings. We'll have that having radar on. And, if you're in the Golden Triangle, Beaumont, up to Jasper, Newton, Kirbyville, Lumberton, you could be getting some gusty winds overnight, maybe some locally damaging winds, some heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. Same thing for Galveston and down to Victoria along Highway 59, all the way down 59 and 77, down to Refugio, Sinton to Corpus Christi. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and move you over to the Texas Weather Center's 24/7 live stream if you're watching us on YouTube. If you're watching us on Facebook, head on over to TexasStormChasers.com/live for that live stream, or just search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You'll be able to join in there. Otherwise, want to thank you all for joining us this afternoon, evening, into late tonight. Thank you for making us part of your weather safety plan, and thank you for trusting us with that information. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, or daily Texas weather roundups, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, or you download apps to your device. You can scan that QR code above my head as well to get taken there. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate the trust you've placed in us. We'll see you later. Y'all have a great night. Keep an eye on the sky if you're ahead of these storms. Otherwise, enjoy the less active weather, and we'll see you again later today with a new Texas Weather Roundup with more chances of storms on the way to Texas. Good night, and God bless.